You may form a mercenary corps with your allies. Whenever any member completes a mission, you'll receive 50% of their mercenary point rewards. Senshi's eyes went wide. What the? A strongest mercenary corps. So this is the new feature? Where's my standard grinding system from before? Have I been working my butt off all this time for a management sim add-on? If I'd known this earlier, I would have gathered a crew of unstoppable Pokemon a long time ago. Senshi felt some regret. He could have formed bonds left and right instead of slogging through missions alone. He had lost out on who knows how many draws. He heaved a deep breath, opened his system interface, and sure enough, besides his usual system menu, there was now a mercenary corps interface. 4 character cards were displayed below. 1 name, Karin Uzumaki. Gender, female. Age, 9. Bond level, 99/100. Current strength, S. Potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. 2 name, Kakuzu. Gender, male. Age, 84. Bond level, 82/100. Current strength, S. Potential, S+. Overall rating, S+. 3 name, Suzuki Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 9. Bond level, 69/100. Current strength, B+. Potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. 4 name, Naruto Uzumaki. Gender, male. Age, 9. Bond level, 61/100. Current strength, C. Potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Wow, 3 SSS ratings. Senshi was startled. He understood Sasuke, Naruto, and Karin being top tier, but Kakuzu, too? The same Kakuzu who always complained about not wanting a partner? Apparently, the old tsundere was in as well. Senshi felt a sudden surge of emotion. Kakuzu, buddy, you must miss me after all this time. Don't worry, I'll team up with you on missions soon enough. With that in mind, Senshi turned to the 3 kids. I just formed a mercenary corps, and I'd like you 3 to join. Is that okay with you? Karin gave no objection. She agreed without looking up. Sasuke, unclear on what exactly a mercenary corps was, also had no reason to refuse. His teacher had been good to him, so he trusted him. Naruto, not really understanding either, saw the others agree and followed suit. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the training ground. This time, Naruto was with them. On his first time training together with the others, Naruto acted like a wide-eyed country bumpkin, unable to contain his excitement. He was darting around, checking everything out like he had ADHD. Sasuke ignored Naruto, quickly settling back into his own training routine. Even though a skill trademark had given him direct mastery of Thunder Punch, Sasuke's combat experience was still limited. He needed dedicated practice. While Naruto was busy gawking, Sasuke concentrated lightning around his fist. Boom! The electric-type Pokemon Sasuke drove a crackling punch into a large tree. It was so thick that it would take 3 people joining hands to circle it, yet under the force of Sasuke's thunderclap blows, the tree looked frail. After a few hits, it gave a groan before toppling over. Naruto jumped at the sound. He stared at the fallen tree, then at the lightning dancing around Sasuke's fist, and gulped audibly. What the heck? Back in the academy, Sasuke was considered a prodigy, but the gap between him and the other students hadn't felt this huge, just more techniques. Now, though, he'd gained an ability so strong that if he hit Iruka with that punch, Sasuke might be begging him not to die. It had only been a short time, yet Sasuke was already this powerful. And it was all thanks to that man, Senshi Uzumaki. Envy flickered in Naruto's eyes. If I'm taught by him, could I be this strong someday, too? Naturally, Senshi noticed Naruto's expression but didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly opened his System's Lotter Y feature. Minus 100,000 mercenary points used. Remaining, 120,935 points. Drawing. Congratulations! You've obtained Kekii Genkai, Shikatsumayaku, Dead Bone Pulse, X1. Spicy Chili Pills X20. Explosive Tags X10. Chakra Pack, 5 cards worth. Ichiraku Ramen X15. Etc. Scanning over the loot, Senshi picked through for something that might suit Naruto. The new mercenary core system had given him a fresh perspective. One person's power was limited, even with wood clones. No matter how strong, he couldn't handle all the missions at once, and he also had other goals in life. With the mercenary core, though, the more people under me, the more tasks we can do at once. 50% of their earnings might not sound like a lot, but it adds up. Of course, he wouldn't let just anyone join. It wasn't a dumping ground. But the ones already in Karin, Sasuke, Kakuzu, and now Naruto were worth investing in. Karin had her eternal Manjiki. With double Kamui, and even if she mostly used Susanoo to cook, your average ninja couldn't handle her. Sasuke had his brand new Pokemon skill set and was still growing. Kakuzu was a veteran from a past age, brimming with experience. That left Naruto, whose talents were still untapped. Senshi planned on leaving Konoha soon and couldn't stay to teach Naruto much. While his wood clone would keep instructing him, that wouldn't accelerate Naruto's power as dramatically. If Naruto, and Sasuke, etc., eventually started completing missions themselves, Senshi would earn half their mercenary points. This was a solid investment opportunity. He also knew Naruto's overall potential. With the Nine Tails and Uzumaki lineage, he had monstrous chakra, easily 100 chakra bars, so to speak. And once Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he'd become a perfect grind machine. While thinking it over, Senshi's eyes suddenly locked onto a promising item. Skill trademark, Aura Sphere. Generate aura from within your body and fire it at an opponent. This attack will never miss. Senshi couldn't help grinning. Sasuke is my Electra Icy type Pokemon, so Naruto can be Lucario, hey? Aura Sphere is like forming a chakra ball, which Naruto is practically a pro at. Alright, this is it. He took the Aura Sphere disc out and handed it to Naruto. Here. Think of this as my parting gift to you. Naruto blinked in confusion, accepting the thin, round disc. Sensei, what's this? Now that Senshi had agreed to teach Naruto, the boy had switched to calling him Sensei, just like Sasuke did. Before Senshi could answer, Sasuke spoke up in a haughty tone. Dead last will be dead last, hey? This is a skill learning disc. It's extremely precious. My new ninjutsu came from one of these. Naruto froze. Sasuke's terrifying new technique came from this? Now Senshi's just handing it to me? Did that mean he'd be able to learn something just as powerful? He imagined the looks on everyone's faces, especially Sakura's, and grinned. Yes. Thanks so much, Sensei. I'll work really hard. Senshi gave him a small smile. No worries. But it won't be the same as Sasuke's move. He got Thunder Punch because he's more suited for lightning release, whereas yours is called Aura Sphere. Your primary nature is wind, so I Figure this suits you better. Hearing that, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude. His new teacher had not only given him something precious but even made sure it was the best possible fit for him. Naruto felt warmth spread through his heart. He clenched his fists, vowing to master it as soon as possible. Off to the side, Sasuke added. Just crush it, and your body will automatically learn the technique. Naruto did so. The learning disc shattered into shimmering fragments that flowed into his body. Instantly, countless pieces of knowledge about aura sphere filled his mind. Without a word, he dashed toward a nearby tree and unleashed the technique. The chakra inside him condensed into aura form, piercing straight through the trunk in a blink. Senshi nodded in satisfaction, seeing Naruto's success. It's probably time for me to leave. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were far from able to run missions independently, so they wouldn't be earning him points anytime soon. There was an XP bag named Kakuzu waiting in the Akatsuki. Senshi had to hurry over and get him fully on board. The sooner, the better. That 50% cut of mission rewards was too good to waste. He'd give Kakuzu some perks to speed up his mission turnover. The motto, grind till you drop but don't actually drop. With that thought, Senshi set off toward Omegakure, his mind swirling with new plans. Yo! Thank you! Add to your library and make a review. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 73, Invitation. Omegakure, late afternoon. Haiden and Kakuzu stepped into the black market, dropping several wrapped heads onto the table in front of the client. All the ninjas you placed bounties on are in there, Kakuzu said. The client opened the bundles, verified that the targets were correct, and paid promptly. Clearly, this particular client wasn't someone to be trifled with. If the payment had been stingy, Kakuzu would have had no qualms about taking the client's head as well to recover his losses. Having received his payment, Kakuzu scanned the bounty board and frowned. There were quite a few postings, bulletin T. Most of them were either low-paying or required a lot of tedious work. As an ancient, battle-worn shinobi, Kakuzu couldn't spend his days running around doing everyone else's errands like feeding pets or babysitting, right? In that moment, Kakuzu suddenly pictured Senshi in his mind. If only Senshi were here now. With his wood clone technique, Senshi could have easily breezed through all those trivial tasks, leaving the more profitable missions for them. No need to even pick and choose. So convenient. Phew. Kakuzu sighed heavily. Never realized how troublesome life would be without Senshi around. His Earth Grudge Fear technique was nowhere near as convenient as Senshi's wood clones for rapidly handling multiple assignments. Eventually, Kakuzu picked out one bounty that at least looked decent and somewhat profitable. Right then, Haiden, who'd been standing silently to one side, spoke up. Kakuzu, are you serious about taking more jobs? Are you out of your mind? Don't you value your life at all? Haiden stared at him in disbelief. Ever since joining Akatsuki, they hadn't stopped working for a second. Haiden was getting fed up. He joined Akatsuki to spread his faith, not to get bogged down in endless chores. With Kakuzu dragging him from one job to another, he had no time to preach the word of Jashin. Kakuzu felt a twinge of annoyance. At first, he'd thought Haiden was a decent partner. He'd even lowered his usual mission workload to avoid scaring off the newcomer. After all, even someone with immortality might get bored if forced to do tasks at the breakneck pace Senshi used to work at. Kakuzu considered himself reasonable. And here Haiden was, complaining at only a fraction of the usual intensity. All right, let's take a short break, Kakuzu said. He considered it pretty generous. 10 minutes was plenty. After all, when he was with Senshi, they'd practically worked non-stop, back-to-back missions, without respite. But Haydn only grew more agitated, feeling this was the final straw. He snapped, a break for just a few minutes? You really are insane, Kakuzu. If someone else wants these bounties, they can have them. I'm done doing this with you. With that, Haydn spun around and walked off, as though afraid Kakuzu would try to stop him. Kakuzu frowned, watching him go. Why doesn't that guy have any passion for missions? He let out a deep sigh. Since Senshi left, my income has obviously taken a massive hit, he thought gloomily. This doesn't bode well. So he accepted one more bounty, completed it half-heartedly, and returned to his own place. Approaching his front door, Kakuzu spotted the faint footprints Senshi had left behind, triggering a wave of nostalgia. He mumbled something under his breath, then opened the door, mind churning, with the idea of possibly talking to Nagatu about re-teaming with Senshi. Perhaps it was a case of daytime thoughts, nighttime dreams, but Kakuzu suddenly thought he was hallucinating. There in his room where Senshi was absolutely not supposed to be was Senshi himself, sitting casually on Kakuzu's bed with his legs crossed. Noticing Kakuzu enter, Senshi waved cheerfully. Yo, Kakuzu, long time no see. Kakuzu froze for a second at the familiar voice. Then, a possibility struck him. He slammed the door with a bang and began to regulate his breath, trying to calm his disordered chakra. This has to be a genjutsu, he told himself. There's no way Senshi would conveniently appear right after I was just thinking about him. Besides, Senshi should be out on a job around this time. How could he be in my house? Once he was sure he'd steadied himself, Kakuzu pushed the door open again. Inside, Senshi was still there, grinning as though nothing had happened. Senshi, who'd just been greeting Kakuzu, was left staring at the now shut door, practically floating over his head. What the heck? What's Kakuzu playing at now? Before Senshi could get up and check, Kakuzu opened the door a second time and swore loudly. Damn it, it's not a genjutsu, it's really you, Senshi. What are you doing back here? Senshi shrugged. What do you mean, what am I doing? Of course I'm the real deal. I'm back. Because I finished my mission. What, you're not happy to see me? At those words, Kakuzu wore a complicated expression. Yes, he'd missed their glory days of high efficiency mission taking and the large profits that came with them. But to have Senshi suddenly show up like this made him anxious rather than excited. It wasn't that Kakuzu disliked or feared Senshi. He had indeed felt nostalgic for their partnership. But Senshi's frenzied approach to mission after mission was inhuman. Kakuzu wasn't mentally prepared to jump right back into that 24/7 workaholic lifestyle. Reacclimating to Senshi's pace was daunting. Kakuzu's mood wavered between wanting more money with fast efficiency and worrying about being worked to death by Senshi's insane schedule. He stared at Senshi with an extremely conflicted gaze. Seeing that look, Senshi felt a chill run down his spine. What's with him? I'm just cracking a joke. Why the intense str? Fearing things might get out of hand, Senshi quickly said, the reason I'm here is actually important. I've created a mercenary corps. Do you want to join? Also short chapter. 2 chapters for today. Thank you for reading. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 74, Senshi's Proposal. Mercenary Corps. Kakuzu echoed the words almost reflexively. The Akatsuki organization was rather free-form. As long as one didn't betray the group or jeopardize its interests, it tolerated quite a lot from its rogue ninja members. After all, if it weren't so tolerant, it never would have allowed the likes of Orochimaru to linger around causing trouble, nor would it have let Sasuke form Hebai/Taka later on. Furthermore, everyone in Akatsuki had secrets, and Nagato never pried into them. So, whether Senshi started his own mercenary group or Kakuzu decided to join it was not an issue in itself. The only thing that puzzled Kakuzu was why Senshi had suddenly decided to create such a group. Was there some sort of business he couldn't handle alone? Senshi's expression turned serious. He spoke slowly. I believe that a single person's power is limited. Even if you and I keep going around the clock, we can only handle all the black market requests in one place at a time. But with a mercenary corps, it's different. We'd be acting as a united whole. We could have ninja members stationed across the shinobi world, each of them taking on different bounties and jobs. Not to mention, we could share resources, share intel on different areas' bounties, that sort of thing. My plan is to build a big name brand, the strongest mercenary corps in all the shinobi world, bar none. Whereas the Akatsuki moves in secret, we could be as high profile as we like. One day, the entire shinobi world will know of our corps, and whenever they want to post a mission request, they'll think of us first. Listening to Senshi's impassioned vision, the old fossil Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. If the corps turned out as strong as Senshi hoped, then they could pick and choose high-paying bounties at will. Sounded pretty tempting. So he asked, who else is in this mercenary corps of yours? Senshi replied matter-of-factly, Karin Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Kakuzu was speechless. Senshi had talked it up with grand phrases like the strongest mercenary corps in the shinobi world and absolutely guaranteed mission success, yet aside from Senshi himself and Kakuzu, who hadn't joined yet, the rest were all a bunch of little kids? All I see are a few brats. Don't tell me this is just you and Karin playing house. Kakuzu grumbled, sounding unimpressed. Senshi shook his head. I'm always serious when it comes to missions. You should know that by now. Kakuzu. After a moment's thought, Kakuzu shrugged. Fine. I'll join. Hearing this, Senshi broke into a grin and clapped Kakuzu on the shoulder. He'd guessed that out of all the shinobi in the Akatsuki, indeed, in the entire ninja world, Kakuzu was one of the few who both qualified and met the conditions for joining his mercenary corps. He wouldn't disappoint. All right, then. Take it easy for now. With that, Senshi activated his Kama ability and vanished from the spot. Kakuzu froze in place. Baffled. Take it easy? Did Senshi just say that? Wasn't the usual routine for Senshi to immediately drag him off to some black market hub for round-the-clock bounty runs? Kakuzu had already prepared a bunch of excuses like how he was partnered with Haiden, or that he had other tasks on his agenda. He'd even rehearsed plausible scenarios in his mind for how to fend off Senshi's mission spam. But now Senshi's take it easy left him with nothing. He'd zipped right off, without even a backward glance. Kakuzu felt conflicted. Shouldn't I be happy? I was worried he'd throw me back into non-stop missions at insane speed, and now he's not. Why do I feel kind of disappointed? Senshi's departure, however, wasn't born of kindness to Let Kakuzu rest. Far from it. He would have loved nothing more than to keep Kakuzu working 24/7. After all, now that Kakuzu had joined the corps, every mission Kakuzu completed would kick back some of its profit to Senshi. Classic. Unscrupulous capitalist. Telling Kakuzu to take it easy was mostly a throwaway line given Kakuzu's workaholic nature. He wouldn't idle for long anyway. Meanwhile, Senshi had something more pressing to deal with. He strode through Omegakure, following his mantra sense, and came before Pain. Pain, he said. Directly, I believe the aim should set up a ninja academy. Even Pain's typically expressionless face showed clear surprise at this. A ninja academy, in Omegakure? How did that mesh with the Akatsuki's style? Inwardly, Nagato was full of question marks. Omegakure is just a small village. Why a ninja academy? Here. Senshi didn't reply right away. He'd come up with the idea of founding a ninja school after the mercenary corps feature unlocked in his system. This was no whim, he had deeper plans in mind. The system's new module gave him a fresh channel for recruiting potential mercenary talent. Now, the key was figuring out how to expand the corps with people who weren't some random rabble. He also had to maintain quality. After all, he wasn't just blowing hot air with the claim of building the strongest mercenary corps. If they failed missions left and right, nobody would trust them with high-paying requests. Moreover, not everyone could be recognized by Senshi's system as recruitable. Judging from the fact that so far only Kakuzu, Karin, Suzuki, and Naruto qualified, personal trust in Senshi seemed to be a critical factor. Hence why Nagato, despite working with Senshi for some time, still wasn't recognized by the system as a candidate. The trick, Senshi reasoned, was that trust is hard to build among battle-hardened adult rogues, but children, on the other hand, were simpler to guide. While Pain, Nagato, was still frowning, Senshi gave a light cough. Think about it. The 5 great shinobi nations have so many ninjas, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, whereas the Akatsuki is just 10 odd people. On the battlefield, one of us might have to fight 10,000 of them. That's like having to wrangle over 10,000 pigs. XPT, these pigs are actually skilled ninjas like Kumo's AB combo, Kiri's rising star Terumi Mei, Konoha's Sunin Tsunade and Jiraiya. None of those are easy targets. Even we need time and effort to beat them. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Pain's body stiffened for a moment. That was exactly the reaction Senshi was hoping for. He continued, every great nation has its own hidden village and ninja academy. It's their established educational system. If Omegakure wants to get strong enough to stand against the 5 great villages, then we need to make some changes. Do you know what struck me the most during my time in Konoha? Senshi paused a second before answering his own question. I realized that Konoha's younger generation is extremely talented. They are well trained by the time they're even out of the academy. Once they mature, they'll keep fueling Konoha's military power. If one day we truly go to war with the 5 great nations, these kids will become the new troops. Meanwhile, Omegakure has no future generation. If something should happen to the Akatsuki, or if our veterans die off, everything we've built goes with them. Don't forget, we still have to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato found Senshi's viewpoint surprisingly reasonable. Senshi pushed head on. If we raise our own ninjas from scratch, they'll be loyal, we can trust them. Even if they're mere genin at first, that still helps. If we find any prodigies, well, that's even better. Compare that to our current Akatsuki members. How many of them follow orders without question? Most are disloyal rogues. And indeed, Nagato couldn't deny it. Before Senshi came along, the only truly reliable Akatsuki member had been Kakuzu. The rest, like Sasori or Orochimaru, did pretty much whatever they wanted and barely participated in missions unless it was related to capturing tailed beasts. If they cultivated their own ninjas, those new elites could eventually outshine the older, more uncooperative members. That really could solve a lot of problems in one fell swoop. As Nagato thought it through, he realized Senshi's idea wasn't just a random notion. Since Senshi's arrival, even Orochimaru had found motivation to complete a few tasks. If even that snake could be convinced, surely loyal homegrown talent could surpass him, right? So Nagato showed interest. You make a good point. But where do we get the teachers and the students? That's a problem in itself. Omegakure was tiny, and it rained constantly thanks to Rain Tiger at will, making the climate uninviting. Tihei were already caught between the five great nations, barely scraping by. Even if they built a school, would there be anyone to attend? Of course, Senshi wasn't about to let pain dismiss him. That's the thing, this world is never short on refugees. The endless wars leave countless uprooted from their homes, wandering as orphans and exiles. Omegakure can take those people in and train them, turning them into our most valuable weapons against the great nations. For example, take the Uzumaki clan as a case. Nagato looked startled. He hadn't expected Senshi to mention something like that. But indeed, war orphans was a term he himself was all too familiar with. He had once been one. Though it sounded cruel, if you looked at it from the orphan's perspective, a stable living environment was exactly what they longed for. If only there'd been a ninja academy for Nagato and his friends. After a few moments of reflection, Pain's expression turned grave again. He spoke in a measured tone. That's actually not a bad idea. Senshi shrugged lightly. He didn't have any particular clan pride just because he bore the Uzumaki name, but if he had the resources, helping out the scattered remnants of his clan didn't seem so bad. After all, in the original story, both Naruto Uzumaki and Karin Uzumaki had heartbreaking childhoods. And those two were in Konoha, which was already somewhat safer. Just imagine the desperation for the scattered clan members who might still be out there. Red hair was far too eye-catching, ensuring the Y had a hard time hiding. What's more, the Uzumaki clan possessed massive chakra reserves, making them an ideal ninja lineage. Some, like Karin and her mother, had healing blood. And the clan had formidable sealing arts, adamantine sealing chains, mines EYE of the Kagura, and more powerful abilities that Senshi was keenly interested in. If he gave the Uzumaki survivors shelter, in turn they could lend him their might. Fair exchange. Still, Nagato looked troubled. He took a breath, deciding to be frank. After all, Senshi was now a core member they could rely on, at least in Nagato's eyes. Only that Uchiha Madara kept trying to badmouth Senshi, and Nagato considered that old fossil a hindrance to true peace. Taking in refugees and building a school both great ideas, but they're very costly, Pain said flatly, face expressionless. The organization doesn't have enough money. If he could make a helpless gesture, he would have, but Nagato was too proud for that. Everyone knew Senshi was the Akatsuki's biggest tea earner. Since he joined, the group's income had skyrocketed. Yet still, Akatsuki wasn't here just to make money. It had a larger goal, bringing about peace through force. They couldn't just dump all their funds into this schooling idea. Besides, Nagato had another unspoken thought: Senshi himself was also expensive to hire. Whenever they needed a top-notch job done, they had to pay Senshi's steep fees. But Senshi merely gave a mysterious grin. If I suggested these things, obviously I'll pay for them. Just make me the principal, that's all I ask. He waved his hand expansively, as though money was nothing to him. Oddly enough, it wasn't. Entirely an act. His system missions had rewarded him with huge piles of cash leftovers from all his black market jobs. His day-to-day expenses were minimal, even his food and clothing often came from the system's random draws. In essence, he was a money magnet, it only went in, never out. If he poured this wealth into a megakure, it would circulate and reinvigorate the local economy. That, in turn, meant bigger payouts for future bounty missions, and more mercenary points for Senshi. Another cycle of double benefit. And on top of that, he was actively seeking new recruits for his mercenary corps. Investing in education here lined up perfectly. Nagato was instantly suspicious this was too big and too kind of a gesture from the famously mercenary Senshi. It would cost a fortune to build a school in AIM and take in so many refugees, yet the direct benefit to Senshi personally seemed unclear. Senshi wasn't exactly known for saintly altruism. Could it be that he'd suddenly become charitable, viewing money as worthless and wanting nothing more than to do good? Absolutely not. Senshi being good was laughable. He was the very definition of no pay, no mission. Did that mean he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Akatsuki's cause, ready to help them for free? Also unlikely. Senshi might be one of their better members, but he was definitely an outsider, not someone who shared Nagato's grand vision of ending war through universal pain. So how did Senshi plan to profit from all this? Nagato was stumped. With his experience, he simply couldn't imagine how investing in education might yield returns. Schools in the shinobi world were typically like Konoha's academy, where someone like Irika taught future generations that the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage ever, passing down authority through the teacher-student lineage. After pondering for a moment, Nagato looked at Senshi and said, "Senshi, what are you really after? Thank you for reading. Also please add this to your library and vote Power Stone for more exposure. Also motivation, though comments are enough motivations. Thank you. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, I like your partner." Senshi chuckled. "Me? I just want to set up a mercenary corps and do a good job handling tasks for a megakure. When I think of how many people still need my help, it pains me to the point of not being able to breathe. Yet I'm only one person and can't handle it all by myself. That's why I need manpower. Since I can't find enough people out in the ninja world, I'll just train some myself." Senshi didn't bother hiding his plan to build a mercenary corps. Indeed, it wasn't something he could keep under wraps, especially since Nagato had so many channels of information even within the territory of Konoha. And if his corps was going to take on missions, they'd need to build their aim openly, which Nagato would inevitably find out about. Besides, establishing a mercenary corps wouldn't conflict with Akatsuki's interests, so Nagato had no reason to object. All the same, Nagato found himself at a loss for words. It was hard to imagine a ninja founding a mercenary corps and then, in order to recruit people, going so far as to shelter refugees and open a school. Didn't that seem like a case of putting the cart before the horse? Logically, if someone wants to create a mercenary group to handle black market missions, their goal is usually just to earn bounties and rewards. Who truly pour resources into charity work, like Senshi claimed, helping people purely out of goodwill? That's ridiculous. Nagato knew a few people in this world might act out of pure benevolence, like Jiraiya-sensei or Yahiko. But Senshi was definitely not one of those. Not when the black market included plenty of missions that required killing people. From that perspective, Senshi's approach was completely beyond Nagato's expectations. Sheltering refugees and building a shinobi academy would cost astronomical amounts of money. Could he really ever recoup that cost simply by organizing a mercenary corps to do missions? Nagato was skeptical. Not everyone could be like Senshi, a soulless, mission-grinding machine. Perhaps only Senshi was that unique, a total outlier in the shinobi world. Turning a profit on it all seemed unlikely. Could it really be that he just wanted to complete black market missions, like he claimed? That was... Wait. Nagato shot a suspicious look at Senshi. A thought came to him: if it were anyone else saying such a thing, Nagato would have smacked them across the mouth for spouting nonsense, or suspected they were trying to dupe him. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe this explanation. But if the one saying it was Senshi, then as outlandish as it sounded, it somehow felt plausible. Which was strange. Recalling everything that had happened since he met Senshi and Senshi's personality, Nagato realized, it actually might be true. Senshi's obsession with missions was downright bizarre, and not just in Nagato's opinion. Everyone who dealt with him thought so. Ever since joining the Akatsuki, Senshi insisted on mission fees, yes, but the results always justified the cost. You really couldn't find a better deal anywhere in the ninja world. And another point, more than money, Senshi seemed to care about the fact of being hired. Like a mercenary relationship itself was what he valued. Nagato remembered hearing from Kakuzu that when they first tried recruiting Senshi, he refused unless it was a formal, ongoing job arrangement. Similarly, in the black market, Senshi only joined because Kakuzu hired him. And now, Senshi was willing to blow a fortune to harbor refugees and build a school, all in order to train more ninjas to do missions? Could it be that Senshi simply loved mission grinding? The more Nagato thought about it, the more it made sense. If Senshi's problem was that he couldn't be satisfied just doing it alone, eventually he'd want more people doing missions. That indeed matched his plan to form a mercenary corps. Nagato gave Senshi a strange look, but soon felt relieved. So he just likes mission grinding. That might seem bizarre to an outsider, but in the Akatsuki, where almost everyone was abnormal in some way, Senshi was practically normal by comparison. Certainly more harmless than Kakuzu, who liked murdering teammates for bounties, Sasori who turned people into puppets, or Itaka who'd slaughtered his entire clan. Yes, Senshi was just a different kind of eccentric. Nagato could accept that. So, from Nagato's perspective as Akatsuki's leader, he couldn't find any real grounds to oppose Senshi's plan. He nodded. All right, if that's what you have in mind, then you handle it yourself. The organization won't interfere, and Omegakure and the Akatsuki will cooperate with you if you need them except for funding. Early the next morning, Senshi yawned as he returned to his room, having spent the entire night making arrangements with Konan. Despite his strong constitution, he was still worn out. Handling missions day after day was mindless enough, but planning the large-scale project of housing refugees and establishing a ninja academy had taxed him mentally. Even Konan was exhausted. As for Nagato, he was acting like a complete hands-off boss beyond agreeing that Omegakure and Akatsuki would cooperate. He hadn't lifted a finger to help. So it fell on Senshi and Konan to work out every little detail, including how to spend the huge sum Senshi had put forward for housing refugees and building the school. Though Senshi had loads of money stocked up, he still had to spend it wisely. Even if he didn't need to double his investment like he usually did in two-sided deals, he couldn't afford to just squander everything. They had to figure out how to bring in refugees, where to build the academy, and how to manage relations between the newcomers and Omegakure's existing residents no small task. Luckily, he and Konan had hammered out a plan. Collapsing onto his bed, Senshi smacked his lips and started pondering the future. He still needed to keep doing missions. As for the mercenary corps, well, the academy was still under construction, so that could wait. Most of the requests within Akatsuki had already been taken care of. For anything outside. Bang! Suddenly, his front door was kicked open with brutal force. Senshi's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he turned toward the intruder. This is the Akatsuki base, who would have the gall to pick a fight here? But then he recognized who it was, Kakuzu. He retracted the crackling lightning chakra that had gathered in his palm, lifted a brow, and asked, "Something you need?" Kakuzu eyed Senshi lying in bed and frowned. "Why, oh, Yuri, still sleeping? Get up, we've got missions to grind." Senshi almost laughed out loud. Kakuzu, in the short time since they'd last met, suddenly had this much energy? He's even taking the initiative to drag me out on missions? One reason Senshi hadn't rushed Kakuzu sooner was that Senshi thought, after returning, he'd let Kakuzu rest for a while like charity, since Kakuzu had already been farming missions almost non-stop and needed downtime occasionally. Senshi never expected Kakuzu would come pounding on his door first, demanding they go back to the black market. "All right, buddy," Senshi thought with a sly grin. "You asked for it." He was more than ready to revert to task harvesting demon mode if Kakuzu was volunteering. Plus, this time it was Kakuzu who'd insisted on it. He wouldn't be able to refuse later, no matter how taxing it got. Just as Senshi was about to voice his agreement, he caught sight of someone else, a familiar figure, stepping in behind Kakuzu. "Haiden. Oh ho! So that's Haiden, hey." Senshi quickly pieced together the situation. This must be Kakuzu's new partner. Indeed, the undying duo. He recalled Haiden's peculiar ability, immortality. Sure, by raw power Haiden might not hold a candle to some top fighters. For instance, if he fought Shisui or Itaki, a single genjutsu might incapacitate him. Even Kakuzu, knowing Haiden's trick, could likely find a way to bury him alive, the way Shikamaru did. But still, true immortality was extremely rare. Unlike Kakuzu, whose earth grudge fear gave him multiple extra hearts, but still left him exhausted sometimes, Haiden had genuine immortality. He could get blown to bits and eventually piece himself together. Overwork or death wouldn't stop him permanently. That meant no breaks, no rest days, no risk of fatal injury. Senshi's mind raced. Wait, that's incredible. He can't die? Even if he does collapse from exhaustion, give it a bit of time, and he'll be back at full strength. All those times Kakuzu or other teammates needed to rest had dragged down Senshi's mission efficiency. But with Haiden, who never truly died, there'd be none of that. In Senshi's eyes, Haiden was the perfect mission partner, a prime candidate for 24/7 labor, the ultimate work mule. Senshi's face lit with what he believed to be a warm, friendly smile, though to Haiden it looked decidedly predatory. Feeling that unsettling gaze, Haiden instinctively shrank behind Kakuzu. Even though he had the protection of Jashin, he sensed something terrifying in Senshi's eyes, like Senshi was plotting something dangerous or disrespectful. Kakuzu, noticing the look, asked, "Senshi, why are you staring at my partner?" Senshi said calmly, "Your partner? He looks great, I think I'll take him. Now he's mine." Kakuzu. Haiden. They both just stared at Senshi, dumbfounded. What's he saying? Since when can a partner just be Claimed like that, as if bartering property? In a flash, Kakuzu realized Senshi was trying to snatch Haiden away. Sure, Haiden wasn't exactly a saint. But it was weird to be so blatantly stolen. Senshi. Before Kakuzu could finish, Senshi locked an arm around Haiden's neck, pulling him in. Look, buddy, following Kakuzu is a dead end. Come with me, and let's talk about a better deal. Panicking, Haiden tried to pry Senshi's arm loose, but found it as unyielding as steel. The force felt so great it nearly choked him. Helpless, he looked to Kakuzu for rescue. Hey! Let go of me! Kakuzu protested too. Senshi, seriously, what are you doing? That's my partner. Senshi ignored him, pivoted with Haiden in tow, and beckoned to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you're over 80 now, you're old enough to handle things solo without clinging to someone else. It's time to grow up and run missions on your own. I believe in you. With that, Senshi strode away, dragging Haiden along. This was no joke. Kakuzu had already joined Senshi's mercenary corps, which meant, from Senshi's perspective, Kakuzu was effectively on payroll, and any missions Kakuzu did would net Senshi 50% of the mercenary points for free, no need to accompany him at all. Whereas Haiden's immortality was far more valuable if Senshi could rope him into daily missions. And Senshi was a big enough name now that he no longer needed Kakuzu's face to get high-paying black market tasks. Left behind, Kakuzu gaped at the doorway. He was the one who'd come to drag Senshi out for missions, yet he ended up alone, with his partner Haiden gone. Am I just extra baggage now? Elsewhere, Obito, Tobi, had just met up with Zetsu. Scowling, Obito declared. Zetsu, Nagato is slipping out of control. We need to revise our plans. To ensure the success of the Eye of the Moon plan, we must seize real power in Akatsuki. We must also expel that Senshi from the organization or bury him. When he spoke Senshi's name, fear and anger flickered in Obito's eyes. Senshi's strength was far beyond normal. Not only that, his rate of growth had eclipsed all other ninjas. When he first joined Akatsuki, he and Kakuzu fought to a draw. Not long after, Senshi was strong enough to instantly overpower Kakuzu. Then he nearly killed Obito himself, humbling him in a humiliating defeat. That was some time ago. Who knew how powerful Senshi had become since then? It made Obito's gut churn. He still hadn't found a way to counter Senshi's bizarre jutsu that could even invade his Kamui dimension, one of the cornerstones of his fighting style. Even regaining his second Sharingan hadn't eased his anxiety. Hence, he'd come to see Zetsu, hoping they could devise a plan to crush Senshi or at least oust him from Akatsuki. Otherwise, Obito feared that with Senshi's backing, Nagato would easily solve problems and become impossible to manipulate. Obito blamed Nagato for leaking their conversation and turning Senshi against him. He no longer trusted Nagato, and he knew that targeting Nagato would inevitably require dealing with Senshi first. Especially now, Akatsuki had effectively hired Senshi as a permanent mercenary, forging quite the close bond. To force Nagato to bend, they'd have to remove Senshi from the equation. Please add this to your library and vote Power Stone. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Best Use of Immortality. Unexpectedly, Zetsu gently shook his head and said, "That won't work. For now, as far as the Akatsuki is concerned, Senshi Uzumaki is an indispensable piece. Moreover, only Nagato possesses the Rinnegan. We need his power. If we seize control of the organization in a way that causes him to withdraw his support, that would be a colossal loss." As the hidden mastermind behind the puppet gang, the very filial child of the ninja world, Zetsu had his own considerations. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan was something he had been using to fool Uchiha Madara and Obito. His only true objective was to revive his mother. For that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. He had been hidden away in the ninja world for a very long time, all to achieve this goal. Now that he was on the verge of his mother's resurrection, there was no way he would allow Obito to delay matters. Senshi Uzumaki's efficiency in capturing tailed beasts was simply too high. He practically fired the first shot in the Akatsuki's tailed beast hunts. If not for Nagato's concerns about large-scale seizing of tailed beasts inciting the collective wrath of the 5 great nations, they likely would have already gathered all 9 tailed beasts' chakra for the Gedo statue and begun the plan. Perhaps, in an even bolder scenario, Zetsu might have already seen his MO there by now. But Obito was still an important tool. Even if he must eventually die, he had to complete his role first. So Zetsu wanted to calm him down. With that in mind, Zetsu added, "Don't worry, Nagato hasn't betrayed us, and we already have a way to keep Senshi in check." Madara said the Eye of the Moon plan will begin, no one can stand in his way. At the mention of Uchiha Madara, Obito's thoughts drifted to that frail old man he had encountered once. For a moment, Obito fell into silence. Madara, a nami that once rivaled Hashirama, had truly shaken the ninja world. Even the image of his declining years remained intimidating. Obito understood the weight of that name. After all, why else would he rely so heavily on Kamui or on proclaiming, "I am Uchiha Madara"? Snorting, Obito said coldly, "It had better be that way." Zetsu said nothing further. He already knew that, a few days ago, Nagato had dispatched Orochimaru to the Kumagakure to capture a tailed beast. Moreover, via White Zetsu's surveillance of Orochimaru, Zetsu was well aware that Senshi had a hand in it. More importantly, in Zetsu's view, Orochimaru now had ample power to capture a Kumo-tailed beast. Thus, this mission wasn't just an act of seizure, it was also a test of probe of the great nation's tolerance. If the 5 great nations didn't launch an immediate, decisive crackdown on Akatsuki, Nagato's one bag of rice plan would likely move into high gear. Also, from his long years lurking since Madara's era, Zetsu knew that if only 1 or 2 tailed beasts were captured, the 5 great nations wouldn't risk all-out war against Akatsuki right away. They had too many concerns, not just Akatsuki, but also the possibility of being stabbed in the back by other great nations. Only if most of the tailed beasts were captured posing a true threat would the great nations set aside their rivalries and unite against Akatsuki. This had once been a major hurdle in the plan, but things had changed. With Senshi Uzumaki on their side, once he was fired up, gathering all the tailed beasts was practically a done deal. The bloated bureaucracies of the 5 great nations might not be able to mount a proper counterattack. In time, Akatsuki would succeed before the nations could do anything serious. Even more importantly, Senshi was just too useful, much more so than Obito, who was prone to getting caught up in personal feelings and still hesitated about reclaiming his own Sharingan. But Senshi? He only cared about completing missions, with no interest in personal allegiances. Zetsu had heard many rumors about him selling out his comrades if the job demanded it. Such a person was ironically the most reliable to use. Unlike Obito, who was always broke, Zetsu had his cockroach jutsu and could freely travel underground, collecting treasures hidden by the erosion of time. If he wanted to hire Senshi to hunt tailed beasts or for other tasks, he could do so easily. Therefore, Zetsu completely disagreed with Obito's idea of cutting off Nagato and Senshi. On the contrary, in Zetsu's mind, as long as there was enough money, Senshi Uzumaki was the most dangerous and most useful weapon in the ninja world. Meanwhile, dragging Haiden along, Senshi strolled into the black market. "Hey, Haiden, today I want you to grind missions with me. See, there's the black market up ahead. You just go over, accept all the bounties in your name, and then hire me to help you complete them. Got it? I'm a generous guy. You're a newbie. But I won't rip you off, we'll split the rewards 50/50ths. Deal." He wasn't lying, Senshi didn't really care about the money itself, just the mission points from being hired. So Haiden would get 50% of the cash reward, same as when Kakuzu first partnered with Senshi. Of course, to Senshi, it wasn't ripping him off, he called it guiding Haiden toward mutual prosperity. Unfortunately for Senshi, Haiden, who was basically penniless, didn't understand Hai's good intentions. He cursed inwardly, "Are all these Akatsuki guys crazy? They go on about some great goal to bring peace to the ninja world, but every one of them is obsessed with these bounty missions. Kakuzu wasn't too bad, at least he didn't force me. But this Senshi guy just dragged me along whether I wanted it or not." However, with Senshi's arm clamped like a vice around his neck, Haiden didn't dare curse aloud. Instead, he tried, "If it's just missions, can't you do them alone?" Senshi shot him a fierce look, tightening his hold. "We're all buddies here. How could I keep the money making all to myself? Of course I want to share it around. Didn't you see Kakuzu rush in to find me as soon as he could? I turned him down, giving you the opportunity because you're new. Plenty of people would kill to partner with me, you know." Senshi spoke earnestly, as though the joy of mission grinding was some sacred faith he was sharing. Haiden, however, felt only confusion. "So why not go with Kakuzu, then? He's—" But before he could finish, Senshi threw him a murderous glare, and Haiden swallowed his words, hastily correcting himself. "I mean, I don't need money. Why not let someone else enjoy this opportunity?" He sounded righteous, like some selfless hero. But Senshi didn't give him a chance to refuse. With a sharp yank, he tightened his grip on Haiden's neck. Haiden's face started turning blue. Sure, Haiden was immortal, but he could still feel pain and the fear of suffocation. "This is your chance to temper yourself and grow stronger," Senshi lectured. "Why are you newbies so ungrateful?" Haiden couldn't reply, he was too busy trying not to pass out. Finally, he raised his hands in a sign of surrender. Senshi eased up. Haiden gasped for breath. "Fine, I'll do tasks with you. Could you at least let go so I can accept a bounty and then formally hire you?" Senshi nodded, releasing him. But the moment Senshi's hold slackened, Haiden grabbed his scythe and slashed furiously at Senshi, yelling, "You think I'll just go along with your crap? I hate everything about the black market. Die!" Haiden expected to see blood or at least hear a groan. But instead, crack! His supposedly high-grade scythe shattered on impact, as if striking unbreakable metal. Haiden stared in bewilderment. This scythe was a prized weapon of the Jashin cult. How could it just snap off on the target's body? He hadn't sensed any visible chakra or defensive jutsu. Either this was an illusion, or Senshi's body was far tougher than any high-grade ninja tool. But he had no time to think. Senshi's sinister laugh echoed in his ears, accompanied by the popping of his knuckles. "Done with your swing? Guess it's my turn now. Enough, enough. Senshi bro, I'm sorry, please stop." Haydn's pained wails reverberated around the black market. Immortality was great, but Senchi's blows were as hard as steel, and while Haydn might not die, he still felt pain. Worse, each punch targeted a vital spot. And because Haydn was immortal, Senchi didn't bother holding back at all. Haydn couldn't break even a bit of Senchi's skin, so he had no counterattack. He once got this undead body via experiments in Yogakure's Jashin cult, being the only success case. Even then, it was easier compared to what he was enduring now. Back then, after the experiments, he at least gained power. But this? All he was getting was endless suffering. At last, Senchi paused, leaving Haydn bruised and trembling. I'm someone who prefers to reason with people. If you still don't want to, I can keep teaching you logic. Haydn gulped. You call that reason? Senchi let lightning crackle around his palm, flashing a sadistic grin. Oh, I have plenty more reasons. I can show you. Care to continue? Haydn was momentarily speechless. He'd had enough. Chihoro ugly cowed, he willingly consented to start doing bounties alongside Senchi. The setup was the same as before. Haydn would pick up the missions and formally hire Senchi, who would then help him complete them. Only he never imagined the workload would be that intense. Haydn finally understood why Kakuzu used the word grind rather than just do. This wasn't normal mission taking, it was a marathon of mayhem. Haydn used to think Kakuzu's schedule was nuts, spending most of the day on jobs. But now he saw that Kakuzu was actually gentle compared to Senchi, practically an angel of mercy. Under Senchi, there was no rest. None at all. From the moment he said yes, it was, accept bounty. Hire Senchi, complete bounty, collect reward, and repeat endlessly, with no break. Several days later, Senchi returned to Omegakure with Haydn in tow. By that time, Haydn was like a soulless husk, physically alive but mentally numb. Indeed, while his immortality kept him from dying, it did nothing for the damage to his psyche. Even the painful experiments that granted him immortality had been easier than this. Back then, at least, he'd gained something. Now, all he had was emptiness. We're finally done, he muttered, trudging along behind Senchi like the walking dead. Sensei ignored him. Honestly, Haydn had proven to be quite useful, although he'd become quieter and quieter, that only improved efficiency. Thanks to his immortality, Senchi didn't have to worry about his condition. They just kept grinding missions without pausi. Senchi smacked his lips thoughtfully. He probably would have stayed out even longer if he didn't worry about leaving Karin alone. What if she tried practicing Susanoo-based cooking and accidentally blew up the whole village? He wanted to quickly see how she was doing. Reaching home, Senchi opened the door to find Karin boredly practicing mystical palm technique on a fish, presumably to sharpen her healing skills. He nodded in approval, though he still hadn't stumbled upon that rumored deep-pocketed by G client. Starting early was good. Noticing Senchi's return, Karin dropped the fish still wriggling and ran over. Senchi, where did you go? You didn't even say a word before leaving. She looked annoyed, a pout forming on her lips. Senchi patted her head and yawned. I had some urgent work, sorry. Next time I'll let you know. At that, Karen's expression softened. Then she noticed the utterly dejected Haydn trailing behind him, and asked curiously, who's this? Senchi clapped Haydn on the shoulder. This is Haydn, a new member of Akatsuki. Don't underestimate him, maybe one day he and I will be the best of partners. Haydn didn't dare talk back. He wanted nothing more than to run far, far away. But all he managed was a half-hearted smile that looked worse Tihan crying. Hello, he stammered. Karin responded politely, "Hi, I'm Karin Uzumaki." She eyed him with curiosity. In all her time with Senshi, she'd never seen him praise anyone so highly. So she figured this Haiden must have some remarkable skill. In her mind, even Haiden's half-dead face took on the aura of some mysterious shinobi. However, Senshi soon clapped his hands, cutting their introduction short. "All right, let's grab some good food and celebrate our new partner's arrival." Karin cheered up at the mention of a feast. As for Haiden, he was absolutely overjoyed. Anything that wasn't grinding missions was heaven. Dinner took quite a while, not because Senshi demanded some extravagant spread, but because Haiden ate unbearably slow. Possibly relishing his first real break in days, he savored every mouthful. As if tasting the greatest delicacies, his face practically glowing with relief. That only made Karin more intrigued. At the same time, in a high tower in Omegakure, Nagato and Konan sat in silence. After some time, Konan finally spoke up. "Nagato, do you think Senshi's proposals are feasible?" Nagato paused. He recalled the grand blueprints Senshi had painted. Yes, he was well aware. Senshi had his own motives, but the idea itself held great appeal. After thinking it over, he murmured, regardless of what Senshi's personal agenda is, moving forward with this would be beneficial. Sheltering refugees and founding a ninja academy benefits both the organization and the land of Rain. In the short term, it's also beneficial for the whole ninja world, giving those displaced people a place to go, so they don't have to suffer out there. War. Orphans would have a way to learn and survive, avoiding bitter memories. Konan glanced at him sympathetically. Shikao DC Nagato was recalling their own tragic past. She comforted him, but a ninja academy, by nature, trains ninjas. In the short run, it's kind to orphans. But eventually they'll become combatants, people who take lives on the battlefield. Hatred will only spread, continuing the cycle we seek to end. The chain of hatred doesn't break, it just grows, leading to future wars. Only our plan can truly end that cycle and bring permanent peace. Nagato nodded. True, but I still think we should proceed. 1. It helps keep Senshi at ease. 2. It's ultimately a positive development. The organization doesn't have to spend anything since Senshi's footing the bill, and it might be a favor we can call in later. Konan agreed. After a few moments, she remembered something and asked, "What about Uchiha Madara? Still no contact?" Nagato shook his head. "I've tried every previous method we had, but nothing works. I'm not sure if he's deliberately keeping quiet or if something happened." Konan frowned, worried. Did he just vanish completely? Could he be plotting something in secret? He was the demon of the ninja world, it's concerning. Nagato sighed. "I doubt it. Our overarching goals should still be aligned. He wouldn't sabotage our main objective until it's complete. But, he did come to me once, urging me to deal with Senshi, and I refused. After that, he never showed up again." Konan found that perplexing. Would a figure like Uchiha Madara really go into hiding just because of such a minor dispute? Could he be mad at us? She mused aloud. She couldn't imagine such a legendary figure being so petty. But then again, this was the ninja world, anything was possible. Think maybe he's run into trouble. Nagato thought it over and shook his head again. "I can't imagine what could be so major that he couldn't handle it. But there's no way for us to verify any of this right now. So, with no clues and no way to reach him, all they could do was keep their doubts bottled up." Patreon.com/Bleem Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Baka Yero, Kono Yero. Land of Lightning, Kumagakur. The Land of Lightning boasts beautiful natural scenery, blue skies, white clouds, and towering peaks like a paradise outside the world. Some parts of Kumagakur can be a bit noisy, though. Thunder echoes frequently around the misty valleys, and near Killer Bee's place, the thunder might have a distinct rhythm. That rhythmic backdrop allowed him to make his debut at a young age as a naturally gifted rap star, and now he's the #1 rapper in the ninja world. Even Senshi would have to give him a thumbs up and say SKRRT. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto entered the Land of Lightning this time without too much hassle. Their arrival in Kumagakur was relatively smooth. Orochimaru wasn't here to cause trouble, he came to make money. So at the village entrance, he had Kabuto inform the Kumagakur ninja that they had important matters and needed to request an audience with the Raikage. Shortly after the Kumagakur ninja left, Darui, one of the 4th Raikage's most trusted subordinates, appeared at the village gate. Orochimaru was a well-known, extremely dangerous figure in the ninja world, so the Kumo was taking his arrival seriously. Darui examined Orochimaru and Kabuto carefully, then asked, "Orochimaru, why do you want to see Lord Raikage?" Orochimaru smirked coldly. "That's for me and the Raikage to discuss." Darui frowned. He really didn't want Orochimaru getting involved in any Kumagakur affairs. This ninja was very troublesome. But the Raikage was easily the kind of man who feared nothing. Judging by his scornful expression when he heard the news, scoffing at the legendary Konoha-san, and who's so dangerous, the Raikage didn't seem to take Orochimaru seriously at all. After a moment's hesitation, Darui told them, "You can come with me to see Lord Raikage, but I'll say this in advance, if your visit isn't friendly and you have other intentions, the Kumo will take the harshest possible measures against you." "Lead Tihiway," Orochimaru replied, disregarding Darui's warning and urging him to move along. Darui scowled but said no more, doubling his vigilance as he led Orochimaru and Kabuto toward the Raikage's office. Even now he had no idea what Orochimaru's real purpose was, leaving him distinctly uneasy. Under Darui's guidance, the pair made their way through the Raikage's building and into his office. The 4th Raikage, A, sat there dominantly confident and intimidating. Relations between Kumagakur and Konoha weren't the best. The damage the 3 legendary Sunin inflicted on the Kumo during the war was quite significant. Although the Raikage agreed to meet Orochimaru, he had already decided that no matter what Orochimaru wanted, he'd make sure Orochimaru suffered a bit. The 4th Raikage looked at Orochimaru and began hurling mocking words straight to his face. "So, the so-called brilliant student of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, now wandering like a stray dog, has come to our Kumo for help." Hearing the Raikage's sarcasm before Orochimaru could respond, Yakushi Kabuto spoke in a flat tone, "Raikage-sama, please treat Lord Orochimaru with respect. Or is the Kumo's remote location to blame for your barbaric approach? Is this how your village welcomes guests, with such crude manners?" The Raikage had planned on provoking Orochimaru. This was his way of trying to pick a fight. He hadn't expected Kabuto to butt in. Perfect. Orochimaru hadn't taken the bait yet, but his assistant did. Boom. The Raikage's aura flared as he roared, "There's no place here for you to talk. Get out!" A split second after his outburst, he cloaked himself in raging blue lightning chakra and darted at Kabuto with terrifying speed. Hiss! Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh and unleashed his Hida and Shadow Snake hands. Several snakes shot out from his sleeve, violently striking toward the Raikage. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the Raikage's office. Dust and rubble flew everywhere, and part of a wall collapsed into a huge opening. Orochimaru and the fourth Raikage flew out through that gaping hole. Darui and Yakushi Kabuto followed in pursuit, chasing after the Raikage and Orochimaru. The two landed on a wide platform nearby. Despite the ferocity of that collision, Orochimaru stood there calmly as if unaffected, which left the fourth Raikage puzzling over how that brief clash happened in a flash, but A had noticed something. Orochimaru's reflexes could keep up with his taijutsu speed, and his raging lightning chakra, which normally cut through anything, hadn't devastated Orochimaru as expected. Though known for being rash, the fourth Raikage was no fool. He snorted, "Humph! So you came prepared. What you saw just now was only a warm-up." Orochimaru smirked. "A warm-up? If that's the level of Kumigakure's lightning style, maybe you should pick a different title instead of Raikage to avoid embarrassment." It was a bold provocation indeed. But Orochimaru had reason to feel confident. Previously, he'd fought against a lightning-style user whose power had reached terrifying heights, Senshi Uzumaki. Compared to him, the Raikage's lightning release felt underwhelming. After all, Senshi's lightning style was so advanced, he could fire 60-million-volt lightning dragon blasts at will. The fourth Raikage was unquestionably an elite among lightning jutsu practitioners, but Orochimaru had long since analyzed Senshi's techniques and optimized his own ninjutsu accordingly. Those preparations might not work on Senshi, but using them here against the Raikage was far more than enough. Most crucially, after obtaining the Yamata no Orokai fruit from Senshi, Orochimaru had evolved into a new perfect vessel. His strength now surpassed any previous peak. So, although the fourth Raikage was brash and explosive, as soon as Orochimaru openly disrespected him, he erupted. Chop! Surging with formidable lightning chakra, the Raikage dashed forward with unimaginable speed, swinging an arm chop that could slice through almost anything. Orochimaru responded again. Countless snakes poured from his sleeves, surging at the Raikage like a tsunami. Having endured Senshi's hell training, Orochimaru was no longer fazed by lightning users. Hiss! 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 Each time the Raikage slashed, he beheaded a snake's head, yet more snakes instantly replaced them, seemingly infinite. Enraged, the Raikage increased his attack. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. He charged Orochimaru with ferocious power. Orochimaru greeted him with no courtesy, brandishing his signature technique snake sword. Ejection. A giant serpent mouth gaped wide, and the Kusanagi blade shot forth at lightning speed, stabbing at the Raikage. Though his lightning armor protected him from harm, the Raikage found himself increasingly startled by Orochimaru's skill. His lightning chakra only mildly affected Orochimaru, whose resistance was suspiciously high. Suddenly, one of Orochimaru's snake arms coiled around the Raikage's body several times like a python. Though strangling someone as physically strong as the Raikage to death was impossible, the unimaginable scene unfolded. Before Darui and other cloud shinobi's shocked eyes, Orochimaru hurled the Raikage away, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The Raikage hurtled through the air and landed heavily, fracturing the stone floor like a spider web. Yo-yo! Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro, who dare harm my big bro? A white-haired man wearing sunglasses and holding a blade appeared. It was none other than the other half of the AB combo, the 8 Tails Jinkraki Killer B. A frowned at him. B, what are you doing here? Killer B made a couple of rhythmic gestures and replied, whenever someone wreaks havoc in the Kumo, I'm always there to rap it out. Yo-yo, can't let them trash the place, so let's lay the smackdown, By G bro. With that said, Killer Bee charged straight at Orochimaru. Seeing Bee's move, the Raikage didn't hesitate. He leaped toward Orochimaru again for a joint assault. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and crouched. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Hiss! From Orochimaru's mouth poured a veritable ocean of poisonous snakes, swarming to devour the Raikage and Killer Bee. Yo-yo, your snakes are many annoyingly plenty, Bee rapped as he brandished 8 blades in a storm of steel, chopping down he endless serpents, but you've ticked us off, so you won't have any days left. Oh! He kept rhyming non-stop, as befitted the ninja world's rap star. Meanwhile, the Raikage unleashed his advanced lightning oppression horizontal chop to keep shredding the snakes. The Orochimaru standing before them was far stronger than they'd expected from past intel. Once known for being unkillable, now he had risen to nearly unbeatable. Indeed, Orochimaru had never been in such a peak, tyrannical condition. Observing how the AB combo hacked away at the serpents, Orochimaru decided to raise the stakes. Yamata no Orokai form. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Kawaha. Orochimaru transformed his single head multiplying into 8. Before, one head spewing snake s. Already troubled the AB combo. Now 8 heads simultaneously flooded the area with a storm of serpents. In an instant, Bee and the Raikage found themselves in a sea of snakes, a world of slithering scales. The numerous Kumonin watching recoiled in terror. Orochimaru looked too calm, hinting he still wasn't at his limit. Realizing Orochimaru's strength exceeded intelligence reports, the Raikage prepared to get serious. He turned to Killer Bee. Bee, you ready? The Raikage resolved to use a fusion technique UE with Bee. Yo-yo, oh no. We might be out of tricks. Bee rapped, but we can still do our double lariat, oh yeah, yo-yo. As soon as he finished, Bee and the Raikage sprinted at Orochimaru from opposite directions in a blitz. Double lariat, guillotine drop. Their speed peaked, attacking Orochimaru from 2 sides at once. At the center of their collision, Orochimaru's middle head was snapped clean off. But the AB combo had no time to celebrate. Orochimaru emerged unharmed from the broken stew MP. It was simply a disposable snake body. Substitution. Standing there completely intact, Orochimaru sneered, so, was that enough warming up? Do we keep going? Yo-yo. You're tough, man. What are you doing here in the Kumo? Got a plan? Killer Bee shot Orochimaru a couple of rap poses. He and his big brother were still able to fight, but it was obvious Orochimaru wasn't here simply for a life or death struggle. Therefore, Bee asked straight out. Although Bee's way of speaking was odd, Orochimaru understood. He gave a sinister grin. Should we really discuss our business right here? The Raikage snorted, turning back toward his office, which now had a gaping hole in one wall. They headed back inside. Killer Bee, glancing at the hole, rapped, yo-yo. Big bros so rash, another hole in the walls so brash. The Raikage grimaced, irritated at Bee's remark, and got straight to business with Orochimaru. Speak. Why have you come? Smack. Orochimaru clapped his hands in a summoning gesture. Ninja art, summoning. A wooden post emerged from the floor, followed by a large coffin rising from beneath. Bringing a coffin, hey? Orochimaru's so bad, giving the Raikage a reason to be mad, said Bee, still rapping, Baka Yero, Kono Yero, while the Raikage's rage flared even more. Who shows up and summons a coffin in his office? That was basically picking a fight. Noticing the Raikage about to explode, Orochimaru hastily added, don't get riled up just yet. You'll be grateful in a moment. His words puzzled both the Raikage and B. Orochimaru formed more seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Edo Tensei. With a burst of white smoke, the coffin lid fell away to reveal a figure inside, shocking both the Raikage and B. Inside was the third Raikage A's father. Dad. The fourth Raikage Ga ped at the man in the coffin, eyes wide like saucers. Yo-yo. This jutsu is hot, bringing Big Bro's dad back from the plot. B exclaimed, as the revived third Raikage stepped forth with a towering presence. At first, the third Raikage seemed very disoriented. He recalled fighting 10,000 enemies for 3 days and nights until he died of exhaustion. Why was he here now? And how had his son grown so much? He looked to the fourth Raikage in confusion. What's going on here? Equally baffled, the fourth Raikage shook his head. Dad, I don't know either. Orochimaru did this. He then turned to Orochimaru again, who gave an icy grin. It's a technique allowing the dead to return to this world. The father and son Raikage were stunned by what they were hearing, but they didn't dwell on the jutsu for long. The third Raikage turned to his son. How's the war? The fourth Raikage responded honestly, Father, the third great ninja war ended. Right now, Kumagakure is stable. The 5 great nations have minor disputes but no large-scale war. As for the tailed beast, B has become a perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. No more worry about Jiki. Hearing this, the third Raikage burst into hearty laughter, pounding his son's shoulder in approval. Ha ha ha! That's wonderful news. You've done well. Though the fourth Raikage was physically very strong, he still felt like his father's slaps were like hammer blows. Yet he was overjoyed his father only displayed such excitement when he truly approved. But just as the Raikage was about to converse further, the third Raikage's body suddenly fell limp, reverting to a lifeless corpse. The fourth Raikage was horrified his father disappeared. B was stunned too. Baka Yaro, Kono Yaro, Orochimaru's so cruel brought back the third, then made him vanish. You better explain in a flash, or else you'll get smashed. The fourth Raikage also snarled, Orochimaru, what the hell did you do? Where's my father? With an eerie laugh, Orochimaru said, as you saw, this jutsu is still in its infancy. It can only last this long, though your fatherly bond is strong, I can't help much more right now. If you want this technique perfected to last longer, Raikage-sama, well, that depends on you. He was spouting nonsense. In truth, the third Raikage disappeared because Orochimaru cancelled the Edo Tensei himself. After witnessing that reunion, he guessed both the Raikage and B would be very interested in improving it. Meanwhile, in Konoha's Ninja Academy, many students gathered to watch 2 classmates spar. One was the school's top genius Sasuke Uchiha. The other was the universal dead last of the school Naruto Uzumaki. Typically, Sasuke should have crushed Naruto in a practice match, yet reality proved otherwise. Sasuke was strong. Yes, but Todai he was far stronger than usual. While that was plausible for the school's genius, what shocked everyone was that Naruto's strength wasn't inferior to Sasuke's at all. For classmates like Harano Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and even their homeroom teacher Irika, the high-level showdown between Naruto and Sasuke was unbelievable. Swish! Naruto's kunai glinted as it slashed toward Sasuke's throat. The speed made everyone, especially Sakura, gasp. How would Sasuke handle such a swift attack? Humph! Sasuke curled his lips, did a slick backward somersault, dodging Naruto's strike. Mid-air, he flung 3 shurikens spinning at Naruto. Whoosh! Clang! The shuriken tore through Naruto's figure, only to reveal it was a puff of white smoke. Naruto had used a body replacement technique, leaving a wooden log behind. Wah! Not only that, Naruto reappeared a short distance away and immediately hurled his kunao back at Sasuke. Sasuke was still in mid-air, nowhere to brace himself, making Sakura and others even more tense. Yet Sasuke showed no panic, twirling gracefully 720 degrees. In a flash, he seized Naruto's thrown kunao mid-spin and landed lightly on his feet. So cool! Though Naruto's moves today were also cool, Sasuke's style was simply more elegantly flashy, prompting squeals from girls like Sakura. Naruto, of course, felt annoyed, knowing his power was no less than Sasuke's, but he couldn't match Sasuke's flair. On a nearby rooftop, the elderly third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched with clouded eyes. Frowning deeply. This shouldn't be happening, he murmured. Thank you for reading. You vote and review for more aura. Also, please check my Patreon. You can read up to chapter 178. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Will of Rain. On the training field at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke and Naruto were still locked in their high-level duel. But the third Hokage's mood had become rather heavy. He had been swamped by all sorts of problems lately. First, the forest of death was mysteriously razed to the ground. Then 1 billion Ry vanished from Konoha's treasury. And as if that weren't enough, even Sasuke and Naruto had started showing strange developments. Sasuke was the sole surviving Uchiha in Konoha, while Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son as well. As the village's nine tails Jinchuriki. One way or another, nothing could be allowed to happen to these two. Yet a few days ago, the Ninja Academy sent word that both Sasuke and Naruto had reached the graduation standard. When he heard this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. It wasn't too surprising that Sasuke, already the Academy's genius, might have leaped forward in skill. But Naruto was the Academy's eternal dead last. How could it be that he had already met the graduation requirement? That left Hiruzen puzzled. After all, Konoha's dead last students were never simple. Jiraiya, Obito Uchiha, Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki each had turned into a formidable force as they grew. Even so, from the intel Hiruzen had at the moment, Naruto's sudden surge in ability looked extremely fishy, prompting him to come check in person. And indeed, the school's teachers hadn't been exaggerating. Sasuke and Naruto had truly reached the standard for an early graduation, perhaps even far beyond it. This baffled the third Hokage deeply. And they hadn't even fought all out. If they had, the so-called the professor, Hiruzen himself, would have witnessed two new jutsu he'd never seen before: lightning punch and aura sphere. It seemed he'd been too busy dealing with dance and had failed to keep an eye on Naruto. Curse that dance! Omegakure, the black market. After Orochimaru had obtained his perfect vessel, Senshi had also found his perfect partner, Haiden. At present, Haiden had that smoky eye look. His dark circles were even worse than Gaara's. During missions, Senshi had a policy of using Haiden's immortality as far as it could go if he was truly immortal, then just work him to death again and again. It was Haiden's first time suffering so much since acquiring his immortal body. He did enjoy pain. Physical pain, that is, but not this kind of mental torment. He couldn't remember how many days it had been since he'd slept, forced to run endless missions alongside Senshi. He felt half-crazed. On Senshi's back, Karin was hugging him like a little octopus, sound asleep. Seeing that, Haiden felt jealous. Staring at Karin, who slumbered away behind Senshi, Haiden groused angrily, "Why does she get to sleep?" Senshi cast him a complicated look. Yet didn't argue. He replied casually, "She's tired, Obviously, so. She's sleeping. Don't ask silly questions in the future. Haydn promptly jammed his scythe into the ground. I'm tired too. Hearing that, Senshi grinned and lifted a hand. Bzzz. Rumble. A towering bolt of lightning slammed down, engulfing Haydn completely in crackling electricity. When it dissipated, Senshi glanced at the blackened Haydn. Feeling awake now? That was a nice jolt, right? Haydn was left dumbfounded, thinking Senshi's even more brutal than the Jashinists themselves. Back in his cult days, not even they had used electroshock therapy to keep him awake. With black smoke curling from his mouth, Haydn couldn't say a word, but Senshi didn't need him to speak. His meaning was obvious. Haydn was definitely wide awake now. Ha 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 ha. Good job, perfect partner. All charged up, yet? Let's keep grinding more tasks to make up the time we've wasted. Haydn wanted to die right there and then. Not too far away, Kakuzu stood in a corner of the black market holding a thick stack of mission posters. His glowing green eyes squinted at the distant lightning flash, face dark. He recognized it as Senshi's lightning jutsu. He felt a wave of gloom as he recalled that Senshi saw Haydn as the best partner. On the one hand, he felt indignant. On the other, he found it laughable. No way could Haydn be Senshi's perfect teammate. Comparing their records, Kakuzu had been on the job in the ninja world for 60-odd years. Haydn couldn't compete. Kakuzu had spent most of his life zealously doing missions, Haydn never cared. Kakuzu's knowledge of every black market was unmatched. He'd been at this longer than most black markets existed, while Haydn hardly understood the black market at all. No matter how you look at it, Haydn wasn't an ideal partner. So Kakuzu burned with resentment, but resolved to channel it into mission grinding. Just you wait, Senshi. You'll soon see who's the second best mercenary in the ninja world and who's truly your best partner. Senshi himself had no idea Kakuzu was right here in the black market. But it didn't matter. Kakuzu was a self-propelled, excellent worker or beast of burden, so to speak. Senshi didn't doubt his motivation or efficiency in taking commissions. He also knew that while people might question Kakuzu's powers, no one could doubt his hunger for money. A short while later, Senshi noticed something strange. He started receiving continuous system prompts. Mercenary Corps member Kakuzu has completed a task. You've earned 200 employment points. Mercenary Corps member Kakuzu has completed a task. You've earned 500 employment points. Mercenary Corps member Kakuzu has completed a task. You've earned 100 employment points. Senshi counted them, there were dozens. He was taken aback by how many missions Kakuzu had done. Wow, Kakuzu's going all out now? Not a word, and suddenly he finished a bunch all at once. At once, Senshi felt both astonished and pleased. Kakuzu's made progress indeed. He's graduated from Mission Maniac 1.0 to Mission Maniac 2.0. The future looks bright. He started considering whether to give Kakuzu a boost. After all, Kakuzu was a core member of the Mercenary Corps now. Senshi did have an item that seemed tailor-made for him. Just then, sheets of paper fluttered in from the distance. Before long, the lovely figure of Konan, though only a paper clone, appeared in front of Senshi. Her cool voice said evenly, "All the preparatory work you proposed is basically done. Refugees everywhere should be receiving news that the Land of Rain is offering them shelter. Of course, many small nations and the 5 great nations will also catch wind of this." Senshi wasn't worried about that. This wasn't a small-scale gesture but a massive move. Omegakure. Nte Land of Rain had begun wholeheartedly accepting refugees and building a fully staffed ninja academy. Of course the other nations would catch on fast. Conan's clone then continued, the opening ceremony for the Ninja Academy is more or less ready. I was hoping you could come and deliver a speech as the principal. Senshi nodded. No problem. I'll head there now. At that, Conan's clone dispersed into dozens of paper butterflies. As Conan anticipated, the rumors spread swiftly throughout the ninja world, like a hidden gust of wind. The many refugees learned that if they went to the land of rain, they'd receive help, food, shelter, and for eligible children, an academy education. And so people began pouring in. Those who arrived earliest found that Amigakure truly didn't lie, they settled in, were given temporary housing. And their kids were admitted to the new Ninja Academy. Where once Amigakure sealed itself off, it now appeared extremely active. Reactions from the other lands varied. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukige's office, the elderly Genji and Terumi Mei were discussing Amigakure's new developments. Genji lapsed into a thoughtful silence upon hearing the news. Being so old, he found the village's administration a heavy burden, so he often asked Mei's opinion. After a moment, Mei spoke, Genji-sama, after we in Kirigakure opened up, now Amigakure has followed a similar path. That proves our plan of openness isn't wrong. We should further expand communications and cooperation with the outside. He nodded slowly. Kirigakure's situation isn't identical to Amigakure's. Still, I agree with your viewpoint, but changes must be made gradually. Because the Kirigakure is bigger, many vested interests complicate reform. If they pivoted too abruptly, it could lead to backlash. Even so, Mei couldn't help feeling a pang of envy for Senshi. In Amigakure, a smaller shinobi village, he could do whatever he wanted. She already knew that Senshi had proposed building a ninja academy and taking in refugees, with everything going smoothly. While she faced endless hurdles in the Kiri, life was so unfair. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Inside the Tsuchikige's office, the third Tsuchikige, Noki, had also received intelligence about the Amigakure's changes. Stirred Y-faced Akatsuki and the future leg cage, Kuratsuki, were both standing by. Noki studied the intel for a while, then gave a cold laugh. They're just asking for trouble. In his view, the Land of Rain was a small nation. Accepting so many refugees would prove unbelievably difficult, enough to cripple large countries, never mind a small one. When Akatsuki asked, Onaki-sama, is there something wrong with what they're doing, he explained that Amigakure was biting off more than it could chew. Land of Lightning, Kumigakure. The hole in the Rakige's office had already been patched up. The fourth Rakige read over the intel on Amigakure, frowning in puzzlement. He simply could not figure out why that little village would take in countless refugees. Yo-yo. The Rakige's perplexed. What's Amigakure's pretext? Let the homeless be left, or do we see them as guests? Killer Bee freestyle rapped at his side. In the Rakige size, Amigakure was tiny and already had plenty of its own problems. Taking in refugees meant piling on more trouble, a pointless burden. So for now, he'd just keep an eye on them. He was more concerned about reviving his father, the third Rakige. If that succeeded, it'd be huge for him and for Kumigakure. Land of Wind, Tsunagakure. Standing before an endless desert, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had also heard the news. The Land of Wind Daimi had been slashing Suna's budget, forcing Raza to use his magnet release to pan for gold in the desert to keep the village afloat, like panning billions from desert dust. There was no way they could do what Amigakure was doing. Mulling it over, Raza guessed the Omegakure intended to build itself up by welcoming more residents and forging a more productive ninja academy, gathering more money-earning ninjas. If they actually pulled it off, it could be of great benefit. Raza was admittedly a bit envious. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Inside the Hokage's office, Konoha's F3, Hiruzen, Homura, Koharu, gathered yet again a frequent occurrence these days. They had to thoroughly deal with the matter of Dan's embezzling 1 billion RY, and on top of that, the Omegakure now seemed to be up to something. Konoha, which had relatively solid intel, was baffled by Omegakure's behavior. Collecting our refugees cost tremendous sums, with no short-term benefit: food, housing, management resources. Even the wealthy Land of Fire didn't do that. They realized that in general, each country left refugees to fend for themselves. Only in Land of Fire they might find a way to blend in, but they wouldn't receive official help. True refugees often lived miserably, like Karin and her mother, who fled to Kusagakure after Uzashiagakure's downfall and ended up being used like living healing potions. Karin's mother died young from exhausting her life, forced to heal others. Hiruzen was pensive and felt that something about Omegakure's transformation smelled fishy. Where there's strangeness, there's a catch. That closed off, mysterious Omegakure had abruptly opened its doors and changed everything in the blink of an eye. He just couldn't figure out what was going on. Just then, an Anbu ninja arrived to report, "Lord Hokage, in the last few days, after class at the academy, Naruto has been going to the Uchiha district. Both Sasuke and Naruto have been training at the Uchiha compound." Hiruzen, who'd witnessed Sasuke and Naruto's progress, had asked for further investigation. But hearing that result only deepened his confusion. "They're alone? Only those two?" The Anbu nodded. "Yes, Lord Hokage. Based on our findings, no one else has been teaching them. They're just training together every day in the Uchiha district." Hiruzen thought, how can their progress be so great with only the two of them? At the same moment, in that Uchiha compound, Sasuke and Naruto were likewise puzzled. Why had their teacher vanished all of a sudden? Fortunately, the wood clone of Senshi reappeared before long, so they asked eagerly, "Teacher Senshi, where did you go just now?" Sasuke stared curiously at the clone. Wearing a faint smile, the clone answered, "A fly came snooping around just now. I hid to avoid causing trouble." "No worries, carry on with your training. Even if Anbu or even the third Hokage came, they might not detect a well-hidden wood clone." At the gate of Omegakure's new ninja academy, Konan and Kakuzu stood waiting. Kakuzu couldn't fathom why Senshi would lavish so much money on refugees and a new academy. But it wasn't his money, so he couldn't care less. Shortly after, Senshi arrived with Karin and Haiden in tow. Upon seeing Haiden's wretched appearance, scorched and zombified, both Konan and Kakuzu were stunned. Konan's expression softened in sympathy at Haiden's miserable state, not knowing what horrors he'd endured to end up like this. Kakuzu's face darkened. He still firmly believed he was Senshi's best partner, not Haiden. But that hardly mattered. Senshi clearly knew how hard Kakuzu had been working. Indeed, Senshi had planned to give Kakuzu a gift. Now that they'd met, he might as well do it right away. Approaching Kakuzu, Senshi grinned. "Kakuzu, well done. You sure knocked out a ton of missions lately." "Humph," Kakuzu snorted, inwardly surprised that Senshi seemed to know how busy he'd been. But Senshi didn't mind his cold attitude. Kakuzu was a key member of the corps, having earned him a lot of points these past few days. Senshi pulled out a suitable item for Kakuzu. "Here, this belongs to you," he said, handing Kakuzu a disc. It was a skill trademark for battle armor. Described as battle armor, protected by a sturdy shell, you won't have your vital points struck by the enemy's attacks. For most people, that might not be too helpful, because being slashed anywhere can be fatal. But for Kakuzu, it was perfect. His only real weakness was that all his hearts could be destroyed. In the original timeline, that was precisely how he died. With this, each heart would be protected, making him effectively unkillable. What's this? Kakuzu asked, peering skeptically at the thin disc. Senshi didn't bother explaining in detail, he simply used it on Kakuzu directly. Crack crack crack. A mysterious, powerful force flooded Kakuzu's body, wrapping each of his hearts in a fortress-like shield. Kakuzu jolted, wide-eyed, quickly realizing that this barrier was unbelievably tough. As long as his heart stayed intact, he couldn't die. Now that they were so heavily protected, he was practically invincible. He looked at Senshi, caught in a swirl of emotions. Senshi hadn't forgotten this long-time partner's contributions after all. Senshi, reading Kakuzu's expression, patted him on the shoulder. Good job, Kakuzu. Keep it up. Kakuzu was nearly moved enough to say, so long as you don't abandon me, I'll work myself to the bone. But Senshi didn't require had kind of vow, he just needed Kakuzu to keep toiling away like an ox or horse, the backbone of the core. A short distance away, families from Omegakure, Kusagakure, and other places were dropping off their kids at the new ninja academy. Spotting Senshi, many offered grateful bows. They understood that without Senshi, none of this would exist. It was his idea and his funds that built it. That must be Headmaster Senshi. Let's remember the face of our benefactor, said a middle-aged woman, holding a sickle-eyed child as she gazed toward him. Hearing her mother's words, the little one studied Senshi curiously, committing his face to memory. Further off, a stern father with his wife and kids arrived at the school gates. Tar, once you're in this ninja school, stud hard. Don't let Headmaster Senshi's kindness go to waste, he said. The boy nodded firmly, yes, father. I understand. In small clusters, villagers watched the opening ceremony from a distance, whispering among themselves. We owe it to Lord Senshi that our lives in Omegakure are getting better. Yes indeed, Senshi got Omegakure and Kusagakure working together. It's helped us a lot. In Kusagakure, we also used to be chaotic. With Lord Senshi's assistance and Lord Mui's governance, the Kusa is getting better each day. People felt hopeful. They looked forward to sending their own children here in the future. Karin, standing beside Senshi, felt a surge of happiness at the sight. Senshi patted her head and asked, Karin, would you like to attend the ninja school? She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No way. I want to stay with you. Smiling, Senshi didn't force her. Karen's skill was already high enough that she hardly needed lessons in an academy. After talking a bit, Conan's cool but pleasant voice rang out, the opening ceremony is about to start. Let's go inside so you can give the principal's address. Senshi nodded, got it. With Karin, he followed Conan into the academy building. This new school had been remodeled from older structures, so Senshi initially expected it to be crude. To his surprise, everything was well equipped. He cast Conan a look. Conan, you got these facilities done so fast? Your efficiency matches my own for missions. He wanted to tease a smile out of the Frostwife beauty, who was so often cold as ice. Indeed, Conan's Efficiency in setting up the academy and the refugee shelters was extraordinary. Both tasks involved massive complexity. Yet she'd handled them swiftly. In response to Senchi's praise, she remained as remote as ever, her heart seemingly frozen. Senchi, not one to give up easily, pulled out a certain item from his system inventory, a scroll for mutual multiplying explosive tags, something like a special lure for Conan. Conan's eyes did brighten slightly upon seeing it. Senchi had given her a gift like this before. Indeed. She paused only a moment before accepting it with a soft thank you. Though her voice was still icy, the distance between them seemed a bit less. Once that small interlude passed, Senchi refocused on the main business. With the academy built, they still needed to keep track of the refugees. The more people that came, the more he could pick out truly talented kids and train them. That would help Omegakure, help the Akatsuki, and help expand his mercenary corps. Eventually, Senchi also intended to instill something akin to an will of rain in this academy. But that raised a question: what exactly were those rain ideals, will of rain, anyway? Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, where the rivers flow lightly, the rain continues unceasing, as long as life goes on, missions never end. Speaking of the will of rain, one cannot avoid mentioning the benefits of grinding missions. 1. Earning commissions. 2. Growing stronger. 3. Contributing to your village. A single endeavor achieves 3 aims naturally, something worth actively promoting. Wherever the river's flow dwindles, the rain continues unceasing. Wherever missions lie scattered, the grinders toil endlessly. Under Conan's guidance, Senchi made his way toward the podium near the Ninja Academy's front. Thanks to preparations over the past few days, the academy now had quite a few young faces. As they walked, Conan gave him a quick rundown of the students' backgrounds. The academy students come from 3 main sources, she said in her cool voice. Senchi asked casually, which 3? 1 group is from Omegakure, 1 group is from Kusagakure, and a small number are children of refugees. Although the ninja world wasn't presently embroiled in a major war, small-scale skirmishes never stopped. And due to the impact of previous shinobi world wars, many small countries and medium-sized villages had vanished entirely. Consequently, the ninja world was never short on refugees. Since Omegakure put out the call that they were sheltering displaced people, those who lived closest in the neighboring regions of the Land of Rain had already arrived. As Senchi and Conan surveyed the children in the Ninja Academy, the chatter of a new generation, wide-eyed and full of curiosity, was fixed upon Angel-sama, Conan, and their principal Senchi. They'd already been told that soon the angel and principal Senchi would come to preside over their opening ceremony. Senchi was hugely famous in Omegakure. His appearance caused many of the kids to whisper excitedly, "Look, it's Principal Senchi! The strongest mercenary in the ninja world, the black market legend who's completed the most missions, with a 100% success rate. So that's the rumored mission terrorist of a principal." Of course, Senchi and Conan heard their hushed mutterings. Seeing all the kids gazing at Senchi with such adoration, Conan mused that thus youngsters lacked a realistic view of his lifestyle. Senchi's mission intensity was insane. No second shinobi in the world could endure that pace. Once they started real missions, they might not admire him quite so much. But Senchi was pleasantly surprised. He could sense those students' nascent will of rain. It was a good sign. Among them, there might be a future black market legend. Amid all the stares, Senchi stepped onto the podium. The Ninja Academy's students, along with the teachers, turned their eyes upon him. Senshi was unfazed. After a brief mental pause, he began his address. Ninja Academy teachers, students, hello, I'm Uzumaki Senshi. With that, the crowd broke into thunderous applause. The entire Omegakure was paying attention. As was Nagato from the high tower. In the realm of missions, Senshi was truly the top ninja in the world, but could he do education, too? They would see. After a long moment, the clapping subsided, and Senshi continued, the ninja world is harsh. A weak person can't even ensure their basic survival here, let alone enjoy life. One major goal of founding this academy is to give you all the foundation to become strong ninjas, so you can survive in this cruel reality and strive for a better future. Those words resonated deeply with the kids from Omegakure, and among the refugees both groups had endured the fallout of war. Standing nearby, Konan silently agreed, as did Nagato, watching from his hidden chamber. He recalled how he, Yahiko, and Konan had only survived thanks to Jiraiya's teaching. Now, Senshi was for these children what Jiraiya had once been for them. But Senshi wasn't done, he'd laid this groundwork for a more crucial point. As a ninja, strengthening yourself is the utmost priority. And the most effective way to grow stronger is by completing missions. Only by tempering yourself mission after mission can you become forged like steel, capable of excelling as a ninja. Konan brought a hand to her face. Up in the rain tower, Nagato's expression turned equally perplexed. Other Akatsuki members, observing from afar, were likewise torn. Of course he ended up talking about his beloved missions again. A boy in the crowd raised his hand. Principal, why do we have to do missions? Though young, he'd asked a question as deep as any philosophical riddle. No problem for Senshi. Though he spoke in a profound tone. Why do people climb mountains? Because the mountains are there. Why do people hunt animals? Because the prey is there. Why do ninjas do missions? Because the missions are there. Carrying out tasks and solving problems is the essence of a ninja's existence. Thunderous applause broke out once more. Senshi still wasn't finished, knowing this might be his only chance to instill the will of rain. He recalled how in the Konoha's Ninja Academy, graduates all carried the will of fire. That was a testament to Konoha's success in education. So he had to push further. I hope all of you will look at the endless rainfall of Omegakure and grasp the will of rain. The rain here falls without pause, throughout the year. So it should be with your journeys as ninja, even on missions. Keep that will of rain in your hearts. Where the rivers flow lightly, the rain continues unceasing, as long as life goes on, missions never end. Senshi wasn't sure if that would get them to adopt his grind no matter what approach, but if it worked, it'd be worth it. From the rain tower, Nagato almost wanted to halt his rain tiger at will. Technique on the spot. What will of RN is this? It's basically spreading Senshi's task virus to the entire next generation. But within the academy, these brand new students fired up were shouting. Where there is life, there must be missions. Where there is life, there must be missions. Where there is life, there must be missions. Konan thought these kids might be doomed, while Senshi felt fulfillment and joy. His will of rain had now been passed on. After finishing his exhortation, he glanced at his mercenary core system page, thrilled to see that a few new seedlings had emerged, presumably some kids who'd fully embraced the message. They were younger than Karin, their abilities weak for now, but Senshi didn't mind. The system could help them power up in time. With the ceremony continuing for a bit longer, Senshi and Konan afterward toured the academy. Though newly established, it had all the facilities a ninja school needed. Senshi checked some lessons, confirming that everything seemed fine. Then he prepared to leave with Karin and Haiden, presumably to go on more missions. However, as he was getting ready, Konan arrived. Senshi, Nagato wants to see you. Senshi's eyes lit up. Good news. Nagato might have a commission. No shortage of big jobs in Akatsuki, like capturing all the Tai-led beasts. Sure. He invoked his power, bringing Karin and Haiden with him in a distorted space warp toward the Rain Tower. There, Tendo Pain, the Deva Path, waited. Senshi figured he'd use this chance to wring a big fat mission out of Nagato. He greeted them casually, "So, what's up?" But Nagato, speaking through pain, dropped a bombshell. Orochimaru accepted the tailed beast capture mission and went to Kumogakure. Kumo has 2 perfect Jinkra ki. I fear Orochimaru and Sasori won't be enough. I want you to support them. Senshi's face darkened at once. That damn snake, he stole the job I'd had my eyes on. He got angrier by the second. Orochimaru, you ungrateful bastard. I gave you that Yamata no Orokai fruit, was that not enough? Not only do you refuse to post more missions, you even stole the tailed beast missions you knew I wanted. That's intolerable. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Orochimaru was currently counting his money. He might have only just begun, but already he'd earned plenty from the 4th Raikage. Opposite him sat Sasori, hidden within his Hirako puppet, sounding distinctly unimpressed. Orochimaru, how long are you going to count that money? We need to go capture the tailed beast. I've no time to waste. Their partnership was frosty. They shared a desire for immortality but chose different paths. Orochimaru clung to biological immortality, Sasori made himself a puppet for eternal life. No wonder they didn't get along. Just then, a swirl of dark red space tore open nearby. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Senshi's trademark portal. So he finished my commission and came to deliver the goods, he thought. But as Senshi emerged, Orochimaru grinned sinisterly. Did you bring me the Byakugan and Sharingan I asked for? This time, Senshi was not joking around. His face was grim, saying nothing. Standing behind him, Karin wore a look of mischievous glee. Something was about to happen. Orochimaru suddenly felt a lurch of unease. Though he'd just fought fiercely against the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, that was nothing compared to how Senshi could toy with him. Sasori quietly stepped back to watch. He'd never met Senshi personally but had heard of his rapid rise. He was curious whether Orochimaru might get flattened, but if so, perhaps Sasori could collect a powerful new puppet. Aware of the tension, Orochimaru tried placating Senshi. What's going on? If there's a misunderstanding, we can talk. Senshi snorted coldly and snapped, Snake, I hear you snatched the tailed beast capture mission from the organization. Quite brave, hey. If anyone else had said that, Orochimaru might have returned the sarcasm. But from Senshi? Orochimaru did not dare. He felt this was so unfair. He never knew Senshi was eyeing that tailed beast mission for so long. Seeing the tension, Karin popped out and added mockingly, he must be out of his mind. Doesn't he know Senshi's been waiting on that mission? He's messing with the big dog. Orochimaru's mind raced, the threat emanating from Senshi set off every alarm. He could still die 8 times, technically. Feeling an intense crisis, he spoke hurriedly, it's all a misunderstanding. I heard you asked Nagato for that mission, but he refused, citing fear of provoking the great nations. So I took it up in your stead, specifically to let you do it. I was doing you a favor. Senshi's expression remained skeptical. You expect me to believe you were trying to help? At that moment, Karin leapt at the chance to keep poking. Don't buy it, Senshi. Orochimaru's words. Can't be trusted. If he didn't want the job, why come to Kumagakure in the first place? Orochimaru felt singled out. Karin clearly hated him for having once tried to purchase her from Senshi. Now she was stirring the pot. In desperation, Orochimaru hastened to provide proof of. I came here ostensibly to capture the tailed beast, but it's really just a cover. My main aim was money. Look, I already made plenty from the rakeage. He pointed to the chests full of cash not far off. Then, to seal the deal, he posted a mission, Senshi. I'll pay you 100 million RY for a long-term hire. Please assist me in capturing Kumo's tailed beasts for Akatsuki. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Objective, aid Orochimaru in capturing the tailed beasts of Kumagakure. Reward, 10 million RY. Mission rank, S rank. System bonus, 100,000 employment points. At the moment that system alert rang, Senshi's frosty expression instantly melted. With a broad grin, he walked right up to Orochimaru. Snake bro, you shouldn't have. You qtly lined up such a big job for me, how thoughtful. Orochimaru was secretly relieved but also exasperated. So to Senshi, when there's a mission, I'm Snake bro, otherwise, I'm just a target to kill. Great. Sasori, lurking nearby, felt disappointed. He'd expected a cataclysmic battle. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin, cowering before a younger upstart? Pathetic, he thought, and sneered from within. Hirako, Orochimaru, you've really lost your nerve. Groveling to this newcomer, working with you is shameful. But Orochimaru just ignored him. Sasori had no idea how terrifying Senshi really was. Senshi, having settled the matter with Orochimaru, barely spared Sasori a glance. He'd focused entirely on Orochimaru. After all, once he was being paid, there was nothing left to fight about. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 80, Dan's exploiting a bug? Seeing who it was, Senshi realized this wasn't just nobody but rather one of the ninja world's art masters, Sasori of the Red Sand. Just now, Sasori had taken a jab at Orochimaru, and originally, Senshi wanted to help Snake Bro and stir Sasori up a bit. He knew exactly how to get under Sasori's skin. Just say art is an explosion. Deodara's motto, the same way you'd needle some imp with a wanna wear Didrik boots, kind of line. After all, in Sasori's artistic vision, art should be eternal, not a transient moment. However, Senshi refrained for fear of further corrupting Karin. One can study good for 3 years, yet learn bad in a day. Karin already had a sly streak and was cooking stir-fry with Susanoo quite outlandish. If he also added those questionable ideas to her repertoire, it might get out of control. Senshi, however, didn't realize he wasn't much better than Karin. While she used Susanoo to cook, he used lightning release to electrocute fish, both equally bizarre in their own ways. At the moment, Senshi chose not to provoke Sasori by debating artistic philosophies. Instead, he eyed this Akatsuki member with great interest. A daring thought sprang to mind. Flesh is weak, ascend to machinery. How about recruiting Sasori the puppet as my partner? Once that idea hit, it began spiraling uncontrollably. Haydn might have immortality, but if you pushed that body too far, it still needed time to recover. Plus, while Haydn couldn't really die, he did get tired, so Senshi had to keep electrifying him with lightning release to recharge him. Using lightning pillars to jolt him had its drawbacks. Several times Haydn passed out, foaming at the mouth, completely unresponsive to any further electric prodding. But a puppet has none of those problems, it never gets tired. If it wears out, you just replace some parts. Moreover, Sasori had another advantage: he hated wasting time. He detested waiting around. Which fit perfectly with Senchi's plan for endless, round-the-clock missions. The more Senchi mulled it over, the more convinced he became that Sasori was a perfect fit. Hence, without much ado, he simply came out and asked, "Sasori, do you need to sleep? Do you experience fatigue? Can you do missions 24/7, without rest?" Sasori. Hearing Senchi's words, Sasori's entire puppet body felt dumbstruck. What on earth is he asking? And why such bizarre questions, right off the bat? While Sasori's mind buzzed with question marks, Karin turned her curious gaze on the strangely dressed Sasori. Is Senchi targeting this weirdo? If anyone could pull that off, only Senchi could. Had Karin known what was on Haiden's mind, Haiden would likely raise a timid hand. He'd been worked to the bone many times, too, collapsing with foam in his mouth, but he was still forced to keep going. Although Orochimaru could be thick-skinned and shameless, Sasori had just MO'd him, so of course Orochimaru would return the favor by throwing Sasori under the bus. After Senchi asked, Orochimaru eagerly explained Sasori's situation. Sasori uses a puppet body, so he doesn't experience biological fatigue. Nor does he need normal human sleep to recover his energy. He only requires 3 to 4 hours of rest before resuming work fully refreshed. Upon hearing that, Senchi was deeply disappointed. He still wastes 3 to 4 hours a day on something as trivial as rest? That's worthless. In Senchi's mind, a proper ninja should treat mission work as a form of self-care, with low-intensity battles like yoga sessions. Sasori converted himself into a puppet, yet he still needs that much rest? What was the point? 4 hours of sleep a day? Even that sickly Uchiha Itachi can go 3 days without sleep to grind missions. With me. Realizing Sasori wasn't living up to his perfect partner fantasy, Senchi shot him a look of disdain. Shaking his head. Nope, this won't do. You're way behind Haiden and Kakuzu. In Senchi's imagination, Sasori seemed like the perfect partner. But reality was far less kind. Sasori's actual specs failed to meet that ideal teammate standard. While Senchi and Orochimaru whispered to each other, Sasori grew furious. From a distance, he saw them conversing as though he were some lamb waiting to be slaughtered, analyzing him top to bottom, and it utterly enraged him. Sasori was also confused. What on earth are these two plotting? Finally convinced Sasori had no future as a partner, Senchi lost all interest in that useless trash. He pulled out 2 bottles that Orochimaru had been craving, one containing a pair of Sharingan, the other a pair of Byakugan. The moment Orochimaru saw them, his eyes lit up. Carefully, he took the bottles, beaming with joy. As expected of the black market's top mercenary, your speed is as impressive as ever. It hasn't even been long, but you brought me the Byakugan and Sharingan I needed. While speaking, from behind Orochimaru emerged a snake's head spitting out a sealing scroll. Orochimaru handed it to Senchi. Your payment of 200 million Ry is sealed inside this scroll. Take a look. Senchi accepted the scroll. Plucking Karin off his back, he passed it to her. Karin, do your thing. Having his little assistant act as a human money counter, Senchi was delighted. Upon receiving Orochimaru's payment, a system prompt rang in his ear. Commission completed. Client, Orochimaru. Objective, obtain suitable Byakugan and Sharingan. Reward, 200 million Ry. Mission rank, S rank. Bonus, 200,000 employment points. 200 million RY and 200,000 points, an endless windfall. Orochimaru was equally satisfied. Hiring Senshi usually turned out win-win. This time, he'd used Dance's money. It was a win. Senshi hadn't disappointed him, bringing exactly what he needed, another win. And now that Orochimaru had the perfect body, he could use those bloodlines to their fullest. It was a massive victory. Senshi had similarly won big. The bloodline limits came from Tobi's stash, costing him nothing. Finishing the job netted him 200k employment points. Who knew how many treasures he might draw? Senshi, looking pleased, said. Snake bro, keep refining that Yamata no Orokai power. I know plenty more goodies that'd suit you. Between the lines, that meant, keep making money lots and I'll supply anything you need. Orochimaru's money plus Senshi's goods made for an unbeatable duo. With that, Senshi waved goodbye. Behind him in Karin, a dark red, vortex-like portal appeared. A moment before leaving, Karin peeked over Senshi's shoulder to make a silly face at Orochimaru. Having traveled with Senshi for so long, she had grown mischievous. At the moment, Senshi wasn't in a rush to capture the tailed beasts in Kumo. He returned to Omegakure instead. The Ninja Academy, the refugee camps, lots of projects awaited. Above all, his will of rain needed thorough dissemination. Orochimaru watched them leave, sighing, Sasori, you're lucky you came out unscathed from Senshi. Sasori replied icily, do you assume he can handle me? I'm nothing like a coward such as you. Along the path to eternal art, I fear nothing. Once again, Sasori went straight for the throat with personal jabs at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shot him a cold look. That Sasori still needed daily rest didn't mean the concept was wrong, just that his technology wasn't perfected yet. If Orochimaru aided him with his own research, Sasori could well end up blessed with the ability to work 24/7 without rest. Then Sasori would understand the terror of Senshi's non-stop mission schedule. For now, Orochimaru had the Sharingan and Byakugan he'd long coveted. He didn't want to linger. He told Kabuto, pack it up. We're heading back. Hearing this, Kabuto set about sealing up their belongings in a scroll. Sasori called after them. Wait. Going back? Our mission hasn't made the slightest progress. How can we just leave? Orochimaru nodded. Yes, we're leaving. Sasori sneered, Orochimaru, are you so terrified of Senshi that you've lost your mind? Our mission is incomplete, and you want to run. Orochimaru gave a sinister laugh. The moment that man took on the job, it was over. I have no desire to waste time here. I'm returning to my research. Enough chatter. Without a shred of hesitation, he walked off. Sasori looked on, dumbfounded. Has Orochimaru lost it? Kumagakure has 2 perfect Jinchuriki, and he's convinced Senshi alone can manage it. Sasori suspected Orochimaru had gone insane. He'd heard of Senshi, knew he was strong, but didn't believe any single ninja could handle 2 perfect Jinchuriki. Watching Orochimaru and Kabuto depart, Sasori decided to stay and observe how things developed. He guessed Senshi might show up eventually, and he wanted to see at power for himself. Truth be told, Senshi had accepted Orochimaru's tailed beast mission, but it wasn't urgent and he'd headed back to Omegakure for other tasks. By the time he returned, the aim might be thriving with ninjas who embraced his will of Ryan. Over the years, the 5 great nations had fought to their heart's content, leaving small countries and villages in ruins. War had uprooted countless families. None would have imagined a day when a village actually welcomed refugees wholeheartedly. And Nagato, Konan, they realized again how terrifying Senshi was. By himself, he could fund an entire village's finances. He'd poured enormous sums into the ninja academy and the refugee shelters, yet still acted as if he was flush with money. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for Finjutsu, had been coveted by many forces in the ninja world, leading to the destruction of Uzushiogakure and the land of whirlpools after the Third Great Ninja War. The surviving Uzumaki were scattered, but now news spread that a new star of the Uzumaki was gathering clansmen in Amegakure, Konoha, Uchiha compound. Sasuke had been training alone for a while. Suddenly, he noticed Naruto sitting nearby, chin on his hands, looking pensive. "Naruto, what are you daydreaming about?" Naruto, hearing Sasuke's question, told him today's rumor, "I heard from some folks in the village that teacher Senshi is taking in more Uzumaki clan survivors in the aim. Probably loads of Uzumaki clan members are heading there." Sasuke silently digested this. Mentally, he resolved that, like Senshi-sensei, he too would one day revive his own clan's glory. Land of Vegetables, a certain mountain village. Here, many of the villagers had bright red hair, the Uzumaki survivors who had escaped here after the LN of whirlpools fell. Yet even here, they faced discrimination and lived in hardship. One day, a senior figure among the Uzumaki, Takumori, gathered all the clan descendants. A 5 or 6-year-old red-haired boy peered at Takumori anxiously. "Takumori Ajizan, are we distributing food again? I've been starving for days, only one meal a day." Despite the land of vegetables having fertile land suitable for farming, the best soil had been claimed long ago. As destitute refugees, they could barely survive. Suddenly, a smaller child fainted from hunger. Takumori hurriedly said, "Feed him something quickly. Soon, we won't go hungry anymore." Following Takumori's words, Uzumaki Haruko gave a small piece of flat bread to the unconscious child. Yet Takumori's last statement startled Haruko. She was just 5.5, with memories full of nothing but hunger and death. Before coming here, she and her parents had wandered endlessly. Her father fell ill, her mother starved soon after, then her sister. On the brink of death, Haruko herself was saved by Takumori Ajizan, a skilled low ninja of their clan, who brought them to this village. But they still had no guarantee of enough food to keep everyone alive. Not just Haruko, all the Uzumaki there felt the same. Thus, Takumori's next words struck them like a miracle. "Children, my kin, our days of suffering may soon see hope." A teenage boy named Uzumaki Intai asked, "Takumori Ajizan, did our ally Konoha decide to help us?" Everyone's gaze turned hopeful. By right, Konoha should have extended a hand, but its higher ups had taken no such action. Takumori shook his head. "Not Konoha Amegakure. We have a clansman named Uzumaki Senshi." He went on to explain astonishing news. In the aim, they had a relative named Uzumaki Senshi, a legendary black market ninja said to have unbelievable power. Most importantly, Senshi was opening Amegakure to any and all Uzumaki survivors. Wide-eyed, Haruko asked timidly, "Takumori Ajizan, if we go to the aim, we'll really get food? And can even attend a ninja academy?" The words food and school made all the Uzumaki children stare at Takumori with bright, hopeful eyes, fearing they might have misheard. He nodded solemnly. "Yes, once we arrive at Amegakure and meet Lord Senshi, we'll all get food. All school-age children can enroll in the AIMS Ninja Academy." At that, Haruko and the other children cheered. Some shouted, "Long live Lord Senshi!" Takumori Ajizan was also overjoyed, though he worried about the long journey from this mountainous corner Of the land of vegetables to the land of rain. They lacked enough food and protection, so who knew how many would survive the trip? Countless scattered Uzumaki faced the same predicament. Even so, Senshi's existence gave them a ray of hope. Despite the hardships, they set off for a Megakure. Konoha, nightfall. A dark and windy moonless night, everything silent. Dans had been tormented by the Konoha F3. Desperate to change his situation. He'd paced his root office for ages, still no solution. It only deepened his hatred for Orochimaru. Damn that Orochimaru, running off with the money. If he ever falls into my hands, I'll show him the meaning of cruelty. Yet ranting was futile, he needed a plan. Then his gaze fell on someone standing nearby, Senshi's wood CL1. Spotting this, Dans formed a bold scheme. After all, Senshi's prowess towered over the current ninja world, even his wood clone was fearsome. He had once commissioned Senshi to ensure his safety. So what if Dans went and stole a huge fortune somewhere? The local shinobi would try to kill him, forcing Senshi's clone to intervene to keep him alive, making Senshi the prime target and pitting him against them. Perfect bug abuse to exploit Senshi's guaranteed protection. Full of excitement at his brilliance, Dans acted immediately, mask on, no subordinates, leaving root alone. Why bring anyone? Senshi had to protect him anyway, and it was a shady errand. Besides, beneath the night sky, Dans dashed through the woods like in bygone days. Senshi's wood clone trailed behind, strolling casually. Senshi was puzzled, what is Dans up to? World so big, did he go traveling on a whim? Or is he fleeing Konoha after failing to handle the 1 billion fiasco? He followed along, soon seeing Dans run quite far indeed. No fear of draining his chakra, the old codger crossed the land of fire, the land of hot springs, and made it all the way to the land of lightning. Among Konoha's adversaries, Land of Lightning's Kumagakure was the biggest thorn. Evidently, Dans planned to use Senshi's nuclear deterrent to teach them a lesson. Within Land of Lightning territory, Dans consulted some intel sheets, verified his path, and pressed on. His destination, a treasury in the Land of Lightning. He'd steal the money, shift Teehee blame, and walk away rich. Soon, Senshi and Dans arrived at the site. Around it, Kumonin stood guard. Dans strutted up to the treasury, immediately spotted by the guards. They barked. Halt! This is a restricted treasury. No unauthorized personnel. Behind his mask, Dans wore a cruel smile, speaking icily. I'll give you 1 minute. Open the vault and clear out. Anyone still here after 1 minute dies. The Kumo guards traded bewildered looks, the commotion drawing their captain, Odoi. He assessed the masked intruder, then asked his men, why the fuss? They replied, Captain, some drunk came causing trouble. He just said. Odoi understood. Drive him off. A shinobi dashed forward, about to expel Dans. Yet before he got close, Dans lunged and struck him in the stomach, knocking him flat. Bastard! Odoi yelled, he's here to cause trouble, take him down. The other guards all leaped at once. Dans didn't resist, he wanted them furious, so they'd threaten his life, forcing Senshi to step in. With Sensei's wood clones so strong, these guards would be destroyed instantly, right? Except as fists hammered him, Senshi didn't budge from his vantage in a tree. He saw clearly that Dans was trying to exploit a bug. Dans wanted Senshi forced into action. Yet as long as they weren't actually trying to kill Dans, there was no need for Senshi to intervene. Meanwhile Senshi couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of being Konoha's root, the Dark Elder. Look at him endure a beating without uttering a sound. Gritty ng his teeth, Dans endured the barrage, equally mystified. Damn it, Senshi, why won't you step in? By his logic, Senshi ought to have unleashed a thunderous strike by now. Could it be that he wasn't yet in enough danger? Perhaps he hadn't been hurt seriously enough. Hence, Dan snarled at the Kumo guards. What's wrong with you? Didn't you eat breakfast? You call this punching? You call yourselves ninja. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Promotional Event. As the surrounding Kumo ninjas guarding the treasury looked on, at first they intended only to teach Dans a minor lesson. After all, he wasn't the first drunk to show up causing trouble near the treasury. But when Dans dared spout such tough guy lines, they saw no reason to hold back. Hey! If you'd just eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be saying that kinda crap. Hit him. Whoever heard of such a weird request? Hit the guy who's already smoking. Beat him till he's half dead, keep going till he's sober. In an instant, a torrent of punches rained down on Dans like a fierce storm. At first, Dans waited for Senshi to step in. Surely, once Senshi attacked, these ninjas would retaliate, and in the process, Senshi would wipe them out. Then Dans could pillage the treasury and leave at his leisure. But he remained conscious just long enough to realize Senshi had no intention of intervening. Before he could growl or complain, he lost consciousness. From his vantage point, Senshi had been watching Dans carefully. Seeing that Dans had only been knocked out, his life not in real danger, Senshi had no urge to step in. When the guards finally got tired of beating him, they quietly carried off the barely breathing Dans, then dumped him at Konoha's hospital entrance the next morning, and left without a trace. All was calm that night until dawn brought shocking news that rattled Konoha's top ranks. The so-called Konoha F3 raced to the hospital, utterly stunned. In the intensive care ward, the relay Dans bandaged up head to toe like a mummy. Konoha's F4, the Hokage plus the other 3 elders, would never have expected to be meeting again under these circumstances. Dans had regained consciousness, raging inside while bound in white bandages like a mummy. Another person might have wept bitter tears of regret, but not Dans. He was no ordinary man. Instead, he seethed with anger at Senshi. He'd tried to exploit Senshi's rules, only to get burned instead. As long as he wasn't about to die, Senshi simply wouldn't lift a finger. Dans, just what happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi demanded, looking extremely serious and more than a little furious. How could the man who was supposed to assist the Hokage get beaten to a pulp like this in his own village? Did that mean Konoha was no longer safe for anyone? If even Dans couldn't protect himself, what about ordinary villagers? Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udadan wore equally grim expressions. Their foreheads were creased with worry. After questioning the hospital staff, Homura spoke in a low voice. We must punish the culprit severely. I spoke with the doctors. Apparently in the entire history of Konoha Hospital, they've never treated anyone so horribly injured. Hearing that, Hiruzen and Koharu both nodded earnestly. The statement nearly made Dans break his composure, for he himself hadn't realized he'd been beaten that badly. Inwardly he cursed. Senshi! Damn that Uzumaki Senshi, I put my trust in you, only for you to screw me over. Of course, the truth was that his attempt to exploit a loophole had backfired. Senshi always demanded 2 payments for one job, and Dans was only paying for one. He'd been daydreaming. Not long afterward, Senshi's wood clone relayed everything to Senshi himself, who was sitting at his office desk in the Omegakure's Ninja Academy. PFFF. He nearly spat water everywhere, laughing the moment he got the news. If there had ever been a more hilarious operation than Dan's Senshi couldn't recall it. This attempt to cheat the system was truly idiotic but also quite ingenious in a certain way. Dan's, that old schemer, actually tried a stunt like this? Uzumaki Senshi, must admit he has some talent. A real glutton for punishment, our punching bag king. As he chuckled, Karin walked in, announcing, "Senshi, Sister Konan's here to see you." Karin had hoped for more juicy rumors between Senshi and other kunoichi but never found any. She did approve of Sister Konan though, and was waiting to see if there'd be any sparks. Unbeknownst to her, Senshi's personal life wasn't as dramatic as she imagined. Karen's train of thought aside, Konan soon arrived at the office. Senshi asked, "Konan, what's up?" Then, out of nowhere, he reached over and tousled Karen's neatly brushed red hair into a bird's nest, prompting her to retaliate with indignant little fists pounding his lower back. She'd only just washed and combed her hair nicely, now it was ruined again. Once the minor ruckus settled, Konan eyed Senshi with hesitation. Karen's eyes flashed with curiosity. Did Konan want to talk about something private but felt awkward saying it in front of her? But it turned out her guess was off the mark. Senshi, seeing Konan's troubled look, guessed something must be wrong with the academy or refugee shelter. "Konan, is there some problem with the Ninja Academy or the shelter?" he asked. Both were major drains on his finances, but he had no issue spending money if it furthered his will of reign. After all, money he spent would quickly cycle back to him in the form of mission fees and mercenary points. Konan looked torn, but finally spoke her mind. "Nagato's health has been declining worse and worse each day. I'm worried. Do you have any way to help him?" She looked at him, eyes brimming with hope, though also anxiety. Nagato's condition was rather unique, and normal medical ninjutsu was useless. Senshi realized this was quite good news in a way, because it meant Konan trusted him deeply enough to reveal her partner's secret vulnerability. In the Akatsuki, they had many uneasy alliances, but Senshi was different. He had contributed massively to the organization. After a brief pause, Senshi decided to tell her part of the truth. In the original storyline, Konan died, believing Nagato's Rinnegan had been his all along, never knowing the real story. He explained, "Konan, Nagato's worsening condition is caused by his Rinnegan. It wasn't originally his. Someone transplanted it into him as a child. Even though he's an Uzumaki with huge chakra reserves, he can't withstand the strain of continually using that eye." Stunned, Konan pressed for details. If anyone else had said these things, she might have dismissed it. But Senshi had his own deeper intel networks. Plus, Nagato's symptoms did line up with Senshi's explanation. Konan thought back to how Nagato's health kept getting worse with every use of the Rinnegan. Senshi continued, "Any forced use of a foreign Kekkei Genkai can be very harmful. For instance, Konoha's genius Kakashi has just one Sharingan he can't fully control, constantly draining him. For Nagato, the Rinnegan is far more advanced than the Sharingan, so it's only natural it's hurting him." Konan believed him about 70–80%. She asked, "Do you have a solution?" Of course, she knew how big a problem it was. Kakashi's issues had never been fixed, despite having Konoha's best behind him. Senshi first put on a show of reluctance. "Well, Konan, the easiest way to halt Nagato's decline is to remove the Rinnegan. But as the leader of Akatsuki, he can't really give it up." Conan's face sank with worry. Indeed, continuing to use the Rinnegan would ruin him, but throwing it away was impossible. Senshi saw her distress. The time was right to reveal the next step. Coughing lightly, he added, removing his eyes. Is the normal method, but there's another way that can solve Nagato's problem forever. Conan's eyes lit up. Really? A method to let him stay healthy and keep the Rinnegan? Yep, Senshi assured her. Before she could question, Karin chimed in, Sister Conan, if Senshi says he can do it, he absolutely can. I've never seen him fail at anything. Yes, Karin was the perfect little assistant, backing up Senshi's claims. Conan still had a tinge of skepticism, though. Senshi wasn't known for medical skills, nor was Konoha able to fix Kakashi's issues. Could he really fix Nagato's Rinnegan problem? So Senshi decided to show her a success story. Orochimaru used a technique called living corpse reincarnation, Fushi Tensei. When it fails, you're almost guaranteed to be left in a near-death state. Not long ago, he failed and was on the brink of death, but I saved him. And he's now better than ever. Karin, nodding fervently, insisted, yes indeed. Orochimaru was in terrible shape at that time. She was me really bluffing, because she actually wasn't present during Orochimaru's operation, but she played the loyal assistant role perfectly. Shocked, Conan asked, you saved Orochimaru from the brink of death? And he's totally fine now. When Senshi nodded, she realized that might mean he truly could help Nagato. But she needed details. Senshi interpreted her unspoken question. So, do you want me to treat Nagato? If that's what you want, I can do it, but... He put on a troubled face. Conan, we're all in Akatsuki to Ogathar, but this won't be easy, and you should understand what I mean. He paused, a hint of teasing in his voice. Conan rolled her eyes. She'd heard from Nagato how Senshi demanded high fees for everything, so she was expecting he would ask for a big commission. Nonetheless, she'd no choice. Nagato's life was at stake. Meanwhile, in one of Orochimaru's bases, Orochimaru wore a hospital gown, lying on a bed. He'd rushed back here from Kumagakure, having gained both the Sharingan and Byakugan, eager to transplant them. He'd desired the Sharingan for a long time, ever since being overpowered by Ataka's dojutsu. In the past, he'd feared his body wasn't strong enough to handle the transplant, but now, thanks to the Yamata no Orokai fruit, he felt invincible. Beside his bed, Kabuto handled the procedures. After successfully implanting one Sharingan in Orochimaru's right eye, he turned for the other. Suddenly, a swirling red and black dimensional portal opened beneath Orochimaru's bed. When Kabuto looked back, both Orochimaru and the bed were gone. Kabuto, Sigma. Where did Lord Orochimaru go, along with the bed? Omegakure, Ninja Academy, Principal's office. A matching crimson-black vortex appeared nearby, in front of Senshi, Karin, and Conan. Then, out popped a hospital bed with Orochimaru upon it, dressed in patient clothes. He blinked, revealing a mismatched set of eyes, his left golden pupil and his newly transplanted right Sharingan. Shocked, he realized Senshi had just teleported him mid-surgery. Damn it, Senshi. I was in the middle of a critical operation. What if I'd been halfway through a heart transplant? Karin, Conan, and Senshi all froze at the sight. Then the comedic absurdity broke them. Karin was first to lose it, bursting into giggles at Orochimaru's mismatched eyes. Even Conan's ice-cold composure cracked for a second, though she quickly pretended nothing had happened, returning to her aloof manner. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, Orochimaru demanded, "Senshi, what's the meaning of this? IWAS in the middle of major surgery, what if something had gone wrong?" His heterochromatic eyes gave the scene a bizarrely humorous twist, making Senshi struggle not to laugh. He coughed, avoiding looking directly at Orochimaru's odd face. "Ahem, sorry, but I have an important client negotiation right now. She wants to speak with someone who's used my product. So share your experiences from before and after acquiring the Yamata no Orokai fruit, would you?" Realizing Senshi had dragged him here for some promotional event, Orochimaru wanted to protest. But swallowed it. He was Senshi's major paying client, but Senshi also possessed terrifying power. Offending him could lead to serious pain. Besides, if this turned out to be a huge sale, it meant big money, and Orochimaru liked big money. So he nodded. Conan's first question, however, made both Senshi and Orochimaru tense up. "Didn't Senshi say your body was totally fine now? Why are you still on an operating table?" Orochimaru quickly clarified, "I am perfectly fine. I was just performing a transplant for the new Sharingan, that's all." Leaping off the bed and out into the academy courtyard, he formed hand seals with ease. Poof! A giant serpentine form, Manda, or some other snake, was summoned. Orochimaru deftly hopped onto its head, then released the summoning jutsu and dropped lightly back beside Conan and Senshi. His swift, graceful movements proved he was indeed healthy. With that, Senshi heaved a sigh of relief. This demonstration should impress Conan. If they see old secure a contract worth hundreds of millions again, that'd be perfect. Orochimaru understood, too, that if he ruined Senshi's pitch, Senshi would make him pay dearly. Hence, after showing off his healthy state, Orochimaru faced Conan and continued, "Not long ago. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Time to Instill the Will of Rain." After hearing all that, Conan understood that Orochimaru really had been near death but was saved by Senshi, and afterward became even healthier. Yet she still furrowed her brows slightly and asked, could Nagato use the same method to get stronger, too? Although Orochimaru didn't know why Nagato needed a power-up, he answered firmly, "Conan, you can always trust in Senshi's ability to solve problems." Senshi was thrilled to hear that. Karin served as his hype assistant no one, and now it looked like Orochimaru, the big money, or big sucker, client, was acting as hype assistant no 2. When faced with large EE deals, he could have Karin and Orochimaru help clinch them. After telling Conan how Senshi not only restored his health but also gave him incredible new powers, Orochimaru continued, "My body is in a state of unprecedented peak condition. With Senshi's help, I gained astonishing abilities." When he finished, Orochimaru activated his Yamata no Orokai form. Roar! Suddenly, Orochimaru transformed from a single head into 8. The middle snake head looked 70–80% like Orochimaru's face, while the other seven heads were a pale white. Swish! Those 8 huge snake heads spat out 8 swords at once. Clap clap clap! Even though Karin loathed Orochimaru for being a creep, she still applauded the spectacle. It was indeed impressive. She might dislike him personally, but she couldn't deny the flamboyance of his display. Orochimaru snorted, then retracted his swords and returned to his normal form. Conan clearly looked shocked, and Orochimaru felt a bit smug about that. Compared to those two muscle-bound brutes in Kumogakure who hadn't been impressed, at least Conan seemed stunned. If the Kumo shinobi had been any smarter, he might not have been able to scam them so smoothly. The intense aura and overflowing vitality Orochimaru displayed in his Yamata no Orokai form made Konan recognize that Senshi's solution truly had some merit. She was now much more confident that Senshi could solve Nagato's problem. Still, thinking of Orochimaru's new form, she spoke quietly. To Senshi, the commission fee isn't a problem, but can you find a fruit that won't turn Nagato into a snake? Having 8 snake heads is rather disgusting. Senshi, degree. Orochimaru. Konan's words left Senshi momentarily speechless and Orochimaru thoroughly offended. Who says 8 snake heads are ugly? They're awesome. Clearly, Konan must have no appreciation for the aesthetics, he groused inwardly. Not wanting to see Orochimaru and Konan argue, both were valuable clients. Senshi quickly teleported Orochimaru away, especially since looking at his mismatched eyes made Senshi want to laugh again. Back at Orochimaru's research base, Kabuto had waited only a short while when Orochimaru reappeared. Seeing him, Kabuto blurted, "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right? Was it Senshi who did this?" Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, it was Senshi who teleported me." Hearing Orochimaru was okay, Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. "Then shall I continue the surgery on your other Sharingan, my lord?" But Orochimaru waved him off, a serious look on his face. "Kabuto, I have a question, and I need you to answer me truthfully." Adjusting his glasses solemnly, Kabuto replied, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, ask away. I'll be completely honest." Looking intense, Orochimaru asked, "Does my Yamata no Orokai form have artistic beauty?" A fair question for Kabuto, whose sense of art was unique. Even if Orochimaru sprouted a face on his belly, Kabuto would likely find it splendid. He answered candidly, "Lord Orochimaru, your Yamata no Orokai form is absolutely the pinnacle of ninja world art." With that, Orochimaru was reassured. Obviously, Konan either didn't understand art or lacked taste. If both he and Kabuto saw that 8-headed snake form as the peak of beauty, then the problem must be with Konan's aesthetics. Meanwhile, in the Emigakure's principal's office, Senshi and Konan were still discussing the mission. Konan's only complaint besides wanting Nagato to recover was ensuring he wouldn't look like a snake monster. Senshi wasn't bothered by that at all. If Konan had insisted Naga to get 8 heads as well, that might have been difficult. The Yamata no Orokai fruit wasn't necessarily going to reappear in the draws, but there were plenty of other possibilities. Seeing Senshi so quiet, Konan came closer and added, "Price is no object. Just don't give Nagato the snake look." Senshi realized this was his chance to name a high price. If she didn't want an 8-headed outcome, fine. He'd just have to keep pulling new fruit from the system. He mulled it over briefly. Then said, "Konan, I'll offer you a special friends and family price, a total of 150 million RY, and I'll resolve Nagato's condition." That was certainly not cheap. Chiriku of the Guardian Shinobi 12 was only worth 30 million RY. Senshi's price was effectively the cost of 5 Chiriku. But Konan could handle it. The Akatsuki had money and this was a worthy cause. Spending 150 million for Nagato's well-being was a bargain. After some thought, Konan agreed, "All right. I'll pay you 150 million RY to fix Nagato's heel." The system pinged in Senshi's ear. New employment mission accepted. Client, Konan. Goal, solve Nagato's health problem. Reward, 150 million RY. Rank, S rank. Mission bonus, 150,000 employment points. Senshi was thrilled. He'd just earned a massive sum from Orochimaru, and now an equally huge job from Konan. And fixing Nagato's body was easy, he'd simply use the system's draws. Senshi gave Konan a genuine smile. No problem, Nagato's health is as good as fixed. Konan, believing in Senshi plus Orochimaru's demonstration, felt assured. Yes, Senshi asked for steep fees, but in return, he really did deliver results. With Nagato's body steadily weakening, Konan had been extremely worried. Now, with Senshi's help, her burden lifted. She left the office feeling lighter, other tasks done, the village thriving. At this rate, everything was improving for the Omegakure and the Akatsuki. After Konan left, Senshi abruptly sensed something via his wood clone. Suzuki was longing to break past his current plateau. Knowing that, Senshi mused, maybe it's time to teach Suzuki and Naruto about the rain concept of perpetual mission grinding. Life never stops, neither do missions. He also realized it had been quite some time since he'd last visited those seedlings in person. If he ignored them too long, they might grow crooked. So he decided to head to Konoha again soon. But first, let's try Keirin's medical jutsu. He planned to take her along to meet some newly arrived Uzumaki refugees at the Land of Rain border. Under Uzumaki Takamura's leadership, Uzumaki Haruko and the others had finally arrived. But after such a grueling trek, they were near collapse. Along the way they'd encountered bandits, all bore injuries. Takamura's right arm was numb and useless. Haruko and the rest were exhausted, half starved, lucky to be alive only because Uzumaki blood gave them robust bodies. Thud. A 4-year-old child tumbled to the ground again, too weak to continue. Takumori anxiously said, "Any food left? Give him some once we see Ross this forest, we'll be in Ames territory." But everyone shook their heads. Haruko said softly, "Takumori uncle, we've had no food since noon yesterday." Her words plunged them into despair. They'd already lost some clan members. Now, so close to the Land of Rain, they couldn't bear more deaths. Haruko hesitated, then offered, "I'll check the forest for berries or something for Jur." She hobbled toward the trees, only to spot eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. The others gasped. A pack of wolves encircled them. Takumori was too injured to fight, and the rest were half dead from exhaustion. Would they all be eaten? Just then, a swirling portal of red-black space appeared, and Senshi and Karin popped out behind Haruko. A giant wolf lunged for Haruko at that very moment. Ah! She paled in terror, sure she was done for. But an unfamiliar red-haired big sister popped up at her side, calmly raising a hand. "Susanoo!" Boom! A pinkish skeletal giant materialized, instantly shredding the wolves. Even the alpha wolf was finished in a couple of moves. The displaced Uzumaki group looked on in shock. But they soon noticed this young man and young lady, like them, had striking red hair. Clearly they were also Uzumaki. Scanning the starving, skeletal clan members, Senshi pulled out a pile of toasts and packaged breads from his system storage, handing them out. At that, Keirin's eyes lit up. "Senshi, they're nearly fainting from hunger, right? Why not let me cook them a good meal?" She recalled she'd tried sus and cooking before. Senshi quickly stopped her. "Please don't. They're in no shape for your style of cooking right now. Just use your medical ninjutsu, that'll be enough." Meanwhile, Konan strolled through the busy streets of Omegakure. Thanks to Senshi's efforts, it was bustling with new residents and returning refugees. Many villagers wore cheerful expressions. People greeted Konan with reverence. "Look, it's Angel Sama. Wow, you're right, she's so pretty." She's smiling more ever since Senshi-sama came back. Konan, previously known for her cold beauty, indeed wore a faint hint of warmth these days. Onlookers whispered that Senshi must have done something else beneficial for the village, making Angel-sama happy. Her fleeting smile appeared and then vanished, but that single moment of spring-like radiance enchanted everyone. Konoha, Uchiha District Training Ground. Naruto and Sasuke had just finished an intense spar and sat at the side to rest. Naruto, panting slightly, joked, "Sasuke, you keep this up and I'll surpass you real soon." Sasuke sneered, "Ha, dead last. You think you can beat me? Come back in 100 years. His mouth said so, but in truth, Naruto's rapid improvement had forced Sasuke to push himself harder than ever. No way would he allow this loudmouth dead last to leave him behind. Nearby, Naruto's mind skipped to something else. We deserve a reward after such awesome training. Would be perfect if we could grab a bowl of Ichiraku ramen right now. Sasuke rolled his eyes. What's so special about that? He wasn't a fan of Ichiraku ramen, but Naruto always tried to drag him there. Indeed, Naruto's favorite pastime was hoping Iruka-sensei or Sasuke would treat him at Ichiraku. Naruto just shrugged. In the end, ramen was ramen. Sitting under the twilight sky, he felt that after training with Senshi, his life had changed dramatically. He and Sasuke were now the two strongest in the academy, with Iruka and the other students recognizing his strength. Ever since he was a kid, Naruto had craved people's acknowledgement, and at last he'd gotten it. His only annoyance was that Sasuke hogged all the girls' attention, especially Sakura's. Catching Naruto's weird stare, Sasuke snapped, "What are you looking at me like that for, Naruto?" Naruto didn't answer, silently wondering what made Sakura like Sasuke so much and whether he should try copying Sasuke. Maybe he should just transform into Sasuke and ask her face to face. Seeing him lost in thought, Sasuke barked, "Idiot, if you have time to drift off, use it to train harder. Stop thinking about random childish stuff." With that, Sasuke started pondering his own growth. Under Senshi's tutelage, his power had reached about a normal Jonin's level, but he felt himself slowing down. The gap between him and that man was still huge. Frowning, he went to Senshi's wood clone, raising his face seriously. "Senshi-sensei, I feel like my improvement has stalled recently. How can I get stronger faster?" Land of Rain, near the refugee shelter. Senshi and Karin had just finished settling the new arrivals from the Uzumaki clan. The stories of their hardships were dreadful. Without their sturdy constitutions, many would have died of starvation. Long before Karin stood with her arms crossed, wearing a sulky expression. She was angry that Senshi had refused to let her cook. "Humph, jerk. Won't even give me a chance to show my cooking," she thought. She'd almost killed Sarada, in another timeline, with her Susanoo cooking, after all. But then Haruko, that young red-haired girl, walked up shyly. "Sister Karin, could you heal Inti's injuries, please?" It seemed he'd been hurt but didn't want to trouble her. She nodded, "Of course. Take me to him." Haruko explained that Takumori had worried Karin might not have enough chakra to heal everyone. So the lightly wounded clan members tried to manage on their own. Hearing that, Senshi smirked. I told you before, you should have practiced more medical ninjutsu instead of your bizarre cooking. Now people doubt your abilities." Karin pouted angrily. How could he scold her at a time like this? He's so annoying. Still, the nearby children watched the pair with envy. This banter felt so natural, like a real family. Karin went off to heal the boy named Inti. Meanwhile, the wood clone's intel on Sasuke's plateau reached Senshi. So, time to pass on more of the mission-grinding spirit. He told Karin, we'll head to Konoha soon to deal with something. Let's go see those seedlings, so they don't grow crooked in our absence. And so it was that Senshi prepared once again to set foot in Konoha. Thank you for reading. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 83, Date Bayo. Whoosh. Location, Konoha Village, Uchiha Dist Richt, Training Grounds. In the distance, Sasuke and Naruto both saw a familiar sight, a swirling dark red vortex in the air. They recognized it at once, Senshi's space portal. Exerting his teleportation power, Senshi arrived on the spot with Karin. The moment they stepped out, Sasuke and Naruto grew visibly excited. I knew you two would show up, Senshi said with a slight smile, as he and Karin emerged from the portal. Seeing Senshi, Sasuke couldn't contain his delight. Senshi-sensei. Naruto, farther away, waved frantically as he ran closer. Senshi-sensei. Karin-chan. Awesome, so glad to see you both again. Hearing that, Karin gave a little huff, striking a bossy pose. Don't call me Karin-chan. It should be Karin-nichan. Naruto nodded eagerly. Got it, Karin-chan. Exasperated, Karin began to roll up her sleeves as if to make Naruto taste Suijutsu's suffering. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly adopted a defensive stance. At that moment, Senshi stepped in before a real brawl could break out. He made a swift move to replicate a headpat kill scene, almost like crafting a new world-famous painting. Swoosh! In a single body flicker, Senshi positioned himself behind Karin and Naruto, placing a hand on each of their heads. If Sasuke had stepped in between, they could have taken a heartwarming teacher and students group photo. With Senshi intervening, all of Karin's aggression got redirected at him. Naruto couldn't help bursting out laughing when he saw how Karin's neatly combed red hair got turned into a bird's nest style by Senshi's head pat. Naruto himself got the same messy treatment, but he didn't mind one bit. He even mulled over whether he should do a head pat approach to Sakura without realizing that might be an excellent way to get clobbered. Senshi, of course, had no idea that Naruto was learning a new self-destructing move from him. After that minor scuffle, Senshi pulled out items from his system space to distribute. A portion of Ichiraku ramen for Naruto. Fresh tomatoes for Sasuke, his favorite. Dango skewers for Karin. Then he invited the three kids to sit off to one side for a small break. As they settled, Sasuke took a bite of his tomato and addressed Senshi. Senshi-sensei, is there a way for me and Naruto to keep boosting our strength even faster? Naruto joined in earnestly. Sensei, I want to get stronger too. I want more acknowledgement from the villagers. Senshi felt quite gratified. He'd been waiting for them to ask that question and open the way to his lessons. Clearing his throat, he began. To get stronger fast, you need a clear goal and constant effort. I'm not some prodigy, nor was I born into a prestigious clan. The reason I've come this far is simple: I focus on missions, pouring in endless sweat and giving my all. Sasuke and Naruto listened with rapt attention. Sasuke, especially eager, said, "Please guide us, Senshi-sensei." Senshi put on a serious expression, becoming somewhat solemn as he declared. The only way, the one and only, to power up quickly is to do missions. Lots of them, at a furious pace. You'll gain experience from each job, tempered in live combat, forging yourself through the tasks until you truly transform. That's the surest path to real strength. At first, the boys were stunned. Senshi realized he needed to explain further or they wouldn't grasp What made doing missions so crucial? Doing missions has many benefits, he went on. First, it sharpens your problem-solving skills. Second, you can see your strength surge through practical experiences. Finally, once a mission is over, you also get paid for it. It's a perfect trifecta. In short, to grow stronger, you must do lots of missions. Understand? Naruto and Sasuke still looked a bit doubtful. Sasuke pointed out, but sensei, plenty of ninja in Konoha have spent years doing missions, yet they haven't gotten that strong. Senshi waved a hand, that's because they're not taking enough missions. Only when you accumulate enough quantity do you get a qualitative leap. Their mission count is too low, and they don't push themselves so they don't see rapid progress. Just then, Karin, fulfilling her role as excellent assistant, gave a personal testimonial. I'll confirm Senshi is telling the truth. He's grown so strong precisely because he's spent uncounable years with basically non-stop missions. Karin wasn't spouting nonsense. She'd followed Senshi around for a while now and had never seen him do typical training. For him, each mission was effectively rest and practice combined. Her eternal Manjiki Sharingan had clearly witnessed how Senshi, by piling on tasks, built up power enough to dominate the ninja world. Hearing about Senshi's success, plus Karin's endorsement, Sasuke and Naruto started to believe. If Senshi-sensei and Karin said so, how could it be wrong? Eagerly, Naruto said, then let's do it, Date Bayo. Sasuke and I will start taking missions. Sasuke nodded in agreement. No wonder our progress stalled lately, turns out we haven't done enough missions. From now on, we'll spare as much time as we can to take on tasks. That's how we'll keep advancing. Naruto concurred wholeheartedly. Senshi felt a rush of joy, exactly as planned. If these two thrived under his guidance, they'd become unstoppable mission machines, generating a flood of points for him. Doing missions equals money equals half of the mission points for Senshi's system. Still, correct direction wasn't enough. He needed a proper incentive so they'd truly embrace the mission grind. So Senshi told them, after you formally start taking missions, I'll keep track of every reward you earn. Once you truly get rolling, for every piece of pay you bring in, we'll record it carefully. They blinked, not sure why he'd bother tallying money. But Senshi had thoroughly planned it. He would get 50% of the employment points from each mission they did. Once they earned him enough points for 10 draws, he'd share 1 draw with them. It was a bit underhanded, they do 10 draws worth of work, and he grants them 1? But that was how middlemen function. Meanwhile, these two gained freebies they'd never have otherwise. Anyway, seeing their confusion, Senshi explained further. Each time you accumulate 20 million RY from missions, you'll get to do a lucky draw for a special reward. If you get something on par with the items you've already received, like the Thunder Punch or Aura Sphere skill discs, your strength will jump again. At that, Sasuke and Naruto's eyes gleamed in excitement. Sasuke, Thunder Punch. Naruto, Aura Sphere. Sasuke, Thunder. Naruto, Aura. They were all fired up. Doing missions was already killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but now with an additional draw, it was effectively quadruple the benefits. If they drew something as powerful as their existing moves, they'd get even stronger in no time. Senshi absolutely wouldn't fill those draws with worthless items like 1 Ichiraku ramen or generic sweets. He might draw such things for himself, but for them, he'd try to pick things beneficial to them. Indeed, he was more generous than Orochimaru. That snake had once taken Dan's money and left him high and dry. Karin, upon hearing Senshi's plan, was instantly intrigued. She popped out from behind him and said, "Senshi, I want to do missions too so I can join the draws." She regarded mission rewards as easy. Pickings her pink Susanoo would mow down all resistance. Not to mention her eternal Mangeki. Eyes never wore out. But Senshi pressed down on her head, replying, "No need for that. As my assistant, you just do your job." If Sasuke and Naruto wholly matured, they'd collectively overshadow even the legendary war era duo, unstoppable in missions. Meanwhile, he wanted Karin to keep focusing on daily tasks, and not blow everything up with cooking. Scowling, Karin retreated a short distance, pouting. "Hey, don't underestimate me. I awakened a brand new ability. It might even trouble you, you know." Senshi arched a brow. "Oh? Then show me." Grinning smugly, Karin took a stance and shouted, "Adamantine sealing chains gold release. Sealing bind." Whir, whir. A series of iron chains materialized at lightning speed, coiling around Senshi and holding him tight. Senshi was surprised that Karin had actually mastered the Uzumaki clan's legendary sealing chains so quickly. Even a severely weakened Kushina could shackle the Nine Tails with those. In his training program, Karin had obviously soared. Mildly impressed, he flexed once and broke free instantly. Not bad," he praised. Karin felt crushed. She had pinned all her pride on that newly awakened ability, but Senshi busted it in under 0.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto were dumbfounded at how quickly Senshi had escaped. That said, being able to restrain him at all, even for an instant, was a remarkable feat for someone so young. Seeing Kari-en slump in disappointment, Senshi patted her head. "It's a very strong and useful power. In future tailed beast captures, it'll be vital." Just like that, her face shone again. If it helped them capture tailed beasts, that was great. No more negativity. Afterwards, Senshi resumed teaching. He wanted Sasuke and Naruto to truly get into mission grinding. They had soared thanks to learning Thunder Punch and Aura Sphere, but Naruto was nowhere near unstoppable. So Senshi gave them pointers on mission execution. They listened closely, because mission equals money equals strength. Naruto, fired up, declared, "Date Bayo. I can't wait to start a mission." Sasuke agreed. "We want that money 2 million, 4 million, or better yet 20 million to get the big reward. Let us do this." They were done lazing about. Satisfied, Senshi said, "All right, if you have no more questions, Karin and I'll head off now." The two kids waved goodbye while Senshi and Karin returned the gesture. Then Senshi used his swirling portal again to leave. With them gone, Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Hey, I've decided I'm applying for early graduation. I want to keep up with Senshi-sensei's pace. How about you?" Naruto nodded excitedly, "Me too. I can't wait to do real missions." Then he teased, "I bet I'll reach 20 million RY first, Sasuke." Sasuke gave a cold laugh, "Tch, you, the eternal dead last, think you'll earn that money faster than me? Naruto, don't underestimate my new resolve. I've gotten a lot stronger lately." Sasuke, "Effort alone won't surpass a genius. Let's see how far you get." Naruto, "You dissing me again, Sasuke?" Sasuke, "Time to see if you can keep up, Naruto." Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto. The next day Hokage's office in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at two separate forms on his desk. Both were requests for early graduation. His brows knotted. These days, Konoha was plagued by ongoing issues. The Forest of Death had Been leveled, 1 billion RY had vanished from the treasury, Dans nearly got beaten to death by unknown WN assailants. Now, on top of that, new problems had arisen. The Nine Tails Jinkraki's growth, and the last Uchiha's growth, were straying drastically from what the village elders intended. Knock, knock, knock. There came a knock at the office door. Come in, said Hiruzen, taking a puff on his pipe. The door opened, admitting Kakashi Hatake. Hiruzen greeted him, "It's you, Kakashi. What's the matter? Are you finding the Sharingan comfortable to use?" Observing Kakashi's general state, the third Hokage noticed he looked more energetic than ever. Previously, carrying even a single Sharingan wore him down. But now, it seemed different. He actually looked refreshed. Kakashi answered, "Hokage-sama, it may sound hard to believe, but I can now perfectly use my pair of Sharingan." In truth, Kakashi owed Senshi for that. But he wasn't exactly showering him with thanks. Thanks to Senshi, Kakashi had gained a brand new set of eyes, enabling him to open or close them at will. Before, Obito was a high mecha, two-person pilot, and for a long time neither had a stable mecha. Now, though, once Kakashi developed his Manjiki, he and Obito could theoretically pilot a mech. Battle in the Valley of the End or wherever. Hiruzen was surprised. He'd noticed Kakashi possessed a normal pair of eyes, meaning he could close the Sharingan at will, but he hadn't realized Kakashi was fully in sync with them. No discomfort or abnormalities, the Hokage asked, worried there might be hidden traps. If those eyes malfunctioned mid-mission, Kakashi could be in grave danger. Kakashi assured him, "Lord Hokage, these eyes fit me so naturally, it's almost like I was born with this bloodline. Using them feels completely normal. If only Dans weren't in the hospital, he might dispatch Root to investigate whether Kakashi had some evil Uchiha lineage. But right now, Dans was laid up, and no further trouble had begun." Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Aura Aura. Kakashi had carefully researched and tested the pair of Sharingan he now possessed. His conclusion was that they were unbelievably convenient. Before, the Sharingan Obito had given him couldn't be deactivated, placing a huge burden on him. In battle, he had to finish things quickly or withdraw promptly, otherwise, if a fight dragged on, his chakra would run out. That was why he'd developed the activate Chidori and finish it fast style of combat. He simply couldn't afford a prolonged fight. But now everything was different. His Sharingan brought only benefits, no drawbacks. Having both eyes perfectly adapted to him boosted his abilities exponentially. He explained all these new experiences with his upgraded Sharingan to the third Hokage, who merely nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no idea why Senshi would provide Kakashi with a perfectly compatible pair of Sharingan, but it was, in the end, a good thing for Konoha. Even so, Hiruzen felt an even greater wariness toward Uzumaki Senshi. Acquiring even a single Sharingan was extremely difficult. Not only could Senshi get hold of them, but he could also provide a pair that perfectly meshed with Kakashi's body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Was Senshi indirectly flexing his muscle in front of Konoha, signaling them not to meddle in his affairs? Seeing the Hokage frowning in silence, Kakashi spoke up. "Hokage-sama, now that I've fully recovered, I'd like to begin investigating Uchiha Obito's whereabouts immediately. Please grant me permission." Kakashi had previously applied for this, and the third Hokage had agreed. But today was different. Though Kakashi had once been free to handle that matter, there were now more pressing issues for him. Hiruzen remained silent, simply handing Kakashi 2 applications from his desk requests for early graduation. Having been in the Anbu, Kakashi was fairly informed about all manner of intelligence. Seeing the names on these applications, he was rather startled. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the lone surviving member of the Uchiha clan want to graduate early. During wartime, it was normal for strong students to graduate early to defend the village. Sometimes you'd see children as young as 3 on the battlefield. But in peacetime, early graduation was rare unless the student was remarkably gifted and had learned all they could from the academy. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Yes, it's these 2 kids requesting early graduation. I went to the academy recently and observed them sparring. Their abilities far surpass the graduation standard. They really can graduate early if they want. The Hokage's words surprised Kakashi. Based on what the Hokage implied, Naruto and Sasuke had to be special geniuses. But if that were the case, why hadn't anyone heard about it before? Just then, Hiruzen pulled him back from his thoughts, continuing. Naruto is the village's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Sasuke is the last flame of the Uchiha clan. Their identities are extremely sensitive, both are crucial to Konoha, so nothing can be allowed to happen to them. Konoha is in a turbulent period, and I need you to handle these kids. Kakashi frowned. He still wanted to investigate Obito first. Obito's sudden appearance both thrilled and bewildered him, giving him an uneasy feeling that this whole business was complicated and dangerous. But Hiruzen gave him no chance to refuse, adding, I want you to approach them and see if any hostile village has secretly contacted them, or if there's any unusual factor behind their sudden leaps in strength. Since the third Hokage had put it that way, Kakashi couldn't say no. Although he was anxious to track down Obito, Naruto was his teacher's, the fourth Hokage's, child, and naturally Kakashi didn't wish for anything bad to happen to him. So he nodded. Understood, Hokage-sama. Konoha, Ninja Academy. Class ended for the day, and students left in small groups. Some parents greeted their kids at the gate and took them home. Naruto and Sasuke, though, weren't so lucky there were no parents waiting. As always, the 2 left school together, planning to head for the Uchiha compound's training area. But this time, a silver-haired figure called out to them at the gate, wait a second, Naruto and Sasuke, right? I'm Hatake Kakashi, a Konoha Jonin. I've been assigned to oversee your request for early graduation. Speaking, Kakashi showed them their application forms, complete with the third Hokage's signed approval. Sasuke recognized them at a glance. These were indeed the forms he and Naruto had submitted, with the Hokage's signature. Before Sasuke could voice any doubts, Kakashi said, I heard from the academy teachers that your skills already match the standard for graduation. Whether you can truly graduate early, though, depends on my observation and tests. For now, you don't need to attend classes, I'll give you temporary guidance. Sasuke had no objections, this was simply the village's arrangement. Naruto, however, grimaced. A guidance teacher? We already have a teacher. Before he could finish, Sasuke clapped a hand over his mouth. Don't let your mouth run, dope, dead last. This is a special instructor sent by the village, not the same as the academy teachers. Compared to the impulsive, clueless Naruto, Sasuke acted more mature and composed. He knew that whenever a Konoha ninja got too close to investigate them, Senshi-sensei's would clone hid in secret. Clearly, Senshi didn't want the village to know he was personally training the 2. Naruto, with his personality, wouldn't have realized these complications. Kakashi kept up a faint smile, but he was secretly paying attention. As a former NBU elite, he didn't let slip a single detail. Just now, Naruto apparently said they already had some other teacher. Did that mean a foreign ninja was secretly involved with them? He'd been told by Teiji Hokage that such a possibility existed. That was precisely why he'd been sent to see if foreign influences explained their rapid leaps in power. Naruto, having almost blurted out their direct connection to Senshi, realized his mistake the moment Sasuke shot him that meaningful look. He scratched his head sheepishly. So the guidance you'll give us is different from Iruka-sensei's guidance? Kakashi nodded, exactly. I'll evaluate your abilities and give you targeted training. If you truly meet the standard to graduate early, we'll finalize your application. Otherwise, you'll stay in the academy for more practice. While chatting with them, Kakashi studied the boys carefully. Normally it was tough for any ninja from outside the village to stay hearing Konato and contact Naruto or Sasuke so often without being found. Apart from Naruto's earlier slip, Kakashi saw nothing else suspicious. He would keep observing. As Kakashi watched them, Naruto and Sasuke sized him up as well. Naruto couldn't help complaining inwardly, why does early graduation have so many hoops to jump through? When can we finally do missions? He was itching to complete a bunch of tasks, earn money, and get more moves like his aura sphere. He wasn't sure why, but these orb-based techniques really suited him. Sasuke's thoughts were more complex. Kakashi's laid-back smile might appear harmless, but from the moment he arrived, he'd been quietly assessing them. Has the village noticed some of our behavior? Sasuke wondered. Did the higher-ups send this ninja because of Senshi-sensei? He wasn't worried for Senshi's safety, just whether it might cause unnecessary trouble for him. After all, if the village openly clashed with Senshi-sensei, it could end very badly for them. Worst case, they may have to rebuild the village from scratch. Finally, after putting away the application forms, Kakashi asked again. I've got a rough idea of your time in the academy. But if you're graduating early, do you have any plans? Something you want to achieve? Kakashi posed the question in a casual tone, but it was definitely a probe. He guessed Sasuke might not say much, but Naruto might blurt out crucial info. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Both boys exchanged determined looks and replied in unison. We want to do missions, lots of them. Naruto added, excited, no matter the task, I'll go all out. Date Bayo. Sasuke, I'll surpass your mission count, you hear? Sasuke sneered, you, the dead last, think you can beat me? Naruto, hey, I'll definitely beat you this time. Sasuke, that'll never happen, dope. Naruto, don't call me dope, team. Sasuke, HN. Kakashi, _. He was stunned. Who taught them to say such stuff? Missions? Lots of missions? Going all out on every single one? Omegakure, Ninja Academic Amy Principal's office. Returning from Konoha with Karin, Senshi arrived here. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to what one ninja could do alone. But now, he wasn't working alone. Even though the current system for mission acceptance still wasn't fully set, many of his mercenary corps members were raring to go. Someone like Kakuzu, the ninja world's ultimate laborer, was out there somewhere, mowing down tasks, earning him plenty of employment points. After exploring the mercenary corps system for a while, Senshi had it figured out. He didn't have the time or energy to train a huge number of recruits. Only those who formed strong bonds and got personal guidance from him would join. They had to be the elite among elites. People like Naruto or Sasuke might eventually surpass all known measure in mission capabilities. While it was hard to find many legendary Pokémon like them, he could still nurture some Charmanders or Squirtles. Meanwhile, the Rain country's mass acceptance of refugees would continuously expand its population, letting Senshi carefully choose the best of the best. The Senshi pick meant guaranteed excellence. Aside from relying on quantity leading to quality, he had also created the strongest ninja academy in the Ninja World. Period. Kakuzu, for instance, had been strong but had major weaknesses. Once an enemy discovered his heart's secret, they could kill him easily. But now, each of Kakuzu's 5 hearts was heavily protected, boosting his power another level. Smack! Wood release would clone. Inside the principal's office, Senshi clapped his hands, multiple wood clones emerged around him. He planned to assign them as teachers at the academy, helping instruct all the children. Even the Hyuga clan's heiress in Konoha would receive such super ninja tutoring. Attending a Megakura's academy was effectively winning from the starting line. After sending the clones to their posts, Senshi opened his mercenary core interface. Indeed, there were a few more new faces, tiny children who'd already embraced the will of Rain, each with bright futures. Among them were also some Uzumaki clan members, though not many. They Uzumakis had massive chakra and potential, plus talents in sealing jutsu, possibly awakening minds. Eye of the Kagura, healing bites, or adamantine sealing chains. Thinking about that, Senshi decided to check on these newly sprouted seedlings in his farmland. Whoosh! Using Kama's ability, he teleported to the refugee shelter. An instant later, he found himself surrounded by countless refugees, most in poor health. Without him persuading Nagato to accept them, many would likely have starved to death by now. Once they saw Senshi, the refugees' men, women, children brightened. Their eyes shone with gratitude. "It's Lord Senshi. Lord Senshi has come. Thank you for sheltering us, Lord Senshi." A wave of excitement spread. Everyone expressed their gratitude in their own way. Senshi, seeing their fervor, waved and encouraged them. "Everyone, try to put your past hardships behind you and focus on regaining your strength. From the moment you arrived in Megakure, you began a new life. Everything starts over now. Whatever difficulties come your way, do not be afraid, carry through with the will of Rain, and any challenge. Crumbles like paper." They didn't fully grasp his meaning, but responded energetically, raising their fists and shouting. Where missions flow, the grind never stops. Seeing them accept the will of Rain so readily filled Senshi with satisfaction. But he was here mostly to see his fellow Uzumaki clansmen. Their special settlement was still under construction. Not long ago, it was near impossible to even find 2 Uzumaki survivors together in one place. Now, the Megakura's refugee shelter hosted over 10 from the Uzumaki clan. Among them, the oldest was Uzumaki Takumori, those even older hadn't survived the extended hardships. There were hardly any middle-aged folks. Instead, many were children, because parents, out of love, gave survival priority to their kids. After he arrived, the Uzumaki survivors gathered around, saying, "Lord Senshi, thank you for taking us in. Lord Senshi, we've fully recovered and want to join in building the village. Yes, we can do so many tasks for you." They insisted they were ready to work, though in truth, all of them were malnourished, looking ready to topple from a mere breeze. Senshi waved them off gently, then pulled out a large cache of supplies from his system space, dropping it before them. "Hand these out first, then focus on healing your bodies and regaining your strength. Once you're well, I'll lead you in building a new homeland for the Uzumaki. He wasn't in a rush to have them do labor. Putting these red-haired, half-starved folks to heavy tasks would be overkill. More importantly, if they visibly thrived here, more Uzumaki from across the ninja world would come seeking refuge. All the clan members visibly relaxed and felt joy. Though they hadn't been here long, it was already worlds better than their previous lives. They could sense Senshi truly regarded them as kin. Supplying safe accommodations, hot food, warm clothing, and concern for everyone's health. They believed that if Senshi became the Uzumaki clan's leader, he could definitely restore them to greatness. It was then that a 5-year-old boy named Uzumaki Intai timidly asked, "Lord Senshi, can we go study at the Ninja Academy, too?" His aunt, Keiko, promptly scolded him. "Intai, don't bother Lord Senshi, he's got a ton to handle and has already helped us ugh." In her eyes, going to the Ninja Academy sounded complicated. You'd need school supplies, possibly ninja tools. Senshi was already feeding them and giving them hot meals. They should be content and do some labor in return once they recovered, right? So some older kids who also longed to attend the academy fell silent, and the few older survivors all nodded. They felt the Uzumaki children shouldn't become a burden, especially since the academy was presumably for the Omegakure's own young. Nobody expected what happened next. Senshi patted Intai's head with a slight smile. "Intai, if you want to attend the Ninja Academy, there's no problem. I'm the principal there. Any child who comes to Omegakure is welcome to enroll." Intai gaped in shock and delight. They could study at the academy, after all? The other kids were likewise astonished. A few sensitive little girls were so moved that tears came to their eyes. Going to school had been an impossible dream. Yet in the Omegakure, with Senshi's permission, all children could attend. Cheering erupted among the younger Uzumaki. While these tender shoots began absorbing the will of rain, Senshi glanced at his mercenary core interface. As expected, 2 new kids' avatars popped up. One was that little girl who'd been crying tears of joy, the other a small boy. Both had decent potential, making Senshi quietly elated. Letting them freeze or starve out there would waste their talents. By gathering them here, letting them recover, and developing their Uzumaki gifts, they'd have far better lives and provide more employment points for him. Not only did that little girl cry tears of joy, but Intai's aunt also shed tears, overwhelmed by how great this all felt. Before, her biggest fears were starving to death or a harsh winter. Now, all that had changed. She and a few older survivors stared at Senshi with gratitude. He was indeed their salvation. Meanwhile, Uncle Takumori and his nephew Matsumi stood to one side. Takumori was a seasoned genin, Matsumi a boy learning ninjutsu from him. They'd fended off dangers on the journey, enabling the more fragile clan members to reach the Omegakure. Listening to Senshi's words, Matsumi muttered, "Is this a genjutsu? That's impossible. Since when? Release genjutsu." Takumori found his Chnibwai nephew tiresome and bopped him on the head. But the older man's gaze turned complicated. Uzushiagakuer, once known for powerful sealing techniques, had been destroyed by various covetous forces. Many died in war, some were captured for experiments, and the rest teetered on death's edge. Takumori had been observing Senshi with mind's eye of the Kagura since the beginning, mistrusting the idea that someone would help them for free. If they hadn't had no options left and heard rumors that the Omegakure's new figurehead was also an Uzumaki, he wouldn't have taken the risk of bringing so many survivors here. Indeed, they'd lost 2 more on the way, but it now seemed worth it. Still, Takumori remained on guard. Senshi looked harmless at the moment, but that didn't mean he had zero ulterior motives. As an elder, he had to maintain a sense of crisis. At that moment, Karin and Haruko came over carrying new supplies. Karin apparently had found a little tag along. Haruko's bright eyes gleamed with admiration for Sister Karin. Passing Takumori, Karin cheerfully called, "Uncle Takumori, why are you spacing out? Hurry and get your share." Seeing her bright, genuine smile, Takumori felt his eyes moisten. Like them, Karin possessed that characteristic Uzumaki red hair. Yet the Uzumakis he knew always wore pained or fearful expressions, seldom smiling so freely. He'd already learned that Karin had been with Senshi the longest, so she knew him best. Maybe talking to her would help him figure out whether Senshi had some hidden agenda. Thus he spoke, "Karin-chan, could you tell us a bit about Lord Senshi's stories?" Karin perked up instantly, as though her drowsiness vanished. She loved talking about Senshi's legends. She took Haruko aside, seating them with Takumori, Mutsumi, and the others. "Takumori Ajizan, Mutsumi, Haruko-chan, you're all curious about Senshi's exploits?" she asked. Takumori nodded firmly. Mutsumi, about 13 or 14, wore a resolute look. He wanted to become as impressive as Senshi. Haruko, 5 or so, nodded fervently. Seeing their eagerness, Karin assumed the posture of a professional assistant and began, "Before I met Senshi, rumor says he was a normal Uzumaki ninja too, living in a shabby shack in Omegakure. But Senshi refused to bow to fate. He took up a sword and stepped into the black market in the Omegakure, and so began a legendary black market tale." Takumori, Mutsumi, and Haruko listened with rapt attention. Mutsumi's eyes went round, and Haruko, in her soft, childish voice, exclaimed, "So Senshi-sama was originally just an ordinary Uzumaki, too?" Karin nodded and went on. "Once Senshi first ventured into the Ames black market, he never looked back. He finished one mission after another, undergoing ordeal after ordeal, honing himself. In almost no time, his name in the black market rivaled even Mr. Kakuzu. Later, he left Kakuzu far behind." Of course, these folks had no idea who Kakuzu was, so Karin explained that Kakuzu had once battled the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. It was a bit of a tall tale. They didn't know Kakuzu's exact record, but no matter. The 3 men all gasped in unison. "Hiss!" Takumori drew a sharp breath. By the time Senshi-sama was just 18, he was stronger than Kakuzu, who'd once fought the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. That gave Takumori an essential clue: unceasing, insane mission completion seemed the only way to skyrocket one's strength. That was apparently how Senshi rose. Hearing him press for details, Karin nodded. Soon after, he asked, "And then what happened?" Karin boasted, "Later, on his next mission, he encountered me kidnapped by some evil traffickers. He rescued me, and from then on, I was his most loyal and dependable assistant. He already had an inconceivably strong Miss Zion execution ability, but after he got me, it rose even higher. Truthfully, if not for her, Senshi would have had to count money alone." She then told them how, upon entering the Ames black market, Senshi realized other ninjas were too overworked, so he volunteered to take all the tasks, making them weep with gratitude. It was basically just Karin's imaginative fluff, but so be it. She also recounted how Senshi allegedly supported MUI to overthrow the oppressive rule in Kyuzagakure. In short, as the #1 Senshi fan, she conflated various rumors and legends. Regardless, her stories firmly cemented Senshi in Takumori and Mutsumi's minds as a heroic, almost godlike figure. Just as Karin prepared to continue, Senshi arrived quietly and grabbed her by the back of the collar, hauling her away from the platform of destiny. He'd been listening in for a while. At first, her tall tails only made him twitch at the corners of his mouth, but the more she said, the more exaggerated it got. Even he couldn't stomach it. Face saving was one thing, but this was overboard. Hauling Karin back home, Senshi had a thought: since this girl praised him so sweetly, might as well arrange that silver disc she wanted. Not necessarily a move learning disc, but something that suit her. The mercenary system's blind boxes came from countless worlds, no need to restrict it to Pokemon references. She was in a great mood. Meeting so many fellow Uzumaki Takumori Ajisen, Haruko, and Keiko gave her a new sense of kinship. Before long, they'd all be part of one big clan. A warm family. Senshi then brought her to a small woodland area near the refugee shelter. He still had about 300,000 or so employment points left. Time to go all in on a few hundred draw attempts, hopefully. Find something suitable for Karin and also a solution for Nagato. Nagato might not be a living skeleton yet, but at his rate of using the Rinnegan, that day wasn't far off. If these 300 pulls failed to produce anything for Nagato, that'd be unfortunate. He perched calmly atop a large stone, mentally commanding: "System, draw heavily for me. Start with 100 pull as a warm-up." In the past, he'd do single draws or maybe a 10 pull as a warm-up. Now, he was lavishly using a 100 pull. 100,000 points deducted, remaining points 240,350. Drawing. Congratulations, you have acquired Senzu Bean X3, Sans Hoku Dango X10, Chakra Amount X3 card, Kekii Genkai, Explosion Release X1. Senzu Beans? Are these the ones I think they are? Senshi's gaze turned to his system space. Indeed, he found them. Senzu Bean. SS rank reward, from the Dragon Ball world grown by the cat sage on Karin Tower. Abilities: eating just one keeps you from hunger for 10 days, with an extremely powerful restorative effect. As long as the user isn't completely dead, they can instantly recover stamina and energy, restoring their body to peak condition. Wow! So the system could even pull items from Dragon Ball? Next might come Scion Blood or something. Senshi chuckled. But this was not a permanent fix for Nagato, it only treated symptoms, not the cause. It wouldn't fix the Rinnegan's continuous draining. Plus, 3 beans from 100 pull was pretty stingy, they were obviously rare items. He shrugged. Apart from Senzu beans and an explosion release limit, nothing else was that eye catching in this first 100 draw. Time for more. He adjusted his posture and mumbled a short draw luck incantation. Dark clouds in the northwest, may the black rooster drop almond G phoenixes. All in, all in. Let's do 2 more 100 pulls. 200,000 points deducted, remaining points 40,350. Drawing. Congratulations, you have acquired Toad Oil X3 bottles, Sans Hoku Dango X10, Chakra Amount X3 card, Kekii Genkai, Sharingan X2, Expired Milk X1, Arrow, Killer Queen Limited Edition X1. Killer Queen. Senshi's eyes locked on the new item. Arrow, Killer Queen Limited Edition. S-rank reward, from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure world. Anyone pierced by this arrow becomes a stand user, gaining the Killer Queen stand. Development level, D. Currently unlocked ability, first bomb anything Killer Queen touches becomes a bomb. Only one active bomb at a time. Reading this, Senchi's thoughts began racing. If you became a passing stand user, that would be insane. You could have Aura in one hand and Muta in the other. Even someone used to big scenes like him couldn't help but grin. The mental image was too vivid. That said, he wasn't planning to use Killer Queen himself. The stand had a cute pink cat face design, which he found less to his taste. It might suit Karin better, letting her become a stand user. From this day forward, Senchi quickly walked over to Karin. Karin, come over here, let me stab you. Karin, underscore? That question left her confused. Why does Senchi want to stab me? I'm not sick, and I haven't done anything wrong. Did I mess up somehow? But she didn't refuse. She obediently walked over, preparing to pull down her pants. Patreon.com/Bleem. KurNTLY you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 85, Legendary Pokemon on Grind. Luckily, Senchi reacted quickly, no, not the but just extend your hand. Okay. Karin blinked her big, bright eyes, looking curious, not knowing what Sensei was about to do. If it wasn't an injection, had she done something wrong and was about to be punished? Before she could react, Senchi took out the arrow, pricked her hand with it. Ow! Suddenly, a mysterious ripple emerged. Karin had officially awakened the stand Killer Queen, becoming a stand user. Because Karin was still a young girl, the Killer Queen stand that she awakened was also a child version. It stood at the same height as Karin, shaped like a pink-furred humanoid cat. Although Senchi himself did not have a stand, he wasn't a stand user. Through his mantra he could basically sense the stand's presence and form. In his view, the child-sized pink cat person Killer Queen suited Karin perfectly. With her pink Susanoo to go with a pink cat like Killer Queen, it was a perfect path to max out the macho points in its own quirky way. Likewise, Karin's status screen might now look like this. Name, Uzumaki Karin. Identity, Senchi's assistant/ninja/stand user. If in the future Senchi found a suitably compatible special trait learning disc for Karin, she could take on a new role like a yada yada type Pokemon. Or if Senchi drew some Pokemon that suited Karin, he could tell her, look, this is a summoning beast I discovered, thus adding a Pokemon trainer identity for her. It wouldn't be surprising if she eventually became a passerby cameo with great power. While Senchi was figuring out how best to nurture Karin, he sat on a large stone in the forest clearing, checking the results of his recent gacha draw. Quickly scanning through the various rewards, Senchi saw none that would help Nagato right now. Was it Nagato's ill-fated destiny, or had Senchi's luck run dry? In any case, it had been easy enough drawing the Yamata no Orakai fruit for Orochimaru back then. So Senchi was unwilling to accept defeat. He decided to recheck the system's inventory thoroughly. But after carefully reviewing everything in his storage, it appeared there truly was nothing that suited Nagato's situation. Worst case, he could feed Nagato a senzu bean to keep him from deteriorating for a while, but that would only be a patch job, not an actual fix. Konan had entrusted Senchi with truly solving Nagato's health issue, so giving him a senzu bean wouldn't count as the mission done. She wouldn't fork out more money just for that. Ugh, how troubling. At least with senzu beans on hand, Senchi could ensure Nagato didn't sink into a lethal state, thus avoiding total mission failure. He still had the big quest in Kumagakuri to capture the tailed beasts, earning him more cash and presumably another 100 draw or two. If the system was not too stingy, 4 sets of 100 pulls in total should be enough to get something that cures Nagato. As Senshi pondered these assignments, Karin, newly minted stand user, happily tinkered with her powers. Her Killer Queen stand would tap an object, turning it into a bomb. Since Karin was still a child, she ran many little safety tests. Susanoo. Just before detonating a bomb, Karin activated her eternal Mangeki Sharingan, summoning her Pink Susanoo around herself and Killer Queen. Only then did she announce, "Go for it." Fortunately, Killer Queen couldn't speak to question why she was so cautious. In Karen's view, bombs were as dangerous as explosive tags, so you needed safety measures. Plus she had a habit of summoning Susanoo for something as simple as preventing hot oil splashes when cooking, so messing with bombs definitely called for protective measures. With her pink Susanoo shielding them, Killer Queen lifted its right hand, pressing the small detonator button on its second finger joint. Boom! The rock, now turned into a bomb, flared with orange-red light and exploded violently. After a few trials, Karin became more confident in the ability. She got bolder, using Susanoo's giant arms to move a boulder over 2 meters wide, planning to lob it at the distant forest. She had the whimsical notion of copying Senshi's famous moment, pointing to a swath of woodland and casually saying, "See that forest there," then hurling an explosive and blowing the trees to kingdom come. But before Karin and Killer Queen could carry out their mischief, Senshi intervened. "Karin, don't be reckless. We need to head to the black market and find Hidden for more missions." He could see perfectly well what Karin was about to do. Chucking a giant boulder as a bomb into the forest would be extremely destructive, effectively turning her into a living cannon. Hearing him, Karin let out a small ah, then dismissed Susanoo and dashed toward Senshi happily. She latched onto his leg, rubbing her head affectionately, grinning. "Senshi, you're the best. I love this new gift." Senshi patted her head, leading her off to the black market. He cast a sidelong glance at the child version of Killer Queen, musing privately about how to incorporate muda or aura combos in the future. At Omegakure's black market, Senshi had been busy lately, so he hadn't come in person to check on Hiden. But that didn't stop his wood clone from doing so. Hiden was a great partner but needed training, so to speak, meaning no rest from missions. The moment they entered the black market, Senshi turned to Karin casually. "It's been a while since we've seen my beloved buddy and perfect partner, Hiden the Handsome. I truly miss all those mission-filled days with him." Karin laughed softly. "He definitely doesn't miss you at all." True enough. Even someone with immortality might go insane under 007 level mission shifts. Once they spotted Hiden, they saw his eye bags looked even worse than before. "Why do his dark circles look so heavy?" Senshi murmured, his voice tinged with confusion. He walked up, asking, "Hiden, what are you doing here?" Hiden, standing like a statue, gazed woodenly at him and raised a hand. "Gimme, all the commission forms. I want all the missions in this place." Senshi, surprised face, Karin, surprised face. Senshi was stunned. Has Hiden turned robotic? He waved a hand in front of Hiden's face. Hiden first didn't respond, then after a few seconds. I've finished all the commissions. Pay me now." He rummaged in his robe for a handful of empty air, handing it to Senshi. "Senshi, Sigma?" Seeing Hiden's condition, both Senshi and Karin were speechless. "Yikes," thought Senshi. "He's broken. If the entire Jashin cult had multiple immortal believers, I'd try switching him for a fresh one. But there's only him." He couldn't tell if his mission intensity had driven Hiden nuts, or if maybe it wasn't enough. Perhaps Haydn was stuck at a plateau. If they ramped up the intensity even further, he might break down. And then reform. He'd become an even more perfect partner, but Senshi was in a hurry to get to Kumagakure and do tasks. He could give Haydn a chance to break and rebuild later. But with Haydn in this crazy state, it was no good taking him to Kumagakure. So Senshi decided to try normal methods to rouse him. If that failed, he'd resort to electric therapy. Karin eyed Haydn pityingly. Senshi, he looks kinda miserable. Senshi spoke calmly. Karin, this is the price of growth. Haydn may look bad right now, but he's gained huge improvements these past few days. Once he snaps out of it, he'll thank me. For a brief moment, Senshi wondered if he'd been too harsh on Haydn. But after 1 second of reflection, he decided he'd done nothing wrong. The high-intensity missions had drastically powered Haydn up. Too bad it didn't fully break him so that he could ascend to the next tier. He'd handle that later. Right now, he needed to finalize a mission in Kumagakure. Senshi also recalled how Haydn tried to evangelize Jashin in the past. Letting him roam free in the Omegakure would cause trouble with Nagato, so Senshi had kept him busy. It was effectively saving lives. Senshi felt Arthur proud. Meanwhile, Karin tapped him. He's fallen asleep standing up. Turning around, Senshi saw that Haydn was indeed asleep on his feet, body stiff upright. Senshi? Oh dear, he was so sleep-deprived that he'd dozed off mid-stance. All right, said Senshi, this means he probably never really slept during tasks. I guess I should pick up a commission from the black market. We'll take Haydn with us on a client escort mission. Sure, I can teleport directly to Kumagakure using my powers, Bullet and I can't forsake old traditions. Who knows what side tasks we might do along the way. After receiving the escort mission, Senshi swiftly found the client, then turned back and kicked Haydn's leg. Haydn, wake up! It's a waste to spend such precious time sleeping when you could be doing missions. A few kicks later, Haydn stirred woozily. Then in his arrogant, repetitive voice. Hey, hand over all the commission forms, I'll take all the missions here. Senshi could only laugh in exasperation. Good grief, a walking loop indeed. Haydn rummaged in his chest, retrieving phantom paperwork and slamming it on a non-existent table. Look, I finished every task. Pay up. Senshi ignored the ghost role play. No question about it, Haydn needed thorough recharging and perhaps therapy to snap out of his trance. Meanwhile, Senshi would proceed with the escort job. They could treat Haydn on the way. In a certain corner of the Omegakure black market, a pair of green, glowing eyes secretly watched them. The owner of these eyes was Kakuzu. He was furious. Damn it! That spot's supposed to be mine. How can that half-hearted slacker Haydn be the so-called perfect partner? Humph, I'll show everyone. Who's the real number 2 mission devourer in the ninja world? Only the genuine number 2 C and B Senshi's ultimate partner. With that, Kakuzu stomped into the black market hall, bang! 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 He slammed his hand on the counter near the manager. Where are the missions? Hand them all over. I'm taking every single one. Because Kakuzu concluded Senshi didn't call on him lately simply because he hadn't done enough tasks. If he hammered out a monstrous volume of missions, he believed, Senshi would realize who was the true perfect partner. Konoha. Sasuke and Naruto had begun their mission spree. Being only academy level, they could take only D-rank missions, which typically paid 5,000 to 50,000 RY. Once the job was done, the village took a 50% cut. They could divide the rest among themselves in whichever way Senshi didn't care. They employment points were based on the total commission amount, not how it was split. Spurred by Senshi's reward system, Naruto and Sasuke both wanted to quickly earn 2 million RY. Once they hit that threshold, Senshi-sensei would award them a lucky draw. That might result in something akin to Thunder Punch or Aura Sphere, maybe even something better. On Akanoha Street, Naruto was running about with a mission slip, calling to Sasuke, who was off to the side. Sasuke, I'm about to start my 4th D-rank mission. BT, you're still on your 3rd, hey. Sasuke gave a mirthless chuckle. Humph, dope. 10 minutes ago, I already started my 4th mission. Naruto's eyes popped. Ack, you beat me to it. Let's see who finishes first, then. Sasuke shrugged. No need. Obviously, I'll get done before you. Naruto retorted hotly. Don't be so sure. Now that I've got experience from the last mission, this time I'll definitely come out on top. Sasuke snorted, are you forgetting my own improvements? Naruto, I'm not losing. Date Bayo. Sasuke, HN. It was D-rank mission mania. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was observing them, felt his head spin. These two kids were unbelievably enthusiastic about tasks. From morning to midday, they kept going non-stop. Another hour, Sasuke wrapped up his 4th job, Naruto right behind him. They each turned in the results. Kakashi planned to have them stop for lunch. Then he was taken aback to see Naruto snatch a bento, wave and dash off. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to eat? I'm heading to my 5th mission while I eat lunch. Kakashi, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto blinked guilelessly, I'm multitasking doing my 5th mission and having lunch. Why? Kakashi was speechless. Hey? Even more surprising was Sasuke's approach from the other direction. Kakashi felt relieved maybe Sasuke was normal enough to eat lunch with him. But when he invited Sasuke to lunch, Sasuke shook his head. No need. I already took a soldier pill. No point wasting precious mission time just eating. Kakashi, underscore? He was slack-jawed. These kids. Who on earth raised them to be like this? Missions, 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 to the point they skip lunch? Nevertheless, Naruto glimpsed the soldier pill in Sasuke's hand, cursing. Darn, I should have thought of that, didn't need to stop to eat. He inhaled the remaining portion of his bento in seconds, then darted off to keep up with Sasuke. Kakashi could only stand there, feeling overwhelmed. This unstoppable obsession with tasks is familiar? Where is it coming from? He'd gleaned nothing so far except that the kids' behavior was bizarre. From dawn to dusk, they relentlessly hammered D-rank missions. Were tasks really that appealing? By day's end, Naruto still looked bursting with energy, waving goodbye. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and I are heading home. See you tomorrow. Kakashi lamely waved back. The two boys lived together at Sasuke's place now, so they went off that way each evening. Naruto liked staying there, it was bigger, with better living conditions, and even the instant noodle tasted better than they did at his own little apartment. Sasuke sure is good at this stuff, he mused. With his hands behind his head, Naruto grinned. Sasuke, yet again no winner, no loser, hey. Sasuke snorted. TCH, so what if we both did 14 D-rank missions today? My completion times were definitely quicker than yours. Naruto pouted, that's cause I wasted time eating a bento. You took a soldier pill. Next time, I won't lose. Sasuke shook his head faintly, smart planning is part of strength. Naruto didn't bother arguing further, hurrying over to Senshi's wood clone who'd been tailing them. Quietly. Senshi-sensei, today Suzuki and I each finished 14 D rank missions. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Black Market Starter. Senshi's wood clone heard Naruto say he'd completed 14 D rank missions in a single day and was a bit surprised. After all, ordinarily when fresh graduates of the Ninja Academy form a 3-man squad, they still can't complete 14 D rank missions in one day. Naruto and Suzuki, each one alone, are basically worth multiple 3-man squads. Truly great prospects for mission work. Senshi gave a calm smile, patted Naruto's and Sasuke's heads, then asked, "How much did you earn today?" Hearing that, Naruto immediately perked up. He dumped a thick bundle of banknotes on the ground and said, "Teacher Senshi, just a SECI. Haven't had time yet to count today's mission pay." Suzuki likewise took out a thick wad of bills, tossed them on the ground, and started counting. D-rank tasks generally pay somewhere between 5,000 RY and 20,000 RY. Higher paying D-rank tasks do exist, but their number is very small. After counting all his bills, Naruto said, "Teacher Senshi, after the village's 50% cut, I made 80,000 RY in profit. That means altogether, in today's tasks, I earned 160,000 RY. Then, looking very excited, he added, "If I do this many missions every day, how long will it take to get that special reward from you, Teacher Senshi?" Because Naruto had once turned in a blank paper during the Chunin exams, this kind of arithmetic wasn't his strong suit. After a while fiddling with his fingers, he couldn't figure it out and could only turn his eyes toward Suzuki. "Suzuki, how much did you make today?" Suzuki said blandly, "About the same as yours." They had both done D-rank tasks, and their overall total didn't differ much. His own pay was a bit higher than Naruto's, around a bit over 160,000 RY before the village took its cut. Once Naruto heard Sasuke's figure, he lit up happily. "Suzuki, if that's the case, how long till we reach Teacher Senshi's threshold for the special reward?" Naruto figured Suzuki might need a moment to calculate, but Suzuki just blurted out, "About 125 DYS. If our daily mission income is only about this much, we'll need roughly 4 months to earn one special reward from Teacher Senshi." Naruto, surprised face. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was floored. 4 whole months just for one special prize from Teacher Senshi? Isn't that way too long? Besides, the special reward Senshi promised isn't guaranteed to be something on the same level as Aura's fear. There's an element of luck in drawing it. What if after slogging away for 4 months, he ends up drawing a Free Ichiraku ramen ticket? Sure, Ichiraku's tastes amazing, but he really wants a powerful jutsu. Naruto pressed on, asking Suzuki, "So is there a way to make more mission money, Suzuki?" Suzuki frowned. "Probably not. We're only genin. We can only do D rank and C rank requests. And if we do a lot of missions, we inevitably wind up doing a ton of low-paying ones, since the majority of tasks don't pay much." Hearing Sasuke's explanation, Naruto's face turned sour. So they'd need to work for months just to get that single special prize from Senshi-sensei? This was too painful. He wanted Senshi's special reward sooner. Seeing Naruto and Suzuki stumped, Senshi spoke up encouragingly. "It's true that as genin, you can only accept D rank and C rank requests here in the village. But you two are strong enough now to handle higher level missions. Besides taking on tasks within the village, you can also go to the black market for missions." Both Naruto and Suzuki perked up in curiosity. They knew nothing about the black market. Observing their eager looks, Senshi gave a faint smile and calmly said. In the black market, your genin rank won't hold you back at all. The black market has a great variety of missions with high pay and high difficulty. You can hone yourselves far more in those tasks. Once Senshi finished, Naruto got excited. Sasuke, let's head there right now and pick up bigger paying jobs. But Sasuke felt a headache coming on. Dope, the black market is outside the village. It's nighttime. Now. We can't leave. Naruto exclaimed, the black market's outside the village? Then I can't pick up missions there at all. This news struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue. For reasons unknown, he wasn't allowed to leave Konoha. Whenever he'd tried Goenji out to see the world, the ninja guarding the village gates blocked him. Feeling helpless, Naruto muttered. What now? The gate guards never let me leave. Meanwhile Sasuke can go train outside as long as he doesn't stray too far. It's so unfair. Sasuke had no answer either. He was puzzled why Naruto was the only kid in the village barred from leaving. Everyone else could go in and out just fine. All at once, Naruto lost hope. If I can't leave the village to accept those higher paying black market commissions, I guess I'm stuck doing these low-level ones. All day long, he'd done tasks like chasing lost cats and dogs and finding miscellaneous items. Not only were they trivial and boring, the pay was tiny, and they ate up a lot of time. The experience boost was minimal. And if he'd have to do these for the next 200-odd days, it would be torture. He yearned for more challenging missions that would really temper him. Sasuke pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to let both of them work freely outside. After all, black market tasks with higher pay might not be in Konoha's vicinity. Even if they had the strength, lacking free movement outside the village meant they couldn't do them. Plus, at present, there was no solution. To roam freely, ninja generally must pass the Chunin exams. And who knew when that'd happen? Noticing them stuck again, Senshi grinned. Don't worry. Teacher has a plan. Hearing that, Naruto and Sasuke both brightened. They were just kids, after all, with heavy travel restrictions. Naruto, especially, couldn't leave at all. Naruto's face glowed with excitement. Right. Senshi-sensei is so strong he can take us outside to do missions, right? I'm really itching to hit the black market for intense training. He looked hopefully at Senshi, while Sasuke's eyes also glimmered. If Senshi-sensei was willing, it should be doable. But although Senshi could whisk them away by force, he would not. Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Sasuke was the last living Uchiha, both highly important to Konoha. Spiriting them away would mean burning bridges with Konoha. Senshi might not fear them, but nor did he need such trouble. After all, Konoha was arguably the strongest hidden village among the 5 great nations. And the land of fire the wealthiest. Provoking them would cut off a lucrative stream of potential tasks. Hence, Senshi would need some other trick to let the 2 kids leave. Late evening. A caravan traveled through the land of lightning on the way to Kumagakure. In the last carriage, Senshi, Haiden, and Karin sat together. During the trip, Senshi performed repeated shock therapy, recharging on Haiden to restore him to a functional state. Electric therapy worked well. Haiden had finally stopped groaning and muttering. Meanwhile, Karin had spent all day playing with her pink cat-like killer queen stand and had fallen asleep on Senshi's arm. Kumagakure had 2-tailed beasts, both with perfect Jinchuriki. If Orochimaru and Sasori had kept going, they might target the 2 tails, Niiyujito, for a marginally simpler catch. For Senshi, it made no difference whether it was the 2 tails or the 8 tails, neither was difficult. On the ride Senshi pondered the relevant intel. The Two Tails host, Yujito, was rumored to be a proud, stricken G, but also gentle big sister type. Wavy blonde hair, healthy wheat-colored skin rather than typical Rakich's complexion. The Eight Tails host was Killer B of the AB duo. Although B might be stronger than Yujito, it hardly mattered to Senshi. Moreover, he might showcase to the AB brothers what real lightning release looked like. Not only could he beat B in raw power, but in rap as well. He kept 2 rap lines in reserve. Maybe once he met B, he'd open with, Killer B, I want Disney, and then follow up with giant bowl of wide noodles. He'd truly kill B's pride if he trumped him in both flow and skill. What kind of flow is that? Haha. At present, Senshi hadn't made up his mind, lay a hand on the flower, i.e. catch Yujito, or kill. Hearts with rap, target B? He wasn't some evil maniac out to do both unless Nagato posted 2 separate requests. Meanwhile, Kumigakure itself had no idea what was coming. Yujito and B were clueless as Senshi approached. Sasori, waiting so long there, was near madness, hating to wait. Orochimaru's line. Once that man accepted a mission, it's basically done had proven untrue so far. So many days had passed with zero action, Sasori couldn't even find Senshi's whereabouts. As the carriage rumbled onward, Karin woke up yawning, still groggy but curious about the land of lightning and Kumigakure. Last time she came, it was all too quick to explore. Being nighttime now, there wasn't much to see. She rubbed her eyes. Senshi, are we almost there? He nodded slightly. We're close. Then he added, Karin, if you have any new recipes, get Haiden to taste them first. But honestly, I suggest you not invest too much time in cooking research, focus on your medical ninjutsu. He said this because in her sleep, Karin had muttered about wanting to try new dishes to impress Senshi's palate. Senshi was not that optimistic about her cooking skills. And since Haiden literally couldn't die, who better to serve as taste tester? Back in Konoha, at Sasuke's house, Naruto and Sasuke felt a bit deflated after the wood clone refused to bring them to the black market. Yet Senshi naturally had reasons. Among the Konoha higher-ups, someone had once coughed up 1 billion RY for Orochimaru. If Senshi created demand, he could potentially get a large chunk of that. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also had a big personal stash. Senshi wanted to preemptively buddy up as brother Hiruzen. Obviously, Naruto and Sasuke knew nothing about all this. Seeing their frustration, he decided not to tease them further, though I can't personally take you out for black market missions, Kakashi can. Naruto and Sasuke both frowned in confusion. Naruto asked, could Kakashi-sensei really bring us out to the black market? Sasuke shared the question, giving Senshi a doubtful look. But Senshi wore a deep, knowing smile. He definitely won't refuse your request. He had noticed how Kakashi had been put in charge of investigating them, yet he'd learned nothing so far. If they proposed going to the black market, Kakashi would probably agree, hoping to flush out whoever might be secretly guiding them. The next day, before sunrise, Kakashi's house. Kakashi had just returned from an urgent overnight mission, thoroughly exhausted, and lay down to sleep. Because the third Hokage had limited manpower, they often turned to Kakashi. On top of that, the job of investigating Naruto and Sasuke was still ongoing. He planned to rest a bit, then resume observation, trying to figure out the cause of their near-fanatical obsession with missions. In that dim pre-dawn hour when the village was at its darkest, 2 eager figures slipped out from Sasuke's home. Glancing at the black sky, Suzuki muttered. Dope, you're sure we have to bother Kakashi-sensei now? I bet he's still asleep. Given what he knew, it made sense. Not even the breakfast stalls had opened yet. But Naruto waved him off. Suzuki. By the time we get there, maybe he'll be awake. Besides, don't underestimate Kakashi. Sensei, he could have been up ages ago. In reality, they were wrong. Kakashi had just gone to bed after working all night. Naruto and Suzuki didn't know that. They soon arrived at the Janin's door. Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting, Kakashi-sensei, you home? You up yet? We wanna start today's missions. Inside, Kakashi could only gape. What in the world? The sun isn't even up, and they're calling for tasks? After a moment, he decided to remain silent, feigning absence. Even if he needed to keep investigating them, he needed sleep. As expected, after more yelling and door pounding, the noise stopped. Naruto paused, turning to Suzuki. Suzuki, why won't he answer? Maybe he's not here after all. Suzuki reasoned. Let's go. If he were home, he'd have popped out as soon as we stepped in the yard, with all that yelling. Naruto looked gloomy. He really wanted to do tasks, he was all fired up, and now Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Inside, Kakashi smiled faintly. They're talented, but green. My plan worked. He relished the peace and prepared to doze off, except Naruto was anything but predictable. They Fox Kid disliked giving up. Driven by desperation, Naruto used a family passed-down stomp technique, forcibly kicking in Kakashi's door. Boom! A muffled crash. The door flew open. Kakashi. He never thought the kid would kick his door down at dawn. Sitting bolt upright on his bed, Kakashi looked at Naruto with an extremely complicated expression. Spotting Kakashi indeed present, Naruto beamed. Suzuki, come back. He's here. Suzuki had already started leaving the yard. Hearing Naruto's shout, he blinked in mild surprise. Glancing back, he saw the footprints on Kakashi's door, feeling speechless. Indeed, Naruto was far too reckless. But with that, they'd successfully awakened Kakashi. Naruto rushed over joyfully. Kakashi-sensei, Suzuki and I wanna do missions right now. Kakashi pressed a hand to his temple. Naruto, this early, the mission office hasn't opened. You can't pick up tasks. Naruto waved that off. Not from the mission center. Suzuki and I wanna do black market tasks. At that, Kakashi's caution soared. Children like them shouldn't even know about the black market, a shady, tangled domain. He recalled the third Hokage suspecting some outside party might be guiding them. With Konoha having tightened security, said party might be trying to lure them away into black market territory. This all but confirmed the Hokage's guess. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 87, Cooked. Kakashi was feeling quite stifled, but over in Kumagakure, they were feeling even more vexed. Everything in Kumagakure stemmed from Orochimaru suddenly showing up not long ago. That time, when Orochimaru arrived in Kumagakure, he displayed a jutsu called Edo Tensei to the fourth Raikage. This jutsu was extremely mysterious, able to bring the dead back into the living world. Orochimaru even revived the deceased third Raikage right in front of the fourth Raikage. The third Raikage was famed for possessing the strongest spear and the strongest shield. If he could truly be brought back, it would be an enormous boon not just for the fourth Raikage personally, but for all of Kumagakure, because the third Raikage alone once battled 10,000 enemy shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights. If indeed revived, Kumagakure's power would immediately and dramatically increase. Outside a secret base of Orochimaru in the land of lightning. Boom! With a single punch, the fourth Raikage slammed the wall in front of him, sending bricks flying in all directions. Seeing that, one could tell his eyes were bloodshot with fury to the limit. Damn that Orochimaru, he actually ran off. Not long ago, Orochimaru demonstrated Edo Tensei for him and Killer Bee, and the two sides reached a deal. Kumagakure would provide Orochimaru with 1 billion Ry of research funding to perfect Edo Tensei. And once Orochimaru perfected it, he'd formally resurrect the third Raikage. This should have been a happy arrangement, except now it had gone awry. For some time, Orochimaru hadn't given any further updates on his research progress. Initially, they assumed he'd simply hit a bottleneck. But as it turned out, Orochimaru had quietly relocated everything from this research base. He was gone. Standing not far away, Killer Bee emerged from the now empty facility. He threw a couple of hand signs before speaking. Orochimaru should have been cut into slices. But he deceived my big bro and left no traces. He's vanished without a clue. Kumagakure can't recoup. Yo-yo, chakadoo blockadoo. Baka, rapu. Nonsensical rapscatting. Though B's words were nothing special, they further inflamed the fourth Raikage's anger. Tch. Boom. 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 Letting out an enraged roar, he hammered a few more fists into the base's walls. Off to one side, Darui hurriedly tried to reassure him. Lord Raikage, please quell your anger. At this point, we need to take emergency measures. But the fourth Raikage, who was already hot-tempered and reckless, had become even more furious. In the face of such deception. From Kumagakure's perspective, they were the ones who usually took advantage of other villages. Who often seized what they wanted. Since when did someone else get the better of them? 4. Orochimaru to cheat them right in their own village. And worst of all, Orochimaru had run off with their 1 billion Ry. At the brink of going berserk yet again, the fourth Raikage glanced at Killer Bee, who piped up. Yo-yo! This is a messed up show. Big bro in rage, I already know. Straining to calm himself, the fourth Raikage turned to Darui. All right, Darui. You said we need emergency measures. Let's hear it. Darui, relieved the Raikage was listening, spoke up. Yes, sir. First of all, we certainly need to track down Orochimaru and recover our funds. Darui knew full well it wouldn't be easy. Orochimaru had clearly planned this all along, coming specifically to con them. By the time he fled, Kumagakure hadn't even realized. But at least the fourth Raikage, while furious, was no fool. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Continue. Though the Raikage often called Darui his left arm and right arm, Darui was effectively his brain as well. Darui nodded and continued. Second, we must thoroughly investigate the land of lightning and Kumagakure at large. Ensure Orochimaru has no remaining bases here. If we can't recover that billion Ry, at the very least, we can stop him from doing further harm within our borders. This facility wasn't even built with Kumagakure's approval. Orochimaru had owned it for who knows how long. The man had lairs all over the shinobi world, each like a home away from home. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage agreed, acknowledging. Yes, we need to do a wide sweep, flush out any other hideouts he might have left in the land of lightning. Once more, Darui offered his final suggestion. Third, we should gather every scrap of intel about Orochimaru, both for trying to find him and for eliminating whatever hidden spots he's set up. Darui finished, the Raikage gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder and burst into rough laughter. Ha 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 ha, Darui, you truly are the best support I have. Orochimaru dar et offend Kumagakur he'll pay dearly. If we catch him, I'll twist his head right off. Of course, Darui knew these were only rudimentary steps, more a closing the barn door after the horse has bolted measure. But sometimes that was all you could do. Killer B, too, had confidence in Darui's plan. Yo, Darui's calm and fine. This cunning plan, a top design. Orochimaru can't hide no more. We'll strike him with lightning for sure. Chakadoo blockadoo. Yet while B and the fourth Raikage showed optimism, Darui quietly sighed. Orochimaru was too cunning for such a manhunt to go smoothly. Still, fortune smiled on them. Not long after the Raikage issued orders, they got some results. Returning from scouring Orochimaru's lab, they were met by Samui Killer B's Kenjutsu student, who brought urgent news. Lord Raikage, Sensei, there's an important finding. The fourth Raikage perked up. Speak. What did you find? Samui explained that in a merchant caravan traveling through the land of lightning, they spotted several shinobi wearing the same distinctive attire as Orochimaru wore, evidently belonging to the same organization as him. Ecstatic, the Raikage roared. Perfect timing. Lead the way. Land of Fire, Black Market. Naruto and Sasuke had indeed managed to come, just as they wanted. Senshi's hunch was correct. In order to fulfill the third Hokage's directive, Kakashi wasn't inclined to pass up any chance to uncover whoever might be guiding the two kids from outside. Normally, these two shouldn't have known about the black market at all. The mere fact they wanted to come do missions there was suspicious. Now that Konoha had tightened security, perhaps Naruto and Sasuke's unknown contact was trying to lure them into this shady area. Having arrived, Naruto and Sasuke were awed by the many missions posted, as well as by two familiar faces, or rather, two Senshi clones. Both had apparently been posted in the black market, doing tasks. Seeing them, Naruto lit up. Se. But the moment he opened his mouth to see all-out Senshi-sensei, Sasuke froze him with a sharp whisper. Dope, this is the black market. Don't shout. He also gave Naruto a pointed look, reminding him Senshi-sensei clearly didn't want to blow his cover. The fact the man's clones had hidden themselves so thoroughly in Konoha suggested he'd prefer not to be recognized publicly. Realizing his near slip, Naruto scratched his head, worried he might have just made trouble for Senshi-sensei. Glancing at Kakashi, he saw the Jainin's expression looking a bit suspicious. Kakashi. Kakashi was deeply stunned. The moment Naruto and Sasuke spotted those clones, he did as well. One Senshi was terrifying enough, but here there were two. He immediately recalled the shuddering dread he'd experienced before, as a lightning release prodigy. He'd once been bested by Senshi, having his own Sharingan ripped out only for Senshi to then replace it with a more perfect pair of Sharingan eyes. Kakashi still hadn't figured out the motive behind that. Possibly it was all some long-laid plan by Senshi. Yet seeing two Senshi clones in the black market hammered home the fear. And they were not even the original. Kakashi realized how unstoppable this man's strategy might be. He reined himself in, opting not to rush forward. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Instead, he hung back to observe from afar. After a moment, Kakashi deduced the pair in front of them were clones that handled tasks Senshi was infamous for taking on massive mission loads. If that was merely the land of Furry's black market, how many clones might Senshi have in other places as well? Imagining the possibility of Senshi employing 100 clones simultaneously, each day doing 100 times the normal workload, was staggering, especially given Senshi's own Monday Stro's skill. 3 days for him equaled a year of a normal shinobi's missions. What a terrifying man, Kakashi thought to himself. He then noticed something unsettling. Naruto and Sasuke's near fanatical devotion to mission work was identical to Senshi's. This was no coincidence. Kakashi glanced at the two kids, only to see them whispering excitedly. Naruto quietly murmured, "No surprise, Senshi-sensei's here too, he's unbelievably dedicated to missions." Sasuke nodded, "Indeed. He never lied to us." Senshi-sensei's formidable power was forged through ceaseless missions. If we want that kind of growth, we need to keep doing missions day and night. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto looked eager. Then let's get going, Sasuke, and pick up some tasks right now. I want to keep polishing my skills so I can earn everyone's acknowledgement, so I can protect them and become Hokage. Sasuke wasn't interested in being Hokage. He simply mused inwardly, "Itachi, I've found a clear path to rapid power. Your doom approaches." Meanwhile, outside Omegakure, Uchiha Itachi was using the Akatsuki ring to communicate with Kisame over long distance. "Kisame, do you know if Senshi is still in the village?" Kisame's reply crackled back. "Itachi-san, what's this about? Where have you been lately?" But he answered anyway. "Senshi left Omegakure 2 days ago. Pretty sure he hasn't returned." Hearing that, Itachi felt a surge of relief. If Senshi wasn't in Omegakure, Itachi could at last go back without fear of encountering him. So he slipped back to Omegakure, reaching the base he shared with Kisame. Kisame was astonished at how haggard Itachi looked. "Itachi-san, what in the world happened? You seem spooked." Indeed, Itachi was not just spooked, but practically bedraggled. Norma LLY, life with Kisame was slow paced, but the short time he'd spent forcibly teamed with Senshi had been an unending nightmare of back-to-back missions, day and night, leaving him no time to breathe. After Senshi left, he took the chance to escape, but spent the following days nervous about being caught. Finally, after confirming Senshi had left Omegakure, he tentatively contacted Kisame and returned. Kisame pried into Itachi's experiences, but Itachi simply sighed. "Some time ago, I went to Konoha." Kisame already knew that part. He stayed quiet, letting Itachi continue. Recalling everything, Itachi's face showed lingering dread. Even now he trembled at that memory. "While in Konoha, I found Senshi. Somehow he demanded I become his partner. For certain reasons, I had no choice but to agree." Stunned, Kisame retorted. "Itachi-san, you fool, how could you become Senshi's partner?" Itachi agreed with the sentiment. Yes. Partnering with Senshi was dangerous and terrifying. Kisame empathized, nodding vigorously. "I told you, never approach that guy, he's inhuman." He recalled how even Kakuzu and Haiden ended up pitiful under Senshi. Itachi himself was forced to do inhuman amounts of missions. After Itachi recounted some of his ordeal, Kisame got goosebumps. But he noticed something missing in the story. "So how come you aren't still with Senshi right now?" Itachi replied. "Once I realized how dangerous Senshi was, I planned to escape. When he stepped out briefly, I seized the opening and ran." At this, Kisame's eyes went wide. "You mean, you snuck away from him?" Kisame knew well how Senshi was rumored to respond to those who defied him. In a trembling voice, he thought. Trouble. Senshi is basically a tyrant. A two-faced, cruel monster who can't tolerate disobedience. He remembered what had happened to Kakuzu, who'd once recruited a new partner, Haiden. Because Kakuzu was replacing Senshi, Senshi exacted savage revenge. Not only did he steal Haiden, but he inflicted unimaginable torture on Kakuzu, turning him into an emotionless mission machine. Similarly, Haiden ended up charred by repeated lightning strikes. One could smell the burnt odor wherever he went. To Kisame's mind, it was obvious that Senshi had zero leniency. If Senshi treated them that way, just F or small infractions, how would he react to Ataki outright running away? A chill spread through Kisame. And the worst part is, the Akatsuki's leader does nothing about Senshi's rampage. Where's our rule against betraying comrades? This is insane. Far off, Senshi, wholly unaware, was busy with missions while a huge misunderstanding festered in Kisame's brain, that Senshi was some merciless dictator punishing any defiance without mercy. Senshi's positive intentions helping them gain experience and grow stronger were thoroughly misread. But Kisame believed his half-baked inferences, concluding Ataki was in mortal danger. Even the man standing next to Ataki now risked guilt by association. Kisame exhaled. Itaka-san, you were half dead already, and still you came back looking for me? I can't get dragged into this. Sighing, he suddenly fainted that Senshi had arrived, then cold-cocked Ataki from behind, knocking him out. Kisame gently laid the unconscious Ataki on the floor, muttering, "Forgive me, Itaki-san. But you provoked Senshi and then returned here, endangering us both. I'd rather not end up another Kakuzu." Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 88, Battered. A sky high and clouds light, sun bright and breeze gentle. Within the land of lightning, a caravan was on its way toward its destination, Kumagakure. After a good night's rest, Karin was brimming with energy today, lively and enthusiastic. The land of lightning's natural scenery, with its abundant towering peaks, was exceptionally beautiful and majestic. All along the way, Karin looked this way and that, quite intrigued by the land of lightning. Beside Karin, Senshi was leisurely flipping through a set of commission requests. These commissions in his hands were fairly challenging, but his skilled clones could handle them, so there was no need for him to go in person. Throughout the caravan's journey, there were Kumo shinobi periodically scouting the area. Senshi knew it well. Such a large-scale caravan visiting the Kumagakure if the village had zero reaction, that truly wouldn't be normal. As the caravan advanced toward the Kumagakure, the village side had already mustered enough elite forces to take action. Ah! 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 Again and again, the sound of slicing wind resounded, as one after another of lean, forceful figures materialized around them. The moment the caravan entered the vicinity of the Kumagakure, it was swiftly encircled by many powerful dark-skinned shinobi. Seeing his, President Lawrence, head of the caravan, was thoroughly startled and afraid. This time, he was transporting goods of very high value. If any mishap happened, the losses would be unimaginable. Even so, President Lawrence was not so panicked as to have no idea what to do. Because the ninja he had hired this time included a living legend. That individual was none other than the black market legend, Senshi. President Lawrence jogged all the way over to Senshi's carriage and spoke with great courtesy. "Senshi-san, our caravan is being surrounded by ninja from the Kumagakure for reasons unknown." By now, Senshi's name echoed throughout the ninja world, particularly in places like the Aim and Kusa, where he was at the height of fame. As soon as he accepted a commission, it almost never encountered any real trouble. Other ninja who got wind of it would simply give up on interfering. Senshi's lips curved slightly. The Kumo's troopers dared to hinder the caravan under his protection? "President Lawrence, don't worry. I'll check it out." He wanted to see what exactly these Kumo shinobi intended by stopping the caravan. Karin was likewise astonished. Usually, while Senshi was working, basically no ninja would risk standing in his way. One look, though, and there was indeed a mass of black uniformed shinobi everywhere Karin was. Both indignant and a bit eager. They're actually hostile to Senshi mid-mission? She thought. Such boldness! At the same time, Karen's excitement stirred, she wanted to test out her new Susanoo plus killer Queen combination that she had been itching to try out in real battle. Maybe this was her chance to show her stuff. Meanwhile, the rest of the caravan's guards faced with such a perilous situation remained quite calm. Most of them were used to working in the black market and knew Senshi's true caliber well. When outsiders watched, they only saw the spectacle. Insiders, however, recognized the depth. It was well known Senshi had already completed over 400 S-rank commissions with a 100% success rate. With such a legendary man here, they had no need to worry. The ones who should worry were these Kumo shinobi with dubious motives. Soon enough, Senshi led Karin to the caravan's forefront to assess the situation. At that same moment, the AB combo arrived under the escort of Darui, Samui, and others. At the instant they drew closer, their eyes were drawn to the black robe patterned with red clouds that Senshi wore. AB exchanged a glance, each thinking the same. That was the same outfit Orochimaru had worn recently. Hence, Senshi and Orochimaru belonged to the same group. If they captured Senshi, maybe they could force out Orochimaru's whereabouts. Of course, there might be a slight problem in that if they genuinely could subdue Senshi was another matter. While the Kumonin were sizing Senshi up, Senshi also gazed at them with slight curiosity. He'd thought maybe just some random small fry would block the caravan, not expecting both the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee would come in person. But before either Sid spoke, Karin bounced forward with bravado, placing fists on her hips and mimicking Senshi's typical style. You've got some nerve. Do you know who's protecting this caravan? You dare hinder its passage. This is plainly not giving Senshi any face. If you all won't leave with dignity, Senshi can make sure you do. Emulating a kind of intimidation, Karin put on a fierce attitude. Killer Bee, hearing Karen's words, promptly struck a couple of rap gestures and spoke. Yo yo! You claim it sounds so scary but I ain't feelin' fear, lil lady. Whose kid spouts big talk, who is this scary Senshi? Yo! Karin. Following Senshi across the lands, she'd seen many scenes but this was her first time encountering one like this. She couldn't make heads or tails of why the black man in sunglasses spoke this way. It wasn't as though she couldn't understand him at all, but it was so odd. Could each country's customs differ this greatly? Should she also speak in his weird style so he could understand? Alternatively, she might as well have Killer Queen blow him up. Senshi, seeing Karin summon Killer Queen, hurried to lift Karin away. No way he'd let her start a fight so fast. That was the Fourth Raikage, after all, one of the top 5 potential big-paying clients. Given local CU stoms and wanting to make a good impression, Senshi tried to meet B halfway. He used the same rap style B did. Yo yo! It's me, Senshi, you gotta hush. Don't go scarin' my Karin too much. Best not to tangle, your rap is sure to lose. I can flow better, that's how I choose. B. Karin? The words left both B, Karin, and many onlookers wearing perplexed looks. For an instant, B seemed ready to carry on with a rap battle. But the Fourth Raikage reminded him of their real purpose. B. Enough. We have important business first. So B halted. Turning to Senshi, the Fourth Raikage wore a grim face. Senshi merely responded, half laughing. Why, isn't this the Fourth Raikage, brother A? Why gather a squad to block my caravan? Looking for me to handle some big job? I can do it, price negotiable. The Raikage, however, wasn't in the mood to joke. He'd concluded that Senshi and Orochimaru belonged to the same organization. All he wanted now was Orochimaru's location. Where is Orochimaru? Eek. Senshi was inwardly astonished. Indeed, he had business with Orochimaru, but the Raikage's manner was quite rude. Still, mindful that the Raikage could be a lucrative potential client, Senshi held back irritation and asked politely. Orochimaru? Sure, I know him. But what's that to do with me? The Raikage believed otherwise. Since they wore matching uniforms, they had to be related, so Senshi must know Orochimaru's whereabouts. Cut the nonsense. Tell me Orochimaru's location, or else we won't be polite. Senshi blinked. They didn't seem polite already. If not for the possibility of future deals, he might have already used a certain pure love thunder. Shaking his head. We might have a misunderstanding. Yes, I know Orochimaru, but he doesn't have a new thing to do with me. Of course, the Raikage wouldn't buy that and, after asking Senshi a few more times, ran out of patience. He waved an arm. Take this suspicious ninja down, he's from the same group as Orochimaru. At his command, numerous elite Kumo's Hinobi lunged from all directions. Karen's big eyes sparkled with delight. Finally she could test out her new technique. She swiftly activated her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. A pink Susanoo manifested, enveloping Karen. The skeleton frame rapidly gained blood and flesh, forming strong limbs. Boom! 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 Karen controlled the pink mecha, casually kicking out. The Kumo nin diving at Senshi were each knocked flying away like rag dolls. Even though these were no ordinary nin, they couldn't resist Karen's Susanoo. They flew faster than they'd come. Seeing this, the AB combo was shocked. Indeed they knew the Uchiha's Susanoo from history, but the girl's hair was bright red, clearly not Uchiha. Where had she acquired such a perfect mastery of the Sharingan? Meanwhile, Karen was downright thrilled. Inside Susanoo, hands at her waist, she mocked. With that level of skill, you dare interfere in Senshi's mission? You've got a lot of nerve. Plainly, Karen was already showboating. Admitted why, even the great Madara had only awakened his eternal Mangekyo after heavy losses. Karen, though still little, had extremely high build potential. As the battered Cloud Nin were scattered, some still preparing to regroup, Darui, Samui, Amwa, and other HIG her level elites readied themselves to intervene. Karen's strength was not trivial, so they had to get serious. But at that moment, the fourth Raikage took one giant step forward, cracking the stone beneath him. He intended to move personally. Senshi saw his and calmly told Karen. That's enough, Karen. Leave the rest to me. Though Karen's specs were off the charts, she was short on actual battle experience. Meanwhile, the Kumo side also recognized that, seeing the Raikage step up with confidence, many CL Nin felt reassured. Lord Raikage stepping in now, it's that guy who's in trouble. Karen quipped back. Just watch, Senshi is stepping in. You're the ones who'll be in trouble. While Karen traded words, the Raikage's body flashed with intense lightning NG. He triggered the distinctive Kumonin Taijutsu-style lightning release armor and blasted forward at Senshi. Attempting to subdue him in one blow, then interrogate him for Orochimaru's whereabouts. He never expected Senshi to be likewise clad in blue ARCS of lightning, even more powerful, and even faster. In the next instant, both men roared the same lightning taijutsu. Lightning Crush Lariat! Lightning Crush Lariat! They collided, generating a deafening thunderclap and shockwaves that shattered the ground. After the dust settled, Senshi was intact and unmoved, while the Raikage felt his head buzz. Usually, that technique would fling the enemy around. This time, the Raikage himself got tossed about. Shaking his head to reorient himself, he stared at Senshi in puzzlement. How did a non-Kumo ninja master their secret lightning release taijutsu at a level surpassing his own? Even though the fourth Raikage was quite the brawler, it was obvious now that Senshi was out of his league. Hence the Raikage immediately decided to call upon B. They'd fight side by side. B. Ready. B swiftly rapped. Yo, that's right, we got no time to chat. Senshi's about to get flattened flat, yo. Senshi naturally heard him, but he cared little for a rap-off. In this fight, fists would speak louder. Some Cloudnin felt relieved. If the AB combo joined forces, they should handle him. Sure enough, after a quick exchange, they positioned themselves in front and behind Senshi ideal. For unleashing their collaboration skill, double lariat. Double lariat. Double lariat. They lunged, unstoppable, yet all it did was crash against Senshi's intangible body with zero effect. Bang! Not a scratch. Then Senshi seized each man by the throat. You wish to dance with me? I, Senshi, see you as weak indeed. Tossing them aside, he revealed the gap in strength. The battered Raikage NB realized how terrifying Senshi's lightning mastery was. Still unconvinced, B went full-tailed beast transformation 8 tails while the Raikage again charged at full power. The other Cloudnin exclaimed. Now that they're dead serious, that Senshi is finished. Darui and Samui, however, only felt worry. Their superiors were fighting for real, yet Senshi barely seemed to have started. And indeed, Senshi decided to end it fast. 200-million volts, Raijin. Drawing on the Rumble Fruit's advanced potential, along with multiple buffs, Senshi's power soared to monstrous levels. Boom 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 boom. A colossal lightning giant rose up into the sky, overshadowing even the massive 8 tails. 1 mighty punch, carrying an almost divine force, smashed into the tailed beast. B never got to finish. Charging his tailed beast bomb, he was blasted away, crashing into the Raikage and sending them both flying. One punch had downed the fully transformed 8 tails. The entire Kumo force gaped in shock. Seeing Senshi not pursuing the advantage, the Raikage, battered, signaled a retreat. Fall back, retreat first. Because if Senshi pressed them, the whole village might have to mobilize to fend him off. As they pulled away, Senshi called. Hey, don't just run off. I never said I can't help you find Orochimaru. He wasn't about to let such a potential client slip out of reach. At that, the duo paused, all Kamonin eyeing him warily. The Raikage asked in confusion. What do you mean? Senshi shrugged. I said this is all a misunderstanding. While Orochimaru and I might be in the same organization, my affairs have nothing to do with him. Likewise, whatever he's done in your Kumo is unrelated to me. Though the AB duo found it unclear, they did glean one thing, regarding Orochimaru, they and Senshi could at least talk. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, _. This time, Senshi and the people of the Kumagakure finally began proper negotiations. Although it was Senshi who spoke directly with the high-ranking officials of the Kumagakure, for most of the discussion it was the fourth Raikage spray-in and stand-in, Darui, who explained the situation. Lord Senshi, not long ago Orochimaru appeared in the Kumagakure. He developed a jutsu and, right before the fourth Raikage, resurrected the third Raikage. But Orochimaru said that this jutsu still needs further development to truly bring the third Raikage back to life. After that, Darui recounted Orochimaru's activities in the Kumagakure in full detail for Senshi. In short, Orochimaru used the third Raikage's resurrection as a pretext to demand a research budget of 1 billion Ry from the Kyumigakuer. Then, the usual formula followed: same old trick, same old taste. As soon as Orochimaru took the money, he ran off. But he was wearing that black robe with red clouds, which became a crucial lead for the Kyumigakuer to trace his whereabouts. After hearing it all, Senshi couldn't help but laugh wryly. Turned out he'd been framed by Orochimaru. You snake-skinned freak! This is ridiculous. Fine, fine. So that's how you make your money, hey? Developing that Eat Snake Park scam and taking it all the way to the Kumo. The key point is, Orochimaru was worried no one would know he's a member of the Akatsuki, so he wore the black robe with red clouds everywhere he went, scamming people. Naturally, that trashed Akatsuki's reputation. I just arrived in Kumo, and got surrounded by a gang of big, tough guys. With Orochimaru causing all this chaos, how am I supposed to happily do my missions in the Kumo? No wonder when Danzo saw me wearing the red cloud robe that time, he reacted so strongly. He must have thought I'm just like Orochimaru, birds of a feather. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to Senshi. He looked at the fourth Raikage and said, "Hey bro! What does the Kumo plan to do about Orochimaru?" The fourth Raikage snorted and said, "We plan to capture Orochimaru, get our money back, and then give him the harshest possible punishment." Hearing that, Senshi's eyes lit up. "Hey bro, does the Kumo already have a plan?" This time, the fourth Raikage hesitated slightly. As Senshi's excellent little assistant, Karin immediately understood what she needed to do upon seeing this. She carefully chose her words, then spoke up. "Lord Raikage, if you don't have a great plan in place, Senshi can offer assistance." Orochimaru's behavior was just too vile, using such unethical methods to con people out of money. This cannot be tolerated. We have to capture him and bring him to justice. Karin had been following Senshi for a long time now, and she had developed a bit of a mischievous streak. Back when Orochimaru terrified her, she jotted that down in her little notebook of grudges. And she was just waiting for a chance to stir up trouble for Orochimaru. When AB, Darui, and the others heard Karin, they all looked at Senshi. Finally, the fourth Raikage asked, "You have a way to catch Orochimaru?" Senshi waved his hand. "It's not a matter of having a way or not, bro, capturing him is guaranteed." The fourth Raikage frowned. "Your strength is great, but Orochimaru isn't weak, either. Not long ago, I fought him myself. He has extremely high resistance to lightning-style chakra. Besides, you two belong to the same organization. He probably knows plenty of intel about you. Capturing him might not be so easy." Senshi, surprised face. Hearing the Raikage say this, Senshi realized he was being underestimated. Didn't the Raikage see how crazy that operation of his was just now? One misstep and the Lightning Lord might have been done for. So Senshi looked at the fourth Raikage seriously and said, "Raikage, do you want Orochimaru or not? As long as you say the word, I'll deliver him to you in no time." AB both fell silent, while the fourth Raikage hesitated slightly and then looked at Darui. Darui nodded and said, "Lord Raikage, to my knowledge, Senshi's ability and reputation have no issues at all. If Lord Senshi is willing to get involved, it's probably only a matter of time before Orochimaru is captured." As the fourth Raikage's right-hand man, Darui was privy to a lot of information. He had heard all about Senshi's 100% success rate on missions. And today, he'd finally witnessed it with his own eyes. Since Darui said so, the fourth Raikage nodded. "Then let's have you bring Orochimaru back." Hearing this, Senshi rubbed his hands and showed a professional smile. Well, you understand, right? There's a service fee for all this. The fourth Raikage knitted his brow. How much are you asking for? Senshi's smile became even brighter as he held up one finger. The Raikage ventured, 10 million. Senshi shook his head. Bro, since you've fought Orochimaru, do you think that price is suitable? A ninja as dangerous as Orochimaru would cost at least 100 million RY to bring in. When the Raikage heard that, he immediately shook his head. Not long ago, Orochimaru had scammed them out of 1 billion RY, and now Senshi was asking for another 100 million. And on top of that, Senshi and Orochimaru were from the same organization. How could the Raikage trust him? The Raikage admitted, not long ago, Orochimaru scammed us out of 10 times that amount, 1 billion. And the most infuriating part is that he used reviving my father as a pretense. When Senshi heard that, he cursed silently. Damn that snakeskin freak, messing up my plans. Just you wait. After cursing Orochimaru in his mind, Senshi put on his professional smile again and continued negotiating with the Raikage, his potential client. Bro, I'm not like Orochimaru. I always do the work first, then collect payment. I'd never run off the way he did. You can check my track record in the black market. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage relaxed a bit. After thinking it over, he said, 100 million is too much. An elite Jainin's bounty on the black market is at most 30 million. At best, Ko Magakur will pay 60 million to hire you for this. Senshi chuckled. Now the Raikage was trying to talk market rates, but that was Senshi's area of expertise. Bro, that's not how you calculate it. An elite ninja worth 30 million on the black market would die in seconds against Orochimaru. 1 goes, 1 dies, 2 go, 2 die. Bro, do you think 100 million is really that high to deal with someone like Orochimaru? This time, the fourth Raikage fell silent. Then, after conferring with Killer B, Darui, and Samui, they concluded that getting Orochimaru back along with the money he stole was worth the cost. So the Raikage looked at Senshi and said, Kumagakuer will pay 80 million RY to hire you to capture Orochimaru and bring him back to us. That price was already quite high. After all, the 1 billion that Orochimaru had stolen was originally Kumagakuer's money. If they failed, they lost 1 billion anyway. If they succeeded by hiring Senshi, they'd have to part with an extra 80 million on top of that, which still hurt. Yet Senshi shook his head, looking as though he was in anguish. 80 million RY? No, no, that won't do. Orochimaru is my beloved friend, someone as close as family, a brother in arms, a comrade in the same group. Fourth Raikage, surprised face. Killer B, surprised face. Senshi's words left the Kumagakuer crowd, especially the AB brothers, stunned. What? He's your brother in arms, but you're still going to sell him out just like that? 100 million. Non-negotiable. You guys have no idea how tricky Orochimaru can be. After thinking it over for a moment, the fourth Raikage finally agreed to that price. Fine. Kumagakuer will pay you 100 million RY to capture Orochimaru. Mission accepted. Client, 4th Raikage EA. Goal, capture Orochimaru for the Kumagakuer. Reward, 100 million RY. Mission rank, S. Bonus, 100,000 employment points. Receiving the system notification, Senshi was thrilled. What easy money. In the original timeline, after Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki, even the organization couldn't do anything about him. Catching him could easily cost billions, with no guarantee of success. But for Senshi, it was different. He had already placed a space-time mark on Orochimaru. Catching him would be a piece of cake. So Senshi activated his unique ability and opened a dark red, black hole-like portal, preparing to summon Orochimaru for the capture. Near Megakure, in one of Orochimaru's secret research bases, Orochimaru was living quite comfortably thus days. He had fully realized the importance of money. If he had tried acquiring the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Yamata no Orokai fruit purely on his own, he might not have obtained a single one by now. He had already attempted to snatch the Sharingan in the past, but he ended up getting taught a lesson by Itaki. As for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it was no simpler. Senshi had previously explained how difficult that could be. And the most difficult target of all was the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Orochimaru knew almost nothing about it, no leads at all, so obtaining it seemed impossible. This alone showed how extensive Senshi's intelligence network was, something Orochimaru couldn't even get a single clue about, yet Senshi could casually source it. Within his lab, Orochimaru was busily studying the Yamata no Orokai fruit, along with the Sharingan and the Byakugan. As a scientist, of course he had to research them thoroughly. He already tried a setup with the Byakugan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right, but it didn't quite work out. Now his setup was, his main body had transplanted a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and on one of the serpent heads in his Yamata no Orokai form, he'd transplanted a pair of Byakugan. After a period of intense research, he could already manipulate his 8-headed serpent form. It was something akin to partial transformations of a tailed beast. He could summon 8 heads simultaneously, or remain in normal human form while summoning just one serpent head, creatine GA. Sort of chimera look. It looked odd, but it worked. Because the snake head had independent consciousness, he could use both Sharingan and Byakugan simultaneously. At the moment, he was in a sealed training chamber where walls on all sides were embedded with various mechanisms. He turned to Kabuto. "Kabuto, begin." Kabuto pressed a button to activate the devices. Instantly, countless shuriken, kunao, and a flurry of exploding tags and senbon came from all directions in a storm of attacks. Under normal circumstances, this barrage matched the intensity of hundreds or even thousands of shinobi attacking at once. With the Sharingan and Byakugan's enhanced vision, Orochimaru smoothly evaded, parried, or used ninjutsu to block every single attack. Sometimes, he even fired back with his own shuriken to intercept them. By the end of it, Orochimaru remained unscathed. This made him even fonder of the Sharingan and Byakugan. He'd only just begun researching these abilities in tandem with the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Once he'd tapped into their full potential, he would surely become incredibly strong. He couldn't help thinking, relying on Senshi's services was definitely a wise choice. What Orochimaru didn't know was that, if he paid enough, Senshi could even help him evolve the Sharingan into the Manjiki, or help the Byakugan become the Tensagan. While Orochimaru was still deep in research, Kabuto remained by his side, assisting him. Orochimaru tested illusions on Kabuto, and with 3 Tomo Sharingan, he was every bit as proficient as an Uchiha at using genjutsu. This sparked Kabuto's own desire for the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Its power was too great, offering endless avenues for research. Not to mention, it had a certain artistry to it. We have to make more money, Kabuto thought. Following Orochimaru is the way to go. After finishing his training, Orochimaru walked out and said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, pack up. We're going to another place to make money." Kabuto nodded. "Lord Orochimaru, where are we headed next?" Before he even finished his sentence, he realized Orochimaru had vanished in the blink of an eye. Back at the entrance of the Kumagakure That familiar warp sensation hit Orochimaru, and he immediately knew it was Senshi meddling with space-time again. When he landed, Orochimaru stared at Senshi, exasperated. "Senshi, what are you up to now?" Without answering, Senshi spoke in a frosty tone. "Snakeskin freak. You've been wearing Akatsuki robes everywhere, scamming people and ruining our organization's reputation. That's one thing, but you've also interfered with my own missions in the Kumo. Do you realize how big a hassle you've caused me? Where did you get the nerve to do something like that? What do you have to say for yourself?" After Senshi finished, Karin popped her head out from behind him, adding fuel to the fire. "Idiot scumbag! Snakeskin freak! You're done for. You messed up Senshi's mission. How do you think you should be punished?" Before Orochimaru could answer, the fourth Raikage, fuming with anger, charged forward. His eyes were practically bulging in rage as he glared at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, where's my money?" Orochimaru, surprised face. Heck, this is a high-level trap, Orochimaru thought. Indeed, the entire Kumo was enraged to the extreme. Before, they couldn't find Orochimaru. But now that Senshi had brought him straight to them, they were determined to punish him severely. The hot-headed Raikage was already set on using brute force. Veins popping, the Raikage roared, "Orochimaru, you bastard, you dare scam the Kumo out of money! And even used reviving my father as an excuse. Pay it back right now, or we'll keep you here as a specimen." As his anger mounted, the Raikage could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to deliver a fist to Orochimaru's face, Senshi stepped in. "Wait!" The fourth Raikage, already infuriated, became even angrier. He glared at Senshi. "Uzumaki Senshi, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say you were reliable and had no credibility issues? Why are you stopping me now? So you two really are in it together?" Facing the nearly explosive rage of the fourth Raikage, Senshi cleared his throat and said, "Hey bro, you haven't paid me yet. I can't just hand him over. What if you deny it afterward?" All the Kamagaku ninja, _ They were all stunned. They weren't Orochimaru. How could he possibly think they'd refuse to pay? Despite feeling furious, the Raikage remembered his billion RY and Senshi's troublesome nature. In the end, he chose to pay up first. He gave a decisive order to Darui. "Darui, go fetch 100 million RY from the village treasury." "Yes." Darui responded instantly. Orochimaru, meanwhile, finally pieced together the situation. In his original plan, it was supposed to be foolproof: get the money, then disappear. After hitting all the big targets for easy money, he would convert that cash into valuable items through Senshi. But now he discovered a loophole in this plan. Senshi was a double-edged sword. He could be hired by anyone. If someone else hired him first, Orochimaru could be in deep trouble. Now that he understood the score, Orochimaru quickly came up with a countermeasure. He turned to Senshi and said, "Senshi, I'll pay you 200 million to get me out of here, away from the Kumo." He figured this was going to be a battle of whoever offered more money. Kumo's funds came from legitimate sources, but his money was basically gotten through the Great Snake Park Con like it fell from the sky. If the two sides tried to outbid each other, he could definitely raise the stakes higher than them. The Raikage was already reluctant to pay 100 million, he surely wouldn't keep matching Orochimaru's price hikes. All the Kumagakuer shinobi turned pale. Indeed, if Orochimaru pushed it to 1 billion, would they pay 1.1 billion just to catch him? That would turn a billion RY loss into a 1.1 billion RY disaster. Just as tension mounted, Senshi glanced at Orochimaru with a sidelong look and declined. Sure. Netting a cool extra billion from Orochimaru was tempting, but that would destroy Senshi's reputation. Betraying a client mid-mission, right before everyone's eyes? That would ruin Uzumaki. Senshi as a name in the black market. No one would trust him again. So Senshi scoffed and said to Orochimaru, "You're insulting my professional ethics. As the legend of the black market, the benchmark of this industry, I would never betray a current employer. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. Understood?" His tone was righteous, as though delivering a sermon. But the key point Orochimaru heard was the final sentence, "I don't betray current employers." Implying, "Look, Snake Bro, I know you're loaded. I'll do this job properly, but I won't push you to the brink. Pick up what I'm laying down." Orochimaru mentally ranted, "Professional ethics, my foot." But he caught the subtext Senshi was hinting at. Just then, Darui returned carrying a large box of money, swiftly reappearing beside the Raikage. "Lord Raikage, I've brought the 100 million. The fourth Raikage nodded and gestured at Senshi, "Give it to him." Darui did so without hesitation. Senshi took the cash, and a system alert pinged in his mind. Mission complete. Client, 4th Raikage A. Goal, capture Orochimaru for the Kyumigakuer. Reward, 100 million RY. Mission rank, S. Bonus, 100,000 employment points. With the mission done and the money and points in hand, Senshi cheerfully kicked Orochimaru to the Raikage's feet. Still, he cast a subtle glance at Orochimaru, just to make certain the message was received. Then he looked up and said to the Raikage and the others, "All right. A bro, B bro, Orochimaru is all yours now. Our cooperation is complete. Take him away. Don't block the village entrance. You're in the way of the merchant caravan I'm escorting." Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 90, Confused Face. After finishing his conversation with the Kyumigakuer shinobi, Senshi gave Orochimaru another glance. Then he realized that He and Snake Bro were lacking in tacit understanding he had signaled him with his eyes, yet Snake Bro did not respond at all. Even though he'd just sold out Snake Bro, the man with 17 or 18 billion ryo to his name was still a beloved comrade, a sworn brother, and a respected employer. Senshi thought for a moment and began talking tough to Orochimaru with bluster that was more bark than bite. "Snakeskin freak. About how you've ruined the organization's reputation, I'm going to settle that score with you later. I hope you'll reflect on your mistakes and conduct yourself properly from now on." To the ears of the Kyumo shinobi, there was nothing odd about Senshi's words. They lacked a royal interpreter and thus couldn't catch the hidden meaning behind them. The fourth Raikage waved his hand. "Let the caravan pass." With that, the many large, dark-clad shinobi who had been surrounding Senshi and the caravan cleared a path. The trade caravan, escorted by Senshi, then entered the Kyumigakuer without incident. The fourth Raikage and his group also prepared to leave with Orochimaru. Just before departing, quite a few Kyumo shinobi couldn't help praising Senshi's efficiency. His reputation precedes him. Uzumaki Senshi truly lives up to his name. No wonder he's a legend of the black market, the man called the mission sweeper. His efficiency is unbelievable. I've heard that from the moment Lord Uzumaki Senshi takes on a mission, it's basically already completed. Exactly. From now on, ordinary missions can go to run-of-the-mill ninjas, but major missions must go to Lord Uzumaki Senshi so we can be at ease. The Kyumo shinobi were delighted. Without Senshi, who knew how long it would have taken them to capture Orochimaru? But Karin felt they might be celebrating too soon. Listen to the music and understand its elegance. How could Senshi possibly be defending the Akatsuki's reputation free of charge? Something had to be up. Orochimaru, too, sensed something amiss. He hadn't been sure when Senshi first spoke, but Senshi's suggestive look afterward and those final words clinched Orochimaru's suspicions. While Orochimaru didn't know Senshi as intimately as Karin, who'd followed Senshi around for a long time, he was still one of Senshi's biggest patrons. He had collaborated with Senshi time and again, both short and long term. He'd also flip-flopped repeatedly between being Snake Bro and Snakeskin Freak. So even though Orochimaru didn't have as much information on Senshi as Karin did, he was very familiar with just how shameless Senshi could be. Since Senshi had emphasized the mission was perfectly completed, that naturally meant that from now on, anything else that happened had nothing to do with that mission. Once the mission ended, Senshi would no longer interfere with Orochimaru's actions. If Orochimaru fought back now, Senshi wouldn't attack him. The mission was finished, and the Kumo had accepted it. After running all of these twists and turns through his mind, Orochimaru immediately stopped playing along and broke into open revolt. Ah! 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 From within his sleeves, several vicious snakes appeared and lunged at the surrounding Kumo shinobi. Some managed to dodge instantly, but many more were sent flying, coughing up blood as they were struck by the serpent's whip-like bodies. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage exploded with rage. Orochimaru, you're courting death. Right then, the fourth Raikage was utterly furious. Orochimaru had swindled 1 billion ryo from the Kumo, forced them to pay another 100 million in vain, and now he was still daring to lash out. After being captured. ZZT. 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 ZZT.